Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay. You can see me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office. This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses.
This is like my dream come true. I've always wanted to join Scott Hanselman. True.
What do you want?
Ambition is a fearless hunger for success. It drives us to challenge the way things are, to pursue what seems insurmountable, to keep going when others would stop. Ambition is how a global manufacturer is using AI to empower employees with disabilities. Ambition is how a company managed an overnight transition to remote work for 100,000 teammates. Ambition is how a children's hospital built an app to reduce stress for families. Ambition is how a law firm rallied against a malware attack to reclaim control and prevent a devastating breach of client confidence. At Insight, we know the power of ambition. We've grown from a small technology provider founded by two young brothers to a Fortune 500 company offering IT services and solutions for all. For more than 30 years, people have trusted us to turn ambitious projects into meaningful outcomes. What will your ambitious story be? Now is the time to do big things together. Now is the time to be ambitious.
My name is Carol. I'm a test engineer. My call sign is Special K. You might be familiar with it. You see it in cereal boxes. It's my call sign because I like eating. I eat a lot. When people see me, they always see me eating, and they always ask me, Carol, why are you eating? And I think that just when they see the cereal box, they say, okay, that's Carol.
Hi, I'm Joshni. I'm a test engineer. They call me Jester because I always have a smile on my face, whatever situation I'm in.
My name is Jaden. I'm an automation engineer here at Planet. My call sign is Digit because I'm a huge math nerd. It is my primary major, but I often get called out on how I never, ever stop talking about maths. I just love maths.
I am Cassandra. I am a test automation specialist. Being Beret, as you can tell by the accent, I am French. Very prominent accent. So the beret completely makes sense. As for the ping, no matter the client, no matter where I was working, it always was a ping background with Hello Kitty riding a unicorn. It does not reflect who I am outside, clearly, but I think it brings a little bit of sparks and joy, and so yeah, so ping beret it is.
My name is Kong. I'm a consultant here at Planet. When people ask me how to pronounce my name, I always say, I'm not the king, but the Kong. But after joining Planet, I am the king and I'm the Kong.
Work to inspire is very something that we live by, I believe. We definitely see how much passion we have for quality and how much we want to convey this as a client. We don't just go for target, we always try to go a little bit further, and we try to inspire each other by learning new skills, having new challenges and taking them, and I think it's very inspiring.
Be better, build better. Personally, I always try to be better than yesterday. That's always been me, so I'm better than yesterday and I'll be better tomorrow.
I also got a lot of training opportunities on Planet because there's a vast library of training courses available that I can just access anytime. Before I joined Planet, like when you want to learn something, you go first, right? And then when you Google something, you always have to pay for something, and that's not what I want to do. So it's really good that Planet offers these free courses for me, and I don't have to feel pressured about buying something just so I can improve my skills and use them for work. Planet always encourages learning, and learning is a good way to just accelerate your career growth.
Top Gun of testing is it's awesome. It's really cool to be around people who are so passionate, so driven to do what they do, and who always want to learn and get better. I think that's really important, and I think it's going to be a driving factor going forward in the IT industry in general.
Top Gun is the best of the best, and for me, it's if you want to grow up in your career, you are at the right place because we have got all the training materials, right people, and right opportunities. Yeah, whatever you need to progress in your career, you have got everything in here to boost your experience and boost your personality, everything in a compact pack. That's what Planet is for me.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay, you can see me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office. This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. We're looking
God,
at
this is like my dream come true. I've always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's troop.
What do you want? me the best thing that's happened while I was gone.
I made sure Dad ate healthy like you said. He even tried the broccoli. Eat it. Then I helped him make his work much better. And we found the perfect outfit to wear to my party. But I really needed to wind down before bed, so I turned my hand into a starfish.
My best thing is you being back.
By applying market-leading technology solutions through our lifecycle services, we help clients realize business outcomes through our advice, integration, and operational services. MOQ Digital helps clients to fully understand their IT needs, adopt the right solution, and provide ongoing support to maximize their investment.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay. You can see me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office. nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. We're looking
God,
at
this is like my dream come true. I always wanted to join Scott Henselman's troop.
What do you want?
We got a little problem. As you know, our motto is, you need a professional bodyguard delivered to your door in less than half an hour, you got it, buddy. But without an app, ain't no bodyguard getting delivered nowhere. So, where are we with that?
The app is almost ready. We just need 3 more days?
We need it ASAP.
Okay, team, what's the status on the app?
We're good to go, except our login experience is a disaster.
We need something to keep our users' data private.
And to keep the hackers out.
And it needs to work flawlessly because
I don't want to lose one single customer.
I hear you, so let's use Auth0.
Auth what now?
Auth0. It's an identity platform. Fast, easy logins, just what the boss wants.
Can we make our own authentication service?
Come on, the Ultimate Keymaster, you know we don't have that kind of time.
We need to confirm identities with passwords, fingerprint scans, whatever the users like to use.
Auth0 can do that.
Yeah, but it needs to be secure. We can't have our app compromised by breaches.
Not a problem.
And it needs to scale if we get hit with a ton of traffic. And if it stalls or freezes up, I will get fired.
We can do this.
Could you guys stop? That's really distracting. We did it.
It's done.
Already?
Yep.
I think our customers are gonna love it.
I got a real app now, folks.
You know what? I want a bodyguard.
Hey, we got a customer.
Cool app. My name's Steven.
What's up, Steven?
We can do this.
Oh yeah. I'm excited. I'm excited. Hello. Hi everybody. Welcome to DDD Perth 2022. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. Honestly, there are so many people. Amy was just saying to me, holy moly, this is a bit bigger than last year.
Yeah, I think there's a few more people this time, Beck.
Just a few.
We said 1,000, but I'm not entirely sure we expected it to feel this big.
Well, when we said 1,000, we were like, yep, that's great, that's great. Of course, we didn't hit 1,000, we hit 1,200. So, you know, it's great.
Yeah. So, let's get started.
Please, DDD Perth wishes to acknowledge the traditional custodians of this land, the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation. And I would like to extend a special welcome to Robin Collard, who will be doing our official welcome to country just before Keynote in a little while. Thank you so much for being with us, Robin.
Yes. So, for those of you who are new to a DDD, which given how many people we have is probably some of you, it originally started in the UK in 2005 and has been in Perth since 2015. So I think we're coming on 8 years now. The idea is it's low cost, it's on a Saturday because we've got nothing better to do on weekends. There's an open submission process and it's a democratically chosen agenda. So I'm sorry, if you don't like the sessions that are on today, you chose them.
So our purpose is to provide an inclusive, not-for-profit conference for the entire Perth software tech community. We try to do this in line with our values of affordability, accessibility, inclusivity, and openness. How did I do, Amy? Yes.
Yes. So, we've got a lot going on today, but thankfully we have a guide. There is a handbook on DDD Perth, which is available on our website. You can also find the QR code on the back of your treasure map, which you were handed when you register. So that has a whole lot of information, including links to the agenda, information about the venue, and this year we have an interactive map. So if you find yourself getting lost, that can tell you what's going on where.
So, like I said, this conference is sold out. We have a lot of people on the wait list, and we also have a number of people watching online. We've done this year as a little bit of a test. Thank you to everybody watching online who is feeling a bit unwell and so decided to stay at home. A big welcome to people as far as Manjimup in our southwest, Melbourne and Canada who are watching online as well. Thank you for joining us. Look, we have 57 amazing awesome speakers here today. Yes. It's absolutely huge, isn't it?
Yes, and those speakers are not just from Perth, so we've had the speakers come from interstate and internationally as well. So we've got some amazing presentations that are going to be happening today. All of this, of course, is able to happen because of our amazing sponsors, which we'll hear a little bit more about afterwards. We have 22 sponsors, so we have 22 companies that decided to support DDD this year, which is awesome.
So it really is a track buffet today with 9 tracks. If you miss something, don't worry. You can watch it online after the event, or maybe you can find somewhere to sit and watch it during because of those live streams.
Yep.
Amy, that probably leads right into everyone's favourite word, COVID, huh?
Yes. The COVID policy. So our COVID policy is available on our website, and you will find hand sanitizer all around the venue at all of the booths and plenty of stands. There are strict room capacities because of this, so unfortunately there is no standing room in each of our sessions. If there's something you really want to see, make sure you get there early, and if you miss out, maybe pop into one of the other sessions or hang around and check out some of the sponsor booths. We do ask everyone's COVID safe. We've got masks available if you would like one. And you may notice if you've been to DDD in previous years, our catering is a little bit differently to accommodate this. Beck, do you want to talk a bit about catering?
Yeah, so of course we hope that you are well fed today. We have tea, coffee, hot chocolate available all day. The first 2 coffee carts will finish up around 2ish, but we have coffee available and coffee carts available until 4. Morning tea will look the same. Lunch, well, hopefully everyone's got their lanyard, and we will talk a little bit about how our pre-packed lunches are working today. Please do clean up after yourself though. There's heaps of bins around, 1,200 people. We really need to make sure that we don't leave stuff hanging.
Yes.
Okay, so have you got a lanyard? Show me your lanyards. You should have a little sticker on your lanyard. And that little sticker probably has a 1 through to a 6 on it, and that will correspond to what you ordered when you registered. If it doesn't, please check your ticket before you come to the help desk. If it still doesn't match, then please, at lunchtime, come to the help desk and we will help you. There's plenty of food, but yeah.
Now,
so,
Beck,
if you don't have a number, that means that unfortunately you didn't make the cutoff. But I am still going to feed you. So, if that is the case, please do come to the help desk. We've got plenty of food available for you. We do apologise if your first choice is not available.
Now, once you've worked out what number you've got, we've also scattered this food around the venue at lunchtime. So there's a bit of a preview here on where you might be able to find your food. Otherwise, this information is available on the interactive map. If you get a little bit lost as well, we'll have a bunch of volunteers who will be hanging around to help direct you, so they'll let you know where you can go and find your food.
As we said, today is really not possible without our amazing sponsors. We have 3 platinum sponsors here with us today, and we'd like to just give a really special shout out to them. So thank you so much to Telstra Purple, a long-time supporter of this conference. Really, we couldn't do it without you. The same goes for Microsoft. My goodness, such a long-time supporter. Thank you for bringing this conference to life. And we also have a new platinum sponsor with us today, Mantle Group. Now, you can find all of these sponsor booths out in the main foyer area. We really encourage you to go have a chat to our sponsors, all of our sponsors, because they are the reason that we're able to put on this entire conference. So our gold sponsors, my goodness, so many.
We have a lot of gold sponsors, which you will also see out in the foyer. So we have gold sponsors out in the booths. We have a lot of amazing gold sponsors who also helped us to put on the event that we do today. So at some point today, make sure you go and have a chat to the sponsors, see what they've got, a little bit about the companies, but most importantly, check out what swag and what prizes they're giving away.
So, I mean, I said that there's a track buffet. There's also a bit of a prize buffet going on in Perth today at DDD Perth. Now, we've also got a number of other sponsors. We've got some fantastic silver sponsors, and thank you from the bottom of our hearts for you to support this conference. It's so important to us. We also have 3 coffee cart sponsors. We've got some juice, and we have an amazing quiet room experience for you, brought to you by Keystart. We also have some fantastic childcare too, don't we, Amy?
Yes, we do, which we're going to talk a little bit more about that later. So, for those who haven't been to a DDD Perth event before, we take our code of conduct very seriously because we want to provide a harassment-free experience for everybody. So there's information available about our code of conduct on the website. You can find the link in our website menu. But comes down to, if at any point today you have any issues or concerns, if you feel unsafe or unwelcome, there are several ways that you can get in touch with our team to report it so that we can make sure that you have a good experience at DDD. Beck, how can they get in touch with us?
So first of all, you can visit the volunteer desk, you can visit our help desk, you can find anyone who is wearing one of these shirts today and they can help you out. You can also direct message us on Twitter, and there are a number of us, including me, who will be monitoring that channel. And there are about 4 of us. Amy and I are 2 of them. Another is, I think, in Seattle, and Matt, our treasurer. Pay attention to info@dddperth.com, so you can email us as well, and we will respond as well as we can. We also have an anonymous reporting tool, Amy.
Yes, we do. So if you go to our code of conduct page, you can find all of these ways to get in touch, as well as an anonymous reporting form if you would like to stay anonymous. So, speaking of issues, we also have
we have a bunch of people here today who don't wish their photo on social media. You can find these people because they've got a red lanyard on. If you are tweeting, if you are making a LinkedIn story, if you're doing anything today, please, when you are taking photos, pay attention to who's in your photo. If you see a red lanyard, please take another photo that doesn't have them in them. Quite simple. But, you know, I'm not quite sure if we're going to trend on Twitter this weekend. There's a few global events going on.
Yes.
But we're going to give it a red hot go. So that is our hashtag. Please make some noise and let's see what we can do.
Yes. So, a little bit of housekeeping. Our agenda. Anybody who's been keeping track, we have had quite a few changes to our agenda this year, which is great because this year we also made the decision not to print it. Which is excellent because most of it would have been out of date anyway. Our agenda is available on our website, so make sure you keep an eye on whether or not the session you wanted to see is still happening and is still in the same room. As with most events, if there is a fire, follow the exits. In the event of a fire, we will also defer to the wonderful PCEC staff. which will, I'm sure, calmly direct us where to go.
Much more calmly than me.
Yes.
This is a no smoking venue. You can find designated smoking places outside the main doors towards the train station.
We also ask that throughout sessions you keep your phones on silent so as not to interrupt the presentations, but also probably the speakers may call you out if it does go off. That's embarrassing. And keep your lanyard on. There are several other events going on at the convention centre today, so if you do not have a lanyard on, we may assume you're not supposed to be here and ask you to leave. More importantly, you don't have your lanyard on, you won't get lunch today. So, we've got something.
Okay, moderated panels. We have two. We're gonna hurry this up because obviously we've got so much content as always. We have two moderated panels going on at lunch today. Our lunch is extra long. You can find that info on the agenda, which is on the website. You can also scan this QR code if you have any questions to ask our panelists ahead of time, and you can upvote the questions that are existing. This link is not exclusively on here. You can also find it via the agenda.
Yes, you can.
And Twitter, right?
Yes, we'll get it on Twitter. We talked a little bit about our quiet room this morning as well. We have some amazing sponsors, and if at any point today you're a little bit overwhelmed because we're back at an in-person event, and it's probably going to happen, we have not one but two quiet spaces available to go to. So if you head directly out of the theatre, you will see a hidden hallway with a red carpet. This will lead you into a foyer. This is a really nice chill space. You can have some snacks, sit down, have a chat with some other attendees, take a break. If you would like something that's a little bit quieter, you can then go through the doors into a low sensory room. Keep in mind though, if you are in the outer foyer, people might be in the room trying to stay nice and quiet and relaxed, so try not to talk too loudly. So that space is available if you'd like to take a break away from the rest of the day. Childcare.
Yeah, so childcare, one of the changes that we did last year was to make our childcare free, and we had a lot of people take us up on that wonderful opportunity to be child free. This year we have sold out our childcare, and so apologies to a number of people who did miss out. We have over 30 budding technologists here with us today. A really special welcome actually to our coding workshop students. Our coding workshop students, and this coding workshop is being hosted by She Codes, thank you so much. They are joining us for the keynote and the lock note today, and in between they're going to be learning to be us, I hope.
I think so, yeah. So it's really exciting to have so many young people here today, excited to learn more tech. Now, we've got a lot on today, so it's going to be really awesome, but I know how you're feeling. It's going to get to the end of the day and you're not going to want to go home because we want more. Thankfully, we have something happening after DDD. So there's going to be food, there's going to be various range of beverages, there's going to be board games, which are obviously the best bit, and I'm sure there'll be some good conversation going on. So this will be outside until 7 p.m. if you would like to hang around and continue chatting with some of the amazing people we have here today.
Okay, on to prizes. Prizes, everyone's favourite thing. Okay, so we have so many prizes today. Almost all of our sponsors have some level of swag or prizes available on their booth. And then we also have a number of prizes that we are going to be giving away just before or just after the lock note. Sorry. Oh, and a wooden spoon. Fantastic. Okay, so there are 3 different ways that you can get a prize. Number 1, you need to provide feedback to all of the sessions and the conference itself. And these feedback links are live on the agenda and on the website. It's so important for our speakers to really hear from the attendees how things are. Keep it respectful, guys and girls,
but it's also
and everybody.
Important to us. That's how we're able to make the event bigger and better every year, is thanks to the feedback that we get from people submitting here. If you don't want to submit feedback, or if you want to put in another entry to win some of our amazing prizes, you can fill out your treasure map, which will have been given to you at registration with your lanyard. If you go around and have a chat with all of our sponsors today, they will be able to stamp your treasure map once it's filled in. you can write your name on it. Make sure you write your name on it, otherwise it doesn't matter, you won't win anyway. And put it into one of the boxes that we have available at the help desk.
Now, the third way is speaker pose bingo, and this is new this year. You will note that we are a little bit active up on stage. This year, we have a lovely little grid of a number of speaker poses. You can find this linked on our blog and also tweet it out right about now. Or you can take a photo if your camera's that good. Mark off, take some photos, mark off when you see these particular poses up on stage today. Take your phone across to help desk, get it validated, and enter this prize draw as well. Hashtag speaker pose bingo.
Hashtag speaker pose bingo, hashtag DDD Perth, and make sure there's a photo to prove it, because pics or it didn't happen.
Yeah.
So keep an eye out. Also noted, this does have to be from multiple different speakers, so you can't get one person who just does a lot of really amazing photos. This has to be at least 4 different speakers, and this cannot be staged. If we see a whole lot of photos of speakers beforehand doing poses, that doesn't count.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much for your attention. Now we would very much like to welcome Robin Collard to the stage for our official welcome to country. Peace out. We'll see you at the lock note.
My goodness me, what a hard act to follow. Good morning, my name is Robin Collard and I'm a Nyunga Yoga of the Wajak clan, here in Perth, or Boorloo as Noongar people know it. I am one of many custodians and traditional owners of this land, and I'm humbly honoured to perform this welcome to country for you this morning. I would like to acknowledge, with the highest respect, elders, yogas and juk, our women and sisters, marmen, ngunis, our men and brothers, Mort, any family who may be here, and of course our Burias, the leaders who made this fantastic event happen for you today. There are 3 principles that are really important for Noongar people: our connection to land, our connection to family, and our connection to our knowledge, our traditional knowledge. That is, ngala buja, ngala mort, ngala cardigan. Nija kura kura, mort janabiri nija wajak nyunga buja. Our land carries our stories, and our ancestors have walked this land for many, many thousands of years. We stand on their shoulders because they have managed to keep our stories, our knowledge, and our language alive through many traumas through this history. We are survivors. Kaya wanju nunukan kwabarak nunga buja. Nija buja kedlak nunu kuling nija, wadaran, derbelyerigan, Karagara, Maragara, Walila, Nunukan Kura Wajak Nyunga Buja. Ngalakiri yakan dat yining ni biru nunukan dat yining ni jining wankaning. I stand here in Perth on this beautiful land right next to the Swan River. And we have some very special places that are close to us here in Perth. Maragara, Karagara, Yalagonga, Maya. I mention Martagara because Mart in Noongar means your leg. So the place of the leg, or where the water comes up to the top of your leg, is just down the river. And this is where Noongar people in the very early days would cross over from one side of the water to the other, because the water only ever came up to the top of your leg. And that is all of that space around Harrison Island, a very sacred women's space and birthing area for our people. I also mentioned Karagara, or King's Park, because the Noongar word for the head or the top of is cart. So you were standing at the top of the hill, looking out over the water and into the distance to other special places here in Noongar country. Nija jinang mai ma wakul ni, kari jan wankaning, wirin buja, borna wankaning balak court cart mindich. Ngan nija kura court jorpan buja. I acknowledge the stories, the Noongar creation story for the rainbow serpent, of how this land was made and how our culture is still strong and our stories still continue to be. This is the creation story for this part of our land, just as there are creation stories across the world for our Indigenous cultures. We listen to the many stories of this land. We hear Kulbari the magpie, Warong the crow, Jitty Jitty the willy wagtail. Whether the rain is coming and cleansing the space, or whether it is the wind that blows gently on our faces as we walk this land, the stories are there. It's whether we listen, ne kurt, nonokangain kurt, whether we listen with our hearts to hear those stories. We listen to the many stories of this land. This is the Noongar season of Jilba. It is the time of fertility, the newborns, the new swans coming out, the new dolphins that are waiting to be named, that have been born. And in fact, Kulbadi season, we know that this is the month for the attacks because they are looking after their young and they are very fiercely protective. How the world has changed with COVID. We can team in from across the world. We have to learn to trust and work from home and have that flexibility. And even nanas like me know all this technology. And I have 14 grandchildren to teach me what I don't know. So there are opportunities there for you to come up with new ideas and new ways of working. And even Welcome to Country can also be teamed in remotely. Videos made for us to be a part of this fantastic new world. You are Murich, Nunakan Murich. That is our word for strong and resilient. And we find new ways of working together. Yaka Nunakan. And this is also an opportunity, babinga nichakura, to make new friends, to ngani, kepwa, to eat and share food and drink and have those conversations, wankaning. So have a great day today, and thank you, Triple D, for inviting me to deliver your welcome, and have a fantastic time. Yunka. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robin Collard, for that amazing welcome to country. All right, this morning we have an amazing keynote speaker, Christina Alden, who is going to be joining me on stage. I might introduce her while she gets her computer set up. Christina has travelled all the way from Las Vegas, where I have found out people live there, as well as just go to visit. Christina speaks at conferences all over the world on various topics in tech, as well as TEDx, has done a TEDx talk, which is great because we have our own TEDx sign on stage here today. So I hope Christina will feel at home. Christina's going to be talking to us this morning about memory, which is great. So we hope that means that you will remember Christina's talk as well as everybody else's talk today. So I'm going to hand over to Christina to open the conference this morning. And thank you very much for joining us, Christina.
Thank you, darling. Let's open this and keep this down here. We'll certainly spill it otherwise. Oh, I've forgotten the passcode. Okay. Fantastic. Let's move this over here. Ah, brilliant. Look at all you. You're gorgeous. Fantastic. I think a lot of us can relate to this. Like you're having a dream, right? And I mean, you are in it. Like you are in it deep. And you are about to give somebody, like this person, you cannot even believe that they just said this to you. And you are having this dream and you are really getting riled up, right? You are really feeling it. Maybe your heart is racing and they have really ticked you off this last time and that's it. You are not going to deal with this anymore. You will not put up with, maybe you got a finger going, right? Maybe you got a hand on your hip and your big climax is supposed to, yes, here you go, and suddenly, beep, 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 right? Your alarm. And you wake up, and then maybe your person is, maybe they're there. Maybe they're, all right, oh, good morning. Oh, don't you good morning, mate. Right? And it's not necessarily anything that they've done, right? But you still have that experience. Your nervous system has felt it. You have the memory. You see it in your eye, in your mind's eye, right? Or who's had this happen before? You're sitting around with your family, and you're telling a story. I do this. 4 kids in my family, so, we got lots of stories. We get together, we start telling the story, and you're talking about how, remember that one time when Mom sent me down to the corner store, and I had the money in my hand, and I was riding my bike, and I was going, and then I fell off the curb, and the coins went everywhere, and your brother goes, hold on, that was me. I was the one who was with the money. Mom sent me to the corner store. I have the scar on my knee to prove it. Like, that wasn't even you, right? Who's done that before? Sometimes we lock into these memories, right? We can feel these stories, we can drive this narrative that's never even really happened to us, but we have this experience. And so oftentimes our memories, they'll drive a narrative to which we become emotionally attached. And sometimes these emotional attachments, they can hold us back. And when stressed, we lock into the way that we feel. It starts to become supportive of that stress, more and more and more. And the more we reinforce that feeling, the deeper those memories, they get locked into our neural pathways. And we'll talk a little bit more about that process later. But, you know, with lots of help from highly trained professionals, I've been able to learn how to navigate stressful triggers by processing my memories better and releasing emotional attachments that are holding me back. I've learned to change the narrative, and I've learned to understand when my memory is reliable, when my memory is not reliable, and how it serves me regardless of the accuracy. So today I want to share some of that stuff that I've learned about improving brain performance. And as always, please just take what applies to you and throw the rest away. I'm not a doctor, I'm not a neuroscientist, I'm not a therapist, but I do have firsthand experience overcoming trauma. And I'm not going to be talking about any of that today, but I've come to realize that the stories that I tell myself and others, they can either be the chains that bind me, or they can be the keys that release me from that trauma that I aim to overcome. My name is Christina Aldon. I am a brand strategy consultant. I'm based out of Las Vegas. I'm a speaker, trainer, mentor. I'm a certified mental health first aid for youth and for adults. And I am really excited to be here. I sit on the board of directors for a nonprofit for STEM and also for mental health awareness. If you want to continue this conversation, please use the hashtag #LuckyMemory. I want to say thanks so much to our sponsors and to DDD Perth. I personally grew up in a teeny tiny little town in the Midwest in Michigan, and I never ever thought that I'd be able to travel to Australia. In fact, I dreamed about traveling to Australia when I was a kid because it is the farthest way directly on the other side of the planet from where I grew up. And so this is amazing to me to be delivering the opening keynote at DDD Perth, and I just want to say thanks so much to all of the organizers and volunteers and the sponsors for bringing us together today. So what? Our memories, they hold the key to better communication, to emotional intelligence, to being more open to the viewpoints of others, and for setting healthy boundaries. I just realized I'm doing a lot of poses. I'm going to stand here for the rest of my talk like this. Nobody's winning bingo today. But you could see how, as a brand strategy consultant, you know, I'm always looking for ways to connect products and services in meaningful ways to our end users and to our customers. You can see how this stuff would be important to me when I'm creating marketing funnels that have emotional triggers attached to them. So what is memory? It's a faculty by which the mind stores and remembers information, something remembered from the past. It is a recollection, which is really a way to say, you know, memory is the process that we use to encode, store, and retrieve data. This affects our cognition. That's how we think about things. And also it affects our behavior, how we respond, our observable responses. And so our brains are constantly taking in data, both internal and external. We have all of these stimuli, and we're processing data in real time based on all the new information that we take in, mixed with the information that's already in there, right? And so these days, what we know as memory is actually, it's an interconnected group of memory subsystems, right? We used to think that there's left brain and right brain. That's actually not how our brains work. And these multiple memory systems, they're constantly processing data, and they're able to function together or independently of each other. So memories are weird. Memories can be compressed. Our brain has this quality where, you know, if the stimulus is the same over and over again, our memories will just compress it because it's the same day. Who's done this recently when you said, I do this? Oh yeah, last time you were over at my house for dinner 6 months ago and we did board games and we did... No, Christina, that was 1 year and 6 months ago. Because everybody's been living the same day over and over and over and over again because of COVID. And so our brain has this quality for efficiency that it just compresses the memories, right? And so remember, it's our emotions that drive that narrative for our memories. And so even though we can't give our brain more processing power, like we can for our machines, we can just insert some more processing power into our computers. We can't do that for our brains, but we can look for unconscious biases, we can look for inefficient processes in our brains, and we can actually, with practice, improve our brain performance. So I'm going to share with you some of the ways that our brains might fail us and ways that we can improve our memories today. And I'm not saying that, you can completely forget things or that'll erase away things, but we can improve how we process things. This has especially been helpful for my mentees, for my coaching clients who are going through long COVID, right? Who's been experiencing a lot of brain fog in the past couple of years. That is a real issue. And so if you can just focus on one of these techniques for 3 months and then move on to the next one, then okay, cool. I'm going to share with you a whole lot of techniques that I've learned and been practicing in the last 4 years. It's been really cool. Check this out. So today we're going to talk about these types of memory systems. We're going to talk about the biological storage, about improving daily performance, about your confidence. So for an example, if you're starting for a new job, right? If you're starting a new job and you get to introduce yourself to people around the office, you want people to observe you recognizing other people's names and having that memory and holding on to other people's names, because then you appear more confident. And so that is a quality that's going to be more beneficial to you, right? Emotional intelligence, we're going to talk about that a little bit. I could talk about that all day, but we don't have all day. And then, conflict. Conflict is inevitable. And so there is one way, an extreme way to respond to a situation, and there's another extreme way to respond to a situation. I kind of try to waver around the middle so that when we have informed choices to choose from, then we're going to pick the best possible response to get the best possible results in a situation. So Barick and Ebbinghaus, they were the ones who conducted this research in 1984, and they found that most of the forgetting happens between the ages of 4 to 5. That's when our memory subsystems start to develop, and we have 2 of them, declarative and non-declarative. So we have a different memory subsystem for memorizing, like algebraic formulas, for example, or a different memory subsystem for doing on-the-spot math, right? In fact, there's this quality called memory consolidation. Who's heard of that before? Memory consolidation. It's when you go to sleep, right? And you get the benefit of consolidating your memories, and it really strengthens those neural pathways and synaptic connections between the neurons, structurally and chemically. That is called memory consolidation. Our declarative memory, it's your conscious memory. It involves effort, it involves intention, and so we can use intentional techniques. We do tests, we do aptitude tests, we do the LSAT for attorneys, we do certain mnemonics or repetition, right? And biologically, it's the hippocampus and the frontal lobes that manage this part of our memory. The declarative memory system, it can be measured with those explicit tests. So check this out. These are the 3 different types that we have. We have working memory. And people who struggle with ADHD, usually this is the type of memory subsystem that is challenged most for them, because you only have 2 to 18 seconds for the old information to collide with the new information, and then you process it, right? The biological part of your brain, vasopressin is the ability to help you take in that new information. And then we have episodic memory. Episodic memory, this is our long-term memory system, but it's about specific life events, right? This is where we store our wedding day memories. That one time when Christina Aldon gave an amazing keynote at DDD Perth. Wow, right? These episodic memories when you're riding your bike and you're holding on to the coins and then your bike falls and the coins go everywhere. Episodic memory subsystem is where that is stored. And then we have our semantic memory subsystem. And, you know, this is general knowledge. This is 2 + 2 is 4, right? The capital of Nevada is Carson City. The factual general knowledge. If I have a red ball in my hand and I decide to fling it all the way to the back of the room, take that, speaker pose, bingo. I have the red ball, and maybe for your semantic memory, maybe you see it, okay. Did she throw it? Yes. Was the ball red? General factual information. There's no narrative or emotion attached to it. What happens when we start attaching a memory to it, that's a narrative to it, that's a little bit different. Oh my gosh, did you see Christina winged that ball right past my head? She almost hit me. What a jerk, right? That's a totally different memory subsystem. Semantic memory only works with the general knowledge. Then there's non-declarative memory. This is your unconscious memory. It is inherently there. It's automatically there. Your biases instantly are there, and it requires zero effort. It's unintentional, right? Biologically, this is our cortical areas of our brain, the cerebellum, the basal ganglia. They're the ones that govern the non-declarative memory subsystem. And so this is really imperative for forming new memories. You'll see if people have amnesia and they're struggling with that, usually they have maybe damage to their cerebellum or something like that. And so people can improve by even, you know, focusing on activities that are going to stimulate the basal ganglia, the cortical areas, the cerebellum. And of course, there are 3 different memory subsystems. Priming our memory, we can prime our memory by repetition. There are certain things like you can prime your memory with a perfume. Right? You're at the grocery and you go walk by and little old grandma comes by and oh, she smells like your little old grandma because she's wearing that same perfume. We can prime our memory with those kinds of things. And then we also have conditioning. Conditioning is like Pavlov's dog. Who's heard of Pavlov's dog here? Most everybody, right? He rang the bell, he fed the dog would salivate. Ring the bell, feed the dog would salivate. Pretty soon, all he had to do is ring the bell. That's it. And the dog would salivate. Exactly. And so we can condition our brain patterns through things like neurolinguistic programming or through hypnosis, certain techniques that will help improve your conditioned brain. And then we have our motor procedural memory. This is a physical repetition over and over and over again, hitting a baseball, hitting a golf ball, dribbling a basketball. These are motor procedural memory subsystem stimuli. So when these different subsystems are stimulated, right, they start encoding, storing, and retrieving data together, and sometimes not together. Sometimes a memory subsystem will be isolated from the other one and it won't be activated. So for example, let's say you're taking a math final. All right, we learned semantic memory is going to store that formula. Right? General factual knowledge. Cool. All right. But then you sit down to take your math final and your brain goes, nah, Somehow your short-term memory there is not giving you access. Either maybe you have an amygdala hijack and you're just like panicking and you're freaking out because you're not a person who takes tests really well. Maybe, like I said, maybe you have ADHD, right? And so that new information's colliding with the old information and it's just, they're hitting a wall and it's not happening, right? And so maybe this is, you're having a panic attack. This is a real thing for a lot of people, right? And then on top of that, maybe you're suffering from the effects of long COVID. Or maybe you're more of an auditory learner and processor when it comes to math. Maybe you're more of a visual learner and process visual cues when it comes to math. Maybe you're more of an associative learner, right? Maybe you got to have your favorite conference hoodie when you do your math test, because guess what? It's my lucky hoodie. We see this with sports people, right? We see this all the time. Everybody's got to have their lucky hoodie. They're not going to shave my beard because it's lucky. I'm not going to cut my hair. Whatever that is, but they're more associative. And so that's how they perform best, right? There are a lot of different approaches. And the goal is to get your brain to organize information in a way that is optimum for you. And guess what? There are 7.9 billion different ways to do that, ladies and gentlemen. So it's amazing that anything gets done at all. In fact, we were talking about that last night. But here's the thing. Brains, they lie. Right? Brains lie, as we heard in the beginning of my talk. Brains lie. And the more rigid our beliefs are, the more distracted we are, the more our brains are going to lie. And if you talk to police at a scene, they will say that eyewitness accounts are not accurate. They can interview 20 different people who are all right there, and you're going to get 20 different answers because, again, there's 7.9 billion different ways to process those data and that information, right? So, for example, our brains can create false memories. If you are a person who struggles with connecting with others, and I mean, this is a real thing for a lot of people. They deeply want connection and crave connection, but are unable to, for whatever reason, find it. Maybe you're sitting at home and you're thinking about that. Maybe you start ruminating a little bit. Maybe you start feeling a little bit from a victim mindset. Maybe you start recalling past memories through that victim mindset. You can actually create false memories from that. And that narrative starts to drive how you operate. That narrative starts to really shift how you see the world and create these false memories. And, you know, our brains are totally capable of this. In cases of extreme trauma even, your brain might dissociate from the memories altogether. So here's a perfect example. Let's say you went to go see the new Avengers movie. I guess it's the Doctor Strange one. Is that the one that's going on? You go to see the new Avengers movie, and you're like, hey, this is such a great movie. I love it. You go with your friend Joy, and you're sitting there watching the movie, and you're eating your popcorn, and it's awesome, and the movie's over, and 2 weeks later, you're like, hey, walking down the street, hey, Joy, what's up? You should go see that new Avengers movie. I went to with John to see it a couple weeks ago, and it was amazing. We had such a great time. There were explosions, the whole multi-universe thing. I mean, it was so awesome. And Joy's sitting there going, you're kidding, right? It was me. I was there. I was there with you. And here's the thing. It's not that you did it on purpose, right? Gosh, I love Joy, love John, like, we're all friends. No, it's just that your focus was on the movie itself. And so your brain just kind of fills in the friend spot. I've totally done this before, by the way. It's not awesome. But you could totally create these false memories. Your brain is perfectly capable of that. Interruptions, I want to say a quick thing about interruptions because we have retroactive and proactive interference, and I use this as a tool. So, interruptions, I work from home, I am a consultant. When my kids come running into my office, they go, hey, Mom, can I run to the... I go, just a minute. I give them one of those, right? Because interruptions are the number one reason that we forget. And it's the same thing when we work in big open offices. It's the same thing when somebody runs in. Now, there's nothing wrong with this. What this does is it gives you a pause to finish up the email, to finish up the thing, to finish up the text thread. Hold on, get in line, you're number 3. Let me just wrap these up, right? In fact, if you communicate with people, they're going to actually appreciate and respect your boundaries, and they're not going to start running into your office as much. So you could just, let me just finish this up real quick. I have a thought. Let me finish it up, because you know what? If you don't, it's gone. The interruption has to be significant enough in order for you to forget it, though. So if it's really fast and my kids are just coming in, hey, can I have a glass of milk? Yes, go ahead. I can keep going, no problem. I'm not going to drop the balls that I'm juggling, right? However, if they come in and they go, Mom, 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 what? Right? Or who's had this? Hey, can I ask you a quick question real quick? It'll just take 5 minutes. Nope. Give them one of these, right? Just a moment. Let me finish this thought. Let me finish this email. It's going to be a really powerful tool, and then you're not going to lose that, because interruptions are the number one reason why we forget. Look here. Look at this. What you see is not always what you get. What you see is not always what you get. Remember what I said. Eyewitness accounts are not accurate. They are not dependable. And if you ask 20 different people at a scene, you're going to get 20 different answers. This has been proved over and over again and replicated in laboratories and research all over the planet, that we cannot always trust our memories because brains lie. So how can we improve our memory? It's totally possible. We can improve our memory, we can improve our capacity for learning, and we can improve our ability to encode, store, and retrieve data. This is how we do it. We used to think that our brains were so much more limited. 8, 9, 10 years ago, we didn't know anything about the brain. We used to say, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Who's said that before? Stop saying that. It's not true. In fact, you can teach an old dog new tricks. In fact, you can start creating neural pathways as early as 5 to 6 hours. Your brain will start rewiring. It's pretty cool. If the stimulus is strong enough or repetitive enough, we can rewire our brain. I know this. I am living proof of this as somebody who has overcome trauma, as somebody who at one point was even catatonic for 9 days straight. I did not speak. These are the ways that I have learned to improve my brain performance. And I use it with my mentees, my consultants, my coaching clients, everybody. And it's really, really cool. So this is neuroplasticity in action, right? So if we strengthen that neural pathway and we stimulate it over and over and over again, then we start to learn things. If the stimulus is strong enough or repetitive enough, it will stick. Also, if we stop the stimulus, those neural pathways will dissolve, right? So think about it. It makes sense that just reading a book about emotional intelligence or memory, it's not going to instantly improve. You have to actually practice these things over and over and over again. Or the stimulus has to be strong enough. Ladies and gentlemen, imagine teeny tiny little Christina. I take you back, 40 some years ago, crawling around the floor of my grandmother's house. And in the US we have 110 volts, but you know what, I think you get the picture. We are looking at me crawling around my grandmother's house, and I pick up one of those metal hairpins, and it happens to be the perfect size for zzzt. Crying, oh my gosh, it bit me, right? My mom had no idea what bit her because we didn't have dogs. We didn't, what was it? What bit her? I had no, it bit me. And then she realized that I'd stuck the bobby pin into the socket. How many times do you think I stimulated that neural pathway in my life? Once. That was all that was needed for me to learn the lesson. If the stimulus is strong enough or repetitive enough, you will remember it. And also neuroplasticity, just as we will remember it, we can forget it. So my French teacher used to say, if you don't use it, you lose it. That's why the only thing I can say in French is, est-ce que tu une cravate? Are you a tie? It's completely useless. I don't know. 3 years of French. It's unbelievable. And so we went through different kinds of memory subsystems. We talked about the value of neuroplasticity. We talked about how memories can be false. Let's talk a little bit about how we can process our memories. We have shallow processing, superficial, or deep, where we have that purpose attached to the data, when we have something that's meaningful to us. Now remember, there are 7.9 billion different ways to do this, and that means introverts and extroverts are going to respond to the same stimuli in a different way. If you are in teams, we need to understand this, and we need to take this into consideration. Deb Nikima put up a really great Twitter post that she said I could use as I was putting my talk together. Front load the data. Front load me with information, give me time to process and respond. I'm not an on-the-spot thinker, but give me time to be thoughtful, and it's worth the wait. Give me reference material, make asynchronous collaboration possible. My brain's not always lit up and ready for output. Allow me to communicate in text. That's a big one for me. That's a really big one for me, because is anybody else really good? Like, you go home and you're like, oh, I should have totally said this. Oh, that's smart ass. I should have gave him that dig and I would have really, right? Oh, I had the perfect response 4 days later. Like, the other person's not even thinking about the conversation anymore, you know? Real-time meetings are a lot to process at once, and I'm already short on working memory. I'm probably bored, and it's taking everything I have just to stay focused and listen for understanding. This is especially true during COVID times. Here is a summary of what Deb Nikima has to say. Understanding this, it helps us support everyone on the team so that everyone can perform better on the job. If you are going to come right out of the gate and be like, hey, everybody, all right, let's go. Let's get this meeting started, right? Extroverts are going to go, yeah, let's go. This is awesome. I got ideas. We're going to start talking over each other. Oh, I got some creative things. Let's go. And all of the introverts are going to go, ooh, I guess it's going to be one of those meetings again. Oh, they're going to check out. They're going to sit back and quietly resent you. And they're going to wait for the big moment 2 months later when the poop hits the fan, and they're going to say, I told you so. I told you 2 months ago. Right? Because they respond to the same exact stimuli in different ways, and we need to understand this, and this is why we have to have all types of communication and facilitation during our meetings. So let's talk about encoding memories, ways that we encode our memories. Our focus, right? You can train your brain to recognize patterns. For example, you might want to think about trying to recognize somebody in a happy, cheerful moment, and then the next day, 2 happy, cheerful moments, and then the next day, 3 happy, cheerful moments, and then the next day, 4 happy, cheerful moments, because you know what? We are really good at finding the not so good moments. We don't need that. That's already implicit in our brain, looking and scanning for threats. So think about what your focus is. Remember the popcorn, eating while watching the movie and eating popcorn with your friend, and then you're like, oh, sorry, Joy. But what's your focus? Next, you can also train your brain with a slow and low. Oh. Let's try it right now. Ready? Slow and low. Oh. So these small intentional changes, that's how big changes are made. And when we have a relaxed nervous system, we are going to be able to take in information a whole lot better. We can create our own opportunities. We can create our own luck. We can improve our encoding through a technique that's called the memory card technique. I'm from Las Vegas. We love to play cards in Vegas. So you take some cards, you lay them all out, and you can try to remember them. You can do things like try to remember the order of the 52 deck of cards. You can do things like try to remember all of the cards that have a white background. You can remember all of the black cards, all of the red cards. And after you do this over and over and over again, what you're doing is you're training your brain to encode data better and faster. You can also do this through action. This boosts our episodic memory encoding because it releases noradrenaline. And so if you've got a wobbly kid like me, right, when they're studying, give them a wobble cushion because they're going to wiggle at school. And so this is how we get a lot of like active learning, right? And different types of seats in classrooms that the teachers these days are always advocating for, right? A more experiential, active learning environment is going to be a lot more helpful for many learners. Here's a new one. This is, you can improve your coding by the shoot the thumb technique. Who has heard of this one? Shoot the thumb technique is awesome, and I'm going to really embarrass myself. Okay, here we go. Shoot the thumb technique. You got to shoot your thumb. Here we go. All right, I got it. Okay, I'm going to shoot my thumb. All right, so you shoot your thumb while you are holding on to a memory. And the cool part about this is you get bilateral stimulation of both hemispheres of your brain. And as this information goes across your brain, bilateral across your hemispheres, you are, oh, look, now I'm talking in it. Okay. You can have other data transfer across those neural pathways. It's not just that one memory that's held. And so it's a really effective teaching strategy for helping to improve encoding. Let's see. Shoot the thumb, transmitting data, yes. Oh, spacing effect. The spacing effect is one that I use for my PubConf talks, any of my Ignite talks, those 5-minute super fast talks. I did this with my TEDx talk when I did that one. You can read your talk or your list and then say it out loud. When you're saying it out loud, you're feeling your vocal cords. You're hearing it yourself do it. You're writing it on the paper, not just typing it out, right? And then read your list again or your talk again. Go to sleep. You take advantage of that memory consolidation technique that we talked about earlier, right? Remember? And then when you wake up and you repeat it the next day, you're going to significantly remember that information. This is a very, very effective technique. The other thing you can do is relax. You can improve your memory encoding by relaxing. Again, this allows the neurotransmitter vasopressin to be released, and that makes us much more open to receiving information, right? So you can take a nice big breath and you can relax. So here is a summary of how we can improve encoding. If you just take one of these techniques and practice it every single day for 3 months, I promise you, you will improve your memory encoding. Let's talk about storing our memories. We can use our senses, sight, sound, smell, touch, taste. We have a sense of agency. We have a sense of blushing, a sense of hunger, a sense of time. The more that we can incorporate those, the more we're going to remember it, right? So for example, think about you have songs that put you right back into that moment, right? I think about the Rolling Stones. I think about I Can't Get No Satisfaction. It takes me right back to that time, like cruising in the car with the windows down and the hair. And I was like so young and free. Right? Like we all have certain songs that mean something to us because of the way that we've stored those memories. Here's the thing about senses. They can be tricked. Right? You add a shadow, and suddenly it creates an illusion. So you can't depend just on one of your senses. Storytelling. Storytelling is another way that we can really remember things. As humans, we love stories. We love stories. I grew up in the Midwest on the shores of Lake Superior, and my uncles, they used to tell the grandest stories of that fish they caught And every time they told the story, the fish would get a little bit bigger and a little bit bigger and a little bit bigger. And before you know it, it'd be like, hey, remember that time when you caught that big fish? Yeah! And then everybody knows the story, and we've all heard it so many times. So storytelling is another way to help with your memory storage. Our hippocampus is the place in our brain that stores it. And of course, any of that bilateral thinking is going to help, any of that bilateral stuff, because what we know is that our brains store things in chunks. We love chunks. This is why we do things like, we do phone numbers. Who's done this before? Okay, yeah, let's trade numbers. Cool. All right, yeah. All right, you get your paper out. You get your pen, you're ready to go. Okay, go ahead. I'm ready. All right. It's 172, 21, 20. Wait. Okay. No. Your phone number. Yeah, that is my phone number. Okay, it's 1702 222, and then we're going to do 15. No, just give it to me like a human and not a psychopath, okay? Would that be all right with you? Listen, it's the cadence. It's the tone. We like to chunk data. It's 1702 222 1515. Everybody knows you like the chunks, right? We like chunks of data. And so that is how you can improve your memory storage, some basic influencing factors. And so we could do things like meditate, right? I meditated this morning, sat it down, and did a little Om just before we got on, because I like to be nice and relaxed. It's going to help us improve our learning, our capacity for empathy, and our memory after just 8 weeks of meditating. Even if you've never even meditated before, our brains will have more gray matter and development in those areas. The other thing that we can do is get in touch with our feelings. If we get in touch with our feelings and our emotions, we're going to remember more. Remember, emotions are what drive that narrative. And so that is going to have a positive, or it can have a negative, right, effect on inhibiting or prohibiting those neurotransmitters to activate parts of our brain. So taken to the extreme, if you're too emotional, then you might need to work a little bit on your psychological boundaries with people, right? So get in touch with your feelings. Here's the other thing you can do is association. For example, putting on your favorite hoodie or attaching that new information to something that's already in there. I do a workshop about this where we actually do practice things, and we build a memory palace. And I show you exactly how to associate certain memories with certain things that's already being retained. The other thing we can do is we can create chaos, and you can break habits where you're not really actually, they're not actually serving you anymore. Instead, sometimes we just have information in there and we just do it just because. So there's the story of the Thanksgiving dinner or the Christmas dinner, and then the mom is preparing it. She's showing her daughter how to make the ham and how to cook it. Okay, cool. So she takes it and she puts all the seasonings on it, and she sets it down and she whacks it in half, and she puts it in 2 pans, and then she puts it in the oven. The daughter goes, "That's great, Mom, but why do we whack it in half? Like, she said, "I don't know, that's just the recipe. That's how our family does it. That's what Grandma always said." And she goes to Grandma and she says, "Hey, how come we cut the ham in half? What?" And she said, "Oh, well, we just never had a pan big enough, so yes." So think about why you're doing things. Don't just put things onto autopilot over and over again. We can improve our storage through repetition. Remember, if the stimulus is strong enough or repetitive enough, right? You can strengthen those neural pathways. You get more protein synthesis. The myelinated sheaths get bigger. We get more bundles, more neural pathways, in fact, through that memory subsystem. And so it's estimated in marketing and advertising in my world that somebody needs to see something 21 times before it sticks into our skulls. And so, we're exposed to that same messaging over and over and over again. You could see how this would be positive. You could see also how this might be harmful as well. We can improve storage by better documentation. We see this in tech, right? We can make documentation about why choices are made and also why not choices were made. Because if we right now say this isn't going to work for us, if we write why, 2 years down the road, funding might become available, right? So maybe we can change that decision. And it's documented right there instead of everybody going, now why did we do this? Why didn't we do that? I'm not sure. The project manager's gone, sales team's long gone, and nobody really understands why those choices and decisions were made. We can also improve our storage by facilitating our meetings better. Remember, somebody, if they bring an idea to the table, for example, and then 2 months later, somebody brings up that same idea and they go, hey, let's do this. Yeah, I think that was a great idea. That was a great idea 2 months ago when I brought it up. But your focus wasn't on the who, because instead you were focused on the what. So we can improve storage by, having better facilitated meetings. And the last thing for improving storage I must mention is the von Restorff effect. This is the things that are unique are going to stand out and be remembered the most. So I worked in a hotel during my college years in the summer, and there was a police officer there with his dog partner, and they were training, and he was staying in the hotel, and he and another officer were sitting there in the lobby one night, and we were all talking, and they were making fun of me because they're like, oh yeah, your white car, you better stop speeding because I see white cars better, right? And the other police officer, he was like, no, I actually see red cars better because they stand out to me more. And so he gave more tickets to cars that were red cars as opposed to any other color of cars. And that's the Van Restorff effect. So we can take advantage of things that maybe are a little bit more unique, and you're going to uniquely stand out. Here is a summary of that. And so the last one, I want to talk about how we retrieve our memories. And so something that influences that, is Tolving. He's the one who he proposed that forgetting oftentimes is just a matter of memory retrieval. And so I think this was 1983. Yeah, so this is when you have that actor's name on the tip of your tongue and it's right there, and he's that guy with the head, the two arms. He was in that show with the person, right? That's what he's referring to when we start talking about memory retrieval. And so another example, I do this. I walk into my kitchen and I go, what the hell did I come in here for? Like, what am I, right? And so what do? We backtrack, we associate what we were thinking and how, so we can retrieve those memories, give it a cue, give it a prompt, and then we can move forward. So one way that we can improve our memory retrieval is we can use the same method. So different cues help us manage our mindset. And so we can improve our memory retrieval by matching and encoding the encoding and the retrieval cues, right? And if you use that same method every single time, like sometimes people will say, all right, I use the same method for creating a password, then it helps you remember the password without even having to remember 4,000 passwords all the time. And it also helps you as you change those passwords, right? You can also do intentional recall. Your mood and other biases, whatever is in that moment, they're going to influence the information that you recall. So if you want to improve your memory retrieval, consider that mindset that you're in, and then move forward with intentional recall. Intentional recall is then how we teach that information to people, right? If we feed it back to somebody, this is what I learned, then we are going to be much more able to retrieve memories in the future. We're training our brain to think that way. So consider maybe how the information could be applied to your work that you've learned in the conference this afternoon, right? Think about how Maybe you are going to long-term store something through association. That's also going to help imprint it into those neural pathways. The other thing you can do is stay healthy, surprisingly, or not unsurprisingly, right? Sleep, eating, safety, discomfort, stress, these things really affect your memory retrieval. And then the last one is to observe mindlessness, right? Memories, they can be malleable, and so it's really important to bring your observation skills to the table. Maybe you want to take a different route to work or a different route home and just observe the things around you instead of normally maybe you drive and you arrive at your destination and you go, I guess I was kind of on autopilot, right? You kind of dissociate from the experience. And so maybe it's time to sharpen the edges of your foggy mind in some of those places. So take a look here. This is the ways that we can improve our memory retrieval, the methodology, managing your mindset, intentional recall, staying healthy, and observing mindlessness. So those are the ways you can improve retrieval. As you go through the rest of the conference, I want you to think about these questions, okay? I want you to think about what you are remembering from the talks that you're seeing. Is there a pattern of the things that you notice? Are you sticking with certain topics? Are you sticking with certain speakers? Why? Compare your notes and foci. I want you to talk to somebody else with intentional recall. Ask them, what were they focusing on? What were you focusing on? Why? And teach them, oh, this is what I learned out of this talk from this speaker. What did you learn? When we have that, it's going to help us remember the content more. What surface processing did you use? The shallow processing. What deep processing? Maybe there were things that were more meaningful and had more purpose to you, right? What distractions occurred? You'd be wise to turn off your notifications while you're in speaker rooms and trying to pay attention so you're not having all of these different distractions pop up, right? So memory can be a very tricky thing, and if nothing else today, I would like you to remember this. It's the big secret that everybody's so worried about finding out, and that's, we all Google the things. We all Google the things, right? And we all forget. And as we've learned today, memories can be faulty. They can create false memories. We can get stuck and not be able to retrieve the data that we already know. And you don't have to memorize all the things. Having the ability to think creatively through a solution, that's where our strength lies. And each of us puts our own unique creative way of approaching the solution to a client's problem. And it doesn't matter if we have to use the Googles, right, to look up how to do things. And having all of these coding tests and only one memory subsystem to test, I just really don't think that it's effective. And the same thing goes with our kids, teaching them to just blindly follow things and memorize things without a purpose. It doesn't make sense. It stifles their creativity, and they lose the ability to make informed choices. So as I stand in front of you today, I encourage you all, job seekers, hiring managers, parents, and I even want to appeal to the little inner child inside of all of us, how well that we remember something is not what defines our intellect. It's how we apply that information. That's what matters. With empathy, with healthy boundaries, with creativity, and with collaboration, we all grow together. Thank you. And one more thing, I wanted to ask if anybody remembers if I was wearing a sweater at the beginning of my talk, or glasses, or a scarf, or a ponytail at all. It's important, I think, to kind of remember what our focus is on and what we are taking away from all of these talks, because every single person is going to get something different out of our talks today, and it's going to be a missed opportunity if you aren't able to challenge each other and to share that information together. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Come on. Thank you, Christina. People have already worked out that there are sessions starting soon. There are more sessions starting. We will start a little bit later to account for the fact that people have to make their way there. So I'm assuming everyone knows where they're going. Thank you.
You need a professional bodyguard delivered to your door in less than half an hour? You got it, buddy. But without an app, ain't no bodyguard getting delivered nowhere. So, where are we with that?
The app is almost ready. We just need 3 more days?
We need it ASAP.
Okay, team, what's the status on the app?
We're good to go, except our login experience is a disaster.
We need something to keep our users' data private.
And to keep the hackers out.
And it needs to work flawlessly because...
Because I don't want to lose one single customer.
I hear you, so let's use Auth0.
Auth what now?
Auth0. It's an identity platform. Fast, easy logins, just what the boss wants.
Can't we make our own authentication service?
Come on, the Ultimate Keymaster, you know we don't have that kind of time.
We need to confirm identities with passwords, fingerprint scans, whatever the users like to use.
Auth0 can do that.
Yeah, but it needs to be secure. We can't have our app compromised by breaches.
Not a problem.
And it needs to scale if we get hit with a ton of traffic. And if it stalls or freezes up, I will get fired.
We can do this.
Could you guys stop? That's really distracting. We did it.
It's done.
Already?
Yep.
I think our customers are gonna love it.
I got a real app now, folks.
You know what? I want a bodyguard.
Hey, we got a customer.
Cool app. My name's Steven.
What's up, Steven?
We can do this.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay, you can see me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office. This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. And we're looking
God,
at
this is like my dream come true. I always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's group.
What do you want?
Ambition is a fearless hunger for success. It drives us to challenge the way things are, to pursue what seems insurmountable, to keep going when others would stop. Ambition is how a global manufacturer is using AI to empower employees with disabilities. Ambition is how a company managed an overnight transition to remote work for 100,000 teammates. Ambition is how a children's hospital built an app to reduce stress for families. Ambition is how a law firm rallied against a malware attack to reclaim control and prevent a devastating breach of client confidence. At Insight, we know the power of ambition. We've grown from a small technology provider founded by two young brothers to a Fortune 500 company offering IT services and solutions for all. For more than 30 years, people have trusted us to turn ambitious projects into meaningful outcomes. What will your ambitious story be? Now is the time to do big things together. Now is the time to be ambitious.
My name is Carol. I'm a test engineer. My call sign is Special K. You might be familiar with it. You see it in cereal boxes. It's my call sign because I like eating. I eat a lot. When people see me, they always see me eating, and they always ask me, Carol, why are you eating? And I think that just when they see the cereal box, they say, okay, that's Carol.
Hi, I'm Joshni. I'm a test engineer. They call me Jester because I always have a smile on my face, whatever situation I'm in.
My name is Jaden. I'm an automation engineer here at Planet. My call sign is Digit because I'm a huge maths nerd. It is my primary major, but I often get called out on how I never, ever stop talking about maths. I just love maths.
I am Cassandra. I am a test automation specialist. Pink Beret. As you can tell by the accent, I am French. Very prominent accent. So the beret completely makes sense. As for the pink, no matter the client, no matter where I was working, it always was a pink background with Hello Kitty riding a unicorn. It does not reflect who I am outside, clearly, but I think it brings a little bit of sparks and joy, and so yeah, so pink beret it is.
My name is Kong. I'm a consultant here at Planet. When people ask me how to pronounce my name, I always say, I'm not the king, but the Kong. But after joining Planet, I am the king and I'm the Kong.
Work to inspire is very something that we live by, I believe. We definitely see how much passion we have for quality and how much we want to convey this as a client. We don't just go for target, we always try to go a little bit further, and we try to inspire each other by learning new skills, having new challenges and taking them, and I think it's very inspiring.
Be better, build better. Personally, I always try to be better than yesterday. That's always been me, so I'm better than yesterday and I'll be better tomorrow.
I also got a lot of training opportunities on Planet because there's a vast library of training courses available that I can just access anytime. Before I joined Planet, like when you want to learn something, Google first, right? And then when you Google something, you always have to pay for something, and that's not what I want to do. So it's really good that Planet offers these free courses for me, and I don't have to feel pressured about buying something just so I can improve my skills and use them for work. Planet always encourages learning, and learning is a good way to just accelerate your career growth.
Top Gun of testing is it's awesome. It's really cool to be around people who are so passionate, so driven to do what they do, and who always want to learn and get better. I think that's really important, and I think it's going to be a driving factor going forward in the IT industry in general.
Top Gun is the best of the best, and for me, it's if you want to grow up in your career, you're at the right.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us here in Quokka. We're ready to kick off with our first talk after the keynote. So we have, for our first speaker here, we have Cornell Stain. Cornell is a service and experience designer that loves creating clarity through research and experimenting to bring products to life. It is his first time speaking at DDD, so he's very excited. Please be very kind. And I'll hand you over to Cornell to talk about feature trees.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I've never used one of these. I called them earlier like a Beyonce mic, and because my name is Cornell, it's like a Coriance mic, so we're just gonna roll with it. So yeah, I'm just gonna jump straight in. So I wanna talk to you today about feature trees, and that's what this entire talk is about. Before we do, we just mentioned this is my first time speaking at DDD. Last year was my first time attending DDD, so me being here is, yeah, it's just absolutely crazy for me. The sponsors made this day possible, and it's, yeah, this knowledge community we have here in Perth is just absolutely amazing. So thanks for learning with me. I'm learning about this topic as well. So yeah, just again, I'm going to say this a few times. Thank you for allowing me to share today. So I have a bone to pick with you. You did this, you voted for this talk, so, you know, like, why are we here, that kind of thing. So this is in place of the agenda slide. So what's all this then? So today I want to take you through, first of all, what is a feature tree? Why I use it in my workflow when I'm designing and building products, and why it's sort of a central artifact for teams to rally around. And then also I'm going to share some tips and tricks from how you create them. And you'll also hear today a few Cornellisms. I don't write scripts for my talks. It's just incompatible with my nerves. So I'm just going to wing it, but within reason, of course. So let's jump right in. For me, the gold standard of a feature tree is that of Up. So Up is a digital bank. Quick show of hands. Anyone with Up? Yeah, they're pretty cool. I probably should change to them. So let's imagine Up, that app in your pocket, that is the product. I'm going to use a lot of sort of agile product service design kind of language here today. So if you hear some of that language, that's where that comes from. But Up, that is the product. The product is the tree, the thing that your users see. So that's the end goal, visualizing the product. Next up, we've got a set of features. That's the functionality, everything that's built that the user can interact with. What's built, they sum to the tree. So that's where the roots come from the tree. Pretty simple concept. And then we go into the detail of a specific feature. So here we've got, for example, the feature of a payment. And on the bottom right, you'll see a key. So you've got stuff like what's being built, or what's in progress, what have we already done, what's coming up, or what have we pruned, what are we not building. Sometimes it's nice to visualize that. So for example, in this very specific example, we've got making a payment. Of course, it's a payment app. You want to be able to make a payment. What's next? Oh, you might want to schedule the payment. And then what's next? You might want to do multiple of those, and you want them to recur. So that's just a way for users and whoever interacts with this feature tree to go, that's a pretty simple way of me understanding what are all the things I can do in this product. And you stagger those features, and you'll see some of them connect. They can get pretty curly pretty quickly, but it's intended to be a simple communication artifact. So if we zoom all the way out, you'll see this long, complicated map of features, if you will. So divided by columns, sometimes even by priority, or by rows, the order in which it's been delivered. But it may look like a really sophisticated, complicated map. And you might think, this is a bank, it's a public-facing product. Why are they making this sort of that transparent? I think it's pretty cool for products to be so radically out there and say, these are the things I've done. So it firstly allows people to navigate that map and see these are all the cool things I can do. For example, you want the API to hook in, to get all your payment data, you want to do some fancy graphs with it. You can do that because it's lower down on the feature tree and you can see that. That's only for some obsessive people, not like me. but it can also see what's up next, for example. So having that accountability, publishing this online, this is a fully interactive website, super high fidelity. I'm not here today to tell you this is what we're aspiring to when we're doing feature trees, but it exposes the concept, to me at least, pretty beautifully. So if you're thinking this is super complicated, it's very messy, it's a lot of detail, it's actually, in my estimation, just supposed to be a really well-organized list. So I want to play a quick game by a show of hands, a common list we all use, which is our shopping lists, right? So it's a game. So put your hand up for me if you, before you go grocery shopping, if you even make a list. Okay, good. You all don't just go, rock up there and opportunistic. Please keep your hands up for me. So now, keep your hand up for me if you organize that list somehow. A few hands might drop. Okay, we got some people, they love it. Okay, now, next question. Keep your hand up again for me if you organize that list by the floor plan of your favorite grocery store. Okay, here we go. Okay, so you're kind of using your shopping list as a bit of a map, right? So that helps you navigate your grocery store. Final question for now, then I can let you put your arms down. So keep your hands up again, and one or two people might actually put their hands up again. Keep your hands up if you organize your shopping list deliberately, the keyword here is deliberately, so that it can be used in any grocery store. Telstra Purple is hiring, so come chat to us afterwards, that'll be great. No, so the only concept I wanted to explore there is you might then be using your shopping list as a compass, something that allows you to navigate or respond to the environment you're in. So we're gonna live a little bit in metaphor territory. What is a feature tree? Is it a map? Is it a compass? I'm here to tell you, why not both? So typically when we see a feature tree, a list, a very simple, well-organized list, I see one of those old school maps that you fold out. It's a static, fixed environment. You think, at least at that point in time, you know your environment. That is just your articulation, I guess, of what we know now and what we've built, what we're currently building, and what's up next. Sometimes even just arriving at that is sort of the destination, that process. But is it a compass? How does a feature tree act as a compass to help us navigate the colorful, seas or world that is navigating this product space? And that is if you've got that baseline, that document, that setup that allows you to say, right, this is my product, these are the features, these are all the functionality that exists. If, for example, you're introducing new functionality, you've got that visual artifact that allows you to negotiate a little bit. If I have this, I won't be getting this, or that fits in here, or these things relate. Especially when there's multiple teams communicating around, for example, a product backlog, that you have that summary piece that accompanies it. So it might sound a little bit like apologetic. This is not the most crazy out there topic ever, but it's such a nice way of just surfacing, coming up for air from a product backlog. So I mentioned product backlog. Let's look at one. So this is a common backlog. What you don't have to do today is critique the user stories here. You can. I didn't write them, so I'll join you. So this is just an example of user stories in a backlog that developers would commonly use to build certain functionality. On the right, this is the product called Jira. I like the example here because it at least visually color codes all that green stories on the right. I think they relate to one another and they form a feature set. You can't scroll here, but I can. So for example, when I scrolled down, you can see, okay, there's multiple stories here. So we're working on a piece of functionality for that feature here, here. So it does go into that space. But sometimes it's not as visual. So this is another deliberately sort of small a screenshot here. Let's just, for example, say that first 1 to 7 stories here. If you understand this product, it's all in the realm of I get it. It's maybe a value on a page, and when was it last updated, things like that. So this, back to the shopping experience, is, for example, I'm in the Woolworths in Palmyra. I'm there, I just grab a basket. I know I need bread and eggs. I think I know what needs to happen, story 1 to 7. All of a sudden, shout out to my partner, Jess. She calls me, I've got a basket. By the way, can you buy 8 watermelons for me? And I'm like, I don't have #scope for 8 watermelons in my basket. It's gonna smash the bread. I'm wearing a mask. I'm gonna sneeze. Straight up a bad time. No one likes that kind of a surprise. If we had a feature tree, you could say, for example, that is a really high effort or high value feature visualized that way, you're going to run through a quick fire of stories over here, but there is that big thing coming our way. That story in this example was just casually, create an iOS version of the app. And we were like, okay, cool. So here's another example. I say, does it hurt yet? I'm humoring designers. Sometimes we're asked to just hand over all of the research we've done. So just quickly give me all the business requirements and we'll build it. Detail has a home. I absolutely love detail, but this is not that. If you pull me into a meeting with no notice, what have you done? Where are we at? What are we building? This does not give you that. So all I'm saying is this has a place, especially when it comes to the tactical, strategic, or vision, or system-level transformation. That detail, for me, lives all the way in the tactical. Don't you dare over-discover things that are 3, 4, 5 years away, because it's going to go stale. So what a feature tree does really well for me is support the detail that we've discovered, and then it visualizes that neatly where it fits in, and it supports the delivery of the backlog. So it represents the work. It's the sum of what's in the backlog in a more visual way. So that's kind of the theory bit over, I guess, so introducing you to what it is. Let's go into why I think it's awesome. It's good for me to get a lay of the land, like who is here in the room. So I might ask you, or online, if my mom in South Africa is watching. Hello, Melinda. So we've got 4 groups here, crudely summarized, right? Crudely summarized. If you're not in one of these groups, pick one. But I just want a quick show of hands. So designers, my fan club over there, thank you. Awesome. Okay, so developers, that could be data devs, really well represented, awesome. Product owners or product people, anyone in that space, awesome. And then project stakeholders, whatever that means, awesome. Colorful, okay. So I'll try and skew towards the dev side of things if my abilities allow. So I want to take you through my experience of exposing or introducing this as an artifact to these 4 groups. What changes it brought about, or what kinds of problems does it solve? I'll also, on the right of each of these slides, just show you some of the examples that I've worked on. I may have had a direct hand in some of them, or my team, the fan club over there, may have created some of it. So if you've got any questions, if you love them, let me know. If you don't, so let's jump into why designers love it. You can all read the bullets as well, so I'll do some storytelling around the bullets. But the first thing we do is often, when we are introduced, I work in a consulting capacity, so when we're introduced to a new problem, you might go through some rapid research, or my favorite is the research has been done, can you just make it look pretty? So we might end up, for example, with a pretty prototype. It's clickable, it's real, it feels good, the designer smashed it. But there's so much more value about going through that process sincerely and in depth. You gain a lot of context. So the first bullet there is it allows us to share the context far beyond just the pretty pictures. Because the second we ask some of the questions, is that system ready to give us the data we think we need for that feature day 1? No, it's not. Okay. Is it still a valuable problem to solve? Yes. Okay. Well, we might untangle the prototype ever so slightly, and that might be represented by the order in which we organize our thought. So again, pretty simple concept, but it is nice for us to at least then go, if I just want to do the right thing for the users and for the product owners and stakeholders, that kind of thing, you want to be able to at least organize your thought in a way where you can systematically feel like the goalposts are not moving, you're at least just slowly summing to that experience. Perfect example of when things change, you can adjust. It allows you to find discovery gaps. So my favorite is go, ta-da, I'm done, and then a developer would be like, well, okay, you're close, but not. So have you thought about that, where does this go, where does back go, where all that stuff? So that's a really good example for me where I can then go back and say, cool, let me add that to my feature tree or story on that feature tree, if you will, and go, I'll go back and I'll go do some discovery. And lastly, like I've probably already mentioned, it gives us a bit of a seat at the strategy chats. I'm being lazy with the wording strategy chats. But when you've discovered stuff, you understand user problems, you might think that the roadmap that was agreed to 6 months ago is still up to date. It's probably not. It allows us to give some input in that reprioritization of work because we've done some of that discovery. So from a development perspective, should be no surprise to you, I'm not a developer, so I'll try, but this is what my colleagues at Telstra Purple have mentioned it's helpful for. So especially when you're, let's say, for example, it's a really long development gig, it's a really established product. onboarding a new team member, it's awesome. So the example here on the right would be lots of different features of a product. I'm sure you can put together who it's for and what it is. So let's assume some of those features. They could, for example, say, you see that feature, you know, the second one from the left, I've worked on that feature. All of these green dots, I built that with my own bare hands and my blood, sweat, and tears. And this is what I've learned when I did that. Oh, you're going to join me working on that feature? Fantastic. Ignore the rest for now, but if you ever encounter something, go look for it, find it. And at the very least, it allows you to navigate a bit of that uncertainty. Because I don't think a product backlog, if you want to run some fancy report of all the stories that were done, where are the high story pointers, which are the ones that dragged on 6 sprints longer than it should have, that kind of trauma in the backlog, maybe it doesn't give that story, but at least this helps you to come up for air and tell that story a little bit. So it visualizes the holistic scope and progress. So we'll get into how we even get to this point, but again, often taking a backlog and try and organizing it in a way that does conveniently over-summarize. I always use that word conveniently, because someone is just tell me what I need to know. I'm like, there's so much detail. So if the point of getting here, if your backlog is in a bit of a state, because sometimes it is, and again, teams like things the way that they like them. So if you're changing teams, onboarded a new team member, and you want to sort of reflect to how that team likes to work and organize themselves, then if the backlog is a mess, your feature tree will be a mess. But yeah, call me toxically positive, but that's an opportunity for a feature tree. So you can reorganize that work then so that for the most bit, for almost everyone working on this product, or in the example of Up, if you want to so radically put yourself out there and make it that ultimate accountability of here's what I'm doing, it visualizes that and it just allows you to say, this is what I've done, this is what I'm doing, and this is what's coming up next. The last bullet here, empowers autonomy, is a bit like what a designer feels like, but I've got input to give into the order because users want this more than what you think they wanted there or months ago. Similar story here in that if we've got a specific feature, especially things that are 2 or 3 or 4 sprints ahead, and we say, this is a bit of functionality that we want to develop, but a product owner had a brilliant idea overnight or promised some functionality at a pub last night, whatever story rings true, then you want to introduce new functionality, then or immediately a developer would say, for example, with a feature tree, okay, you see all of this functionality we've got over here, I don't think we've got time or the technical resources, for example, to get any of that if we introduce that. And it just facilitates that needful conversation about always, keeping the what's next in focus so that you can focus on that while having a plan for what's to come. So that's why I like them in that context as well. So skip the head there. Why product owners love it? And not just product owners, it's people working on products in that product sense in its broadest possible colorful meaning. If it's multiple trees, is it a feature forest? Who knows? So this could be multiple feature trees. And what we do here, for example, again, not my project, but it was used to effect here, more in the map context. Let's just visualize what we're doing. A big stream of work with multiple teams working on multiple things, so it can get complex quite quickly. But what we're trying to do is get a lay of visualize it. This is an online whiteboarding tool. Doesn't always have to be presentation ready, if you will, but it can even be a scribble, but just have a visualization of everything we're working on, and that's where the color coding here comes in. We've built all of this stuff. This is getting, for example, data from a platform that we're retiring in 6 months. We're going to have holds here, and this is what's coming up. And what that also allows people to do, for example, is budget cycles. Love them or hate them, but they exist. So how much cashola do you need for the next 12 months? Okay, cool, let's do a very cursory estimate. I think we'll focus on this section. Let's see if we've got the right people, the right skill sets, the right time allotted, and things like that. And then you can do an estimate on something like this. So if you're a product owner working on multiple products, think of a way that at least we can dive into the detail from here or come up for air, and at least depending on which direction in your organization you kind of tell the story of your product. And then why project people? Again, I refuse the word stakeholders, it sounds so clunky. But then here's me again, cross-capability streams of work. Anyway, so cross-capability streams of work, if you've got multiple teams, again, with multiple skill sets, there might be a team, for example, here in Perth, say if we've got a team over East and they're working on a piece of functionality, maybe their own team wants their own backlog. You might actually separate different backlogs for things like this, but you're at least able to organize work in the way that you want and then visualize it accordingly. So very easily we could say that column on the far right, that's actually, you know, the team in Sydney. That one is the team in Melbourne. This is the Perth team, for example. You could do things like that as well. I've mentioned the color coding a few times now. It's just a simple artifact. Think of it as like a traffic sort of light system. It sets expectations in a way as well. In public-facing products, so for example, there's a new piece of functionality. We want to get the marketing team involved to celebrate the launch of something, for example. They need to know when they need to get ready, that kind of thing. So you could, for example, have ready to launch, and then that team could say, okay, they'll change the color once their things are in order. But this is very much focused on the development of the product and what's live for a user today. And then a small underrated feature as well, you'll probably discover some other ones as well, but it can link directly to a product backlog as well. I don't know how many organizations allow the people to come in and leave notes on user stories and stuff like that, depending on your culture, depending on where you are. But people can always ask questions, especially if they've got helpful input. So that one little random dot over there, that looks interesting. What's that about? You can just sort of put brackets at the end, put the user story ID. They usually have numbers. Hyperlink that, you click on that, it opens if you've not been blocked from the project. So it should open. So that's sort of how these different user groups have benefit from there. You'll also see one column there, again, not my specific project or feature tree, but in this instance, arriving at this complicated feature tree was a great way of just visualizing the sheer volume of work we think we've committed to. But the spoilers, none of this can always happen before, say, August that year. So there was a column, an entire feature where they said, if we want something that is polished end-to-end, vertically sliced, it's got the full real piece of functionality, let's deprioritize some functionality on the right. So that was my understanding how this was of impact for that specific product. When do we plant feature trees? I love these metaphors. So you can either, in a consulting context, often there's a need for one. So we work with an existing product. Again, even the process of onboarding an entirely new team to a product, they may want just to use it as part of their intuition building phase. You know, any 2, 3, 4 sprints, that's time you will need to build intuition about a product. Spoilers, make a feature tree, because you could organize your own thought. You can replay your understanding to someone that's been on the project for a long while. It's going to have to iterate a few times, but there's that magic point of like, oh, okay, we see it the same way. And that's really a good point where people can start becoming autonomous in their decisions and things like that. But spoilers, it's usually a hot mess, at least from some of our experience, so that's why I use the fire extinguisher. On the right, I use the knife. For me, when you've done a polished, I mentioned before, we've done this polished prototype, it looks beautiful, it's awesome. Now we need to answer those difficult questions of how do we make it real? How do we cut pieces of functionality? And that's why I like the knife, so we call it story slicing. So let's go into the first example of how you grow one when you're working with an existing backlog. So you've got your backlog, hopefully. It might be a tool like Jira or Azure DevOps. You might use like a Kanban style thing like Trello, for example. If you're using this in a non-product space just to organize your shopping lists, for example, some of you. So if you take your list, whatever list you have, it's probably in a tool somewhere, Command or Control A, export CSV, get it in a workable format. So now at least you're not distracted by what it is, you just have a clean list of what it is. Now you can probably make a decision, do you work in a physical copy or a digital copy? So there's lots of awesome digital tools. If your team, if you sense we're not aligned, we can't talk about the backlog in the same ways, and you cringe when people think they mention the priorities and they're a little bit off, do this together, but do it in person. So I would recommend, you know, those nice 3M, the ones with the nice glue, use physical post-it notes and then write one post-it note per user story. So you've got your backlog with a long list of user stories. I've seen 600, 700, 800 long story backlogs. You did this to yourself, write it all out. Okay, so now we've got post-it notes of all of our user stories. In the world of user research, there's this activity we like to call card sorting. It's typically used to sort the information architecture or the way that users navigate. It's just what people commonly associate with, for example, features or pages or things like that. And it's essentially like playing Snap with your insight. So what you want to do is you just start sequentially, maybe even hand a couple of Post-it notes out to the team, do this sort of in a workshop format, and say, right, you've got a Post-it note there, read it out, that's that one. You go next. Is it the same or is it different? If you're working from your product backlog sequentially, first story to last, it might be clear in the beginning, but it might unravel towards the end. So trick, shuffle them up and then start fresh so we're not anchored by the thought that went into it. But if it's good thought, keep it, work from the top. So just do what's right for your team. But over time, what's going to emerge are these hopefully organic, hopefully intuitive groups of sets of features. And that's what can start forming the headers of your feature tree. So my biggest tip I can give you as well, steal from what's real, yo. So you've got, if it's an existing product, you can probably already navigate through it. So it's got a home page. It's got, in the up example, a payments page, an information section. It's got all of that already. If you're struggling to synthesize, that's the word we use to gather thought, if you're struggling to synthesize all of these Post-it notes into mass sort of adopted or intuitive headings, just take from what you have. It's perfectly fine. If you're designing a more internal-facing product and it's a business process, like a nifty little payroll chatbot or one of those cool ideas people come up with all the time, you might just have steps to your approval process. Just leverage what's real. Start there, and over time, allow your tree to grow. So we've got the next one. Focus now specifically, for example, on the pile of the green Post-it notes. That's just an arbitrary visual example. But we've got a set. This is a feature. We're focusing on that feature. Now is the good time to ask, does this actually make sense? So we've got a feature. Let's use the up example again, payments. They may want to integrate in future with more payment platforms. Add new stories. It's not detailed stories. I'm not talking about all of the requirement gatherings. I'm just mentioning a mental placeholder for all the things you still want to add to that feature, because that's a bit more representative of what you want to do in that space. And at the same time, if there's monkey business in there, just cut it. Just get rid of it. It's probably the hardest thing to do for people to separate with just this legacy things that every new team, there's just that bottom of the stale, bottom of the backlog. Just get rid of it. If you're not comfortable trashing it completely, put it in a section like deprioritized. Maybe there is going to be that investment that's going to unlock a new platform that allows that feature to then become prioritized. Hold on to it, especially if there is some usable discovery that's been done on it or prototypes or things like that. Hold on to it. You can do that, again, with your entire team present. I would highly recommend at least representatives of all those groups that I've mentioned before, because then we can start that conversation. But what it does, it builds context of the content in the backlog really nicely. It could take a bit of time if you've got a really, really big product, but stagger it. Maybe have a focus session for each of these features, so you stagger them out. And lastly, now pull it together. Simple, right? Easy. So this is not a talk about prioritization. That's a whole separate talk. So how we go about prioritizing stories. But let's look at the output of prioritization. That is the order in which we're doing things per feature. So that's where the order of the feature tree starts coming in. What are we doing first? From a specific feature, organize that top to bottom, and then left to right on your feature. That could be hinged onto the user journey. It could be hinged onto the highest value features, or the features that have the earliest milestone date, whatever order makes sense for you. So we've got all of our green Post-it notes, and we order them, and all of our other buckets. Everyone loves sort of a junk drawer. Have an other bucket. Be kind to yourself. When you're pulling this together, that little asterisk, if you spotted it, that's the things to keep in mind. So lots of words on a slide here. Sorry, not sorry. So the first thing to do is, who is your audience of your feature tree? Don't be too ambitious, because that puts pressure of making something like this. I'll acknowledge that it is a bit of manual effort to get started at first. This is 2022. Who knows? Maybe it's the next feature for them to work on, say, in Jira, to have the ability, if you sort your stories right, to automate something like this. Wouldn't this be awesome? So we're going to look back at this talk and be like, oh, that's the cassette tape or the floppy disk of 2022. So, but decide, who is the audience of your feature tree? In Up's case, they went bold. They said it's the public. We want to keep ourselves accountable to that. That's the kind of product-centered or culture that we want to drive for. But if you've got a leave booking chatbot, you probably won't do that. So just start small, be humble, begin small, and then answer the next question. Is it at the right level of detail? We've got on your feature tree, typically it's the product, you might want to go epics, and then a list of features, a branch for each story. Or we've got even a lower level of detail to a story, could be something like a task, depending on what structure. If there's test steps you might sometimes use as a task in your Azure backlog, for example, decide what's right for the team. Don't start too detailed. We love detail when we start something because we just want that confidence that it is in there. But if we are engaged in the process, it's okay to drop some of the detail off and just visualize it. So then we need to answer, what format is right? Designers in the room, don't do it in Illustrator, because then you automatically become the owner, because you're the only one that can edit it. Use a tool that is easily editable, so like a Mural of the World, or I say Miro, you say Miro, or FigJam. There's lots of online whiteboarding tools that are actually quite accessible to use. It's shareable with a URL. You can make it sort of semi-public, and you can just change the post-it notes as they go. The last two is also related to one another, is who will own it. You might think that it's intuitive for a single person to own it, like a product owner. You own the product, you own it, you update it. It's a lot of work if you're not maintaining it. So if it's just a map, if it's just a point-in-time document, you can probably go a bit detailed, but acknowledge that. Save it as a PDF. Don't even tempt people to think it's quickly editable, because there is a lot of detail on it, I will acknowledge. But if it is something that you're embedding, for example, in your Agile ceremonies, so for example, a common 2-week sprint structure at the end, you might have a bit of a showcase. Ta-da, these are all the stuff we did, we thought we would do, we didn't get through. It's at that point in time, if it's hopefully set up in a format where you can just quickly change the colors of the post-it notes, maybe once a month, move the order if things change. But if we embed it in our Agile ceremonies, it's a really nice way to start a sprint showcase, especially if there are broader stakeholders in that group. I said the word. So if there's other people in the showcase that might not have the lowest level of detail, oh, so where are we on the chatbot? And then you could say, cool, we've started that, for example, visually, and then go into the more detail, which is sharing some of that. So I'll speed up a bit. So now we're working with a new backlog, a new product. We've just done discovery. There is a brand new shiny prototype. How do we stare at a blank screen and go, where do we start? That's very intimidating, I'll admit, even for me. So the 5 E's of service design, like if this is an educational talk, this is the thing I might expose you to, who knows, but the 5 E's of service design is just a construct that service designers like myself use to navigate a user journey. And spoilers, it's so simple, so hopefully you can use some of it. Before I jump into what they are, and again, you map out the user journey and how to translate that to a backlog, I just want to share an example. I want to say, again, deliberately low quality, but I didn't have access to this anymore, so I just took a screenshot of what I have. But here what we'll see is a problem that we solved for a WA insurer. So what they were trying to do is release functionality so that their users can cancel their insurance policy online. No questions asked. Go in, press cancel, it's done. Instant refund. In our research, what was really awesome is there's no other insurer, to our knowledge, that allows you to do that in Australia, so represent WA, which is awesome. But we needed to design for an experience here, and after we had our prototype, we were able to arrive semi at this point. So I'll step you through some of the detail, and then I'll get to the 5 E's, how you can remember the structure for yourself if you're trying to do something like this. So on the left, that first feature, this is a working draft, the early days, the ugly version of a feature tree, and that's okay. I don't even think we iterated the fidelity after this. We kind of just kept it kind of there. It served its purpose. Access. How do users get into this experience? Let's talk about it as a form. So how do users access this cancellation form? So these are all the things we're considering. Today, they've got a platform, a portal you can log into. Let's leverage a cancel button there. Lots of cool ideas we have in the future, but we stagger them out, focus on priority first. The next 4, so the view policy details, of course, you want to be sure you're canceling the right policy, so let's pull up that information. That's where the interesting stuff starts, presenting information in a simple way that's relevant to that place you've just clicked from. You want to select the cancellation reason. This is not just an information grab. It depends on the reason you're canceling, depends on your refund and the terms and conditions and stuff like that. It also helps the customer service, of course. Then there's the date and the refund. So we want to know, when are you canceling from? Depending on your reason, there's some rules, and depending on what kind of policy you have, your refund amount might look different. Shout out to my boomers. Some of them pay cash once a year. That's a whole other refund journey than the online credit card ones. So, for example, these are all the things we needed to navigate and go like, right, there's lots of different user groups and things like that. Editing your details, might as well, you're there, and then the confirmation. So what I'm taking you through is the user journey of, for example, the end result of our discovery, and that's how we chunked it up for our backlog. So if you want the ability to recall or replicate something like this for yourself, this is where the 5 E's of service design come in. I'm not starting at the first one, I'll tell you in a second why, but let's go with that second one. Enter. Every journey starts somewhere, right? Our first pillar was purely, this is a user-based or a user journey-based feature tree. How do we access our experience? What's that entry point? And we already said there's an existing portal. Our initial release, the minimum viable product, hate that word, is we're just pressing a button and we're entering that experience. And that's why it's at the top, enter. The next 4, like I mentioned, that's engage. So any user journey, again, that you'll go through in life has these character phrases. Engage, that's the core of it. So you'll probably have quite a few features in it. If it's a form, it's the pages of the form. If it's a leave booking chatbot, it's the approval stage gates. Whatever you need, like I've already mentioned, every feature that exists has stories associated with it. And then finally, your confirmations, your exits, beginning, middle, end. Enter, engage, exit. Those 3 E's, they're the core. So I like to think of the exits as your planned and your unplanned successes and failures. So what's your planned success? Cool, that's just a confirmation message. You're getting almost all of your money back in 7 days. Awesome. You get the text message for reinsurance. Fantastic. Or the unplanned failures could be your error messages. You need that to go live, of course, day 1. But there's other cool things later down the line. Office in service design, we find a little bit of back-of-house manual stuff we're willing to cope with to release this, to test if people actually want to use it. And over time, we might invest in automating some of that. And that's where the bookends come in. Entice and extend. Don't like to start at entice and extend, because that's usually when the big picture thinkers get really excited. What are all the cool ways we can attract users to these features? And extend, what are all the ways that we can make a linear journey or a product journey circular and things like that? Don't start there, but acknowledge that these are typically, from my experience at least, lower down the priority list when we're launching new functionality. Constantly reprioritize, but entice, how do we get more users to that journey? And extend, now what? Do we want to automate more? What does this unlock? That kind of thinking. So just teaching by sheer repetition, the 5 E's of service design, start in that middle, beginning, middle, and end. Then I would say answer those questions, what comes before and what comes after. So if we've got a user journey, that is usually how we can look at our prototype. Now, cut, slice, that's where the knife comes in. Slice the prototype in that user journey. How does it answer that question? And then we look at the experience and do the story breakdown from there. So what we're looking at here, like I've mentioned already, is at the beginning of a feature tree. All of the smaller post-it notes, they're color-coded for various reasons, like still needs discovery, that's a different team, that's where we block by a platform. But at the very least, and this is the other way, it's the first time I've tried this, so bonus cornelism for you. Why not roadmap it? So we mapped out, this is the core piece of functionality we're going to go live with day 1. What does the second release look like? You want more, but yeah, second release or the phase after that, and where are we descoped? Where's our save for later bucket? And that's how we use the feature tree to give that product vision, and then we can create the backlog from here. And then we've got structure in the backlog. You can tag your backlog then with your feature flags or things like that and color code it. And these artifacts will continue. If you update your feature tree, they live together. You update the feature tree, you update your backlog. You update your backlog, you update your feature tree. So in high periods of change, pause the one, definitely sort the house out, sort the backlog out, or sort the feature tree out, which one you're more dominant in, and then make sure that the other one reflects this change, because then we can navigate between the two. So I made y'all a template. So this is just a basic PowerPoint template. A lot of what you saw today is just PowerPoint templates. It's not overly fancy, so I've created one. Hopefully this QR code still works from overnight. I've not tested it this morning. This QR code is only going to be live today, so shout out to the future if you're watching this. It's not going to work. So I'll send you a couple of resources. I'll send you that how to make one slide and of the 5 E's of service design in this PowerPoint. template that I've made. It's also on the next slide, so I'm going to move on. I've been given my 5-minute time warning. Sorry if I went a bit over. But at this point, I might say thank you again for the 900th time and ask if you've got any questions. And hopefully we can navigate that. Or I'll be probably throughout today at the Telstra Purple booth if you want to have a chat. So any questions? Any opportunities? It's all good. We've got a question here. What is my favorite tool to work in for feature trees? It really depends on the project, story time. The most recent feature tree I've created was in Excel because our product owner absolutely loved Excel. So it has the ability to filter and sort and give details. And if you export a backlog, so for example, in our case, Azure DevOps, it already is in a similar format. So you can manipulate that CSV for that, run reporting off of it. It intimidates some team members because they're allergic to Excel, and that's okay. So then at that point, my experience is you make the trade-off. I love the online whiteboarding tools. I work from home, so for me, it's an easy place. If you can convince someone to just go in and use it, it's usually just show me how you do it, then they'll get into it and see how easy it is. And if they're convinced that it's that easy, then they will. But if you tell them you're going to use a new tool, they might be a bit antsy. But luckily for us, I guess in our process, it's already embedded that specific tool if you can work online. But almost flipping the question, don't let the tool block you. So an Excel can be a bit a PowerPoint can be quite fidgety if you're moving a lot of grouped boxes around. It's no one's favorite. Choose an easy tool, like the Miros of the world, or they're quite easy, I find. Awesome. Sorry, I want to also mention on that note, if you take an Excel spreadsheet and you copy all the cells, you have 2 windows, and you drag the Excel cells over to Miro, it just creates Post-it notes for you. It's a wickedly fast feature. You'll probably only believe it if you see it, but it's that quick. It's actually really cool. So try it next time. Drag your stories into these whiteboarding tools. Do you have time for one more question? One more. All good if not.
There will be morning tea if there's no more questions, whether that influences your decision to ask.
Awesome. So that's me. Thanks. First DDD talk done. Woo! Thank you, everyone. Do I just close my laptop?
Yeah, you're fine. All right, thank you, everyone. We have morning tea out in the foyer. You should have about 20 minutes before the next sessions kick off. So get hydrated, get full of some snacks, and be ready to learn.
You always want to learn and get better. I think that's really important, and I think it's going to be a driving factor going forward in the IT industry in general.
Top Learn is the best of the best. And for me, it's if you want to grow up in your career, you are at the right place because we have got all the training materials, right people, and right opportunities. Whatever you need to progress in your career, you have got everything in here to boost your experience and boost your personality. Everything in a compact pack. That's what Planet is for me.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay, you can see me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office. This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. We're looking at
God, this is like my dream come true. I've always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's group.
What do you want?
Tell me the best thing that's happened while I was gone.
I made sure Dad ate healthy like you said. He even tried the broccoli. Eat it. Then I helped him make his work much better. And we found the perfect outfit to wear to my party. But I really needed to wind down before bed, so I turned my hand into a starfish.
My best thing is you being back.
By applying market-leading technology solutions through our lifecycle services, we help clients realize business outcomes through our advice, integration, and operational services. MOQ Digital helps clients to fully understand their IT needs, adopt the right solution, and provide ongoing support to maximize their investment.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay, you can see me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office. This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. We're looking at
God, this is like my dream come true. I've always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's group.
What do you want?
We got a little problem. As you know, our motto is, you need a professional bodyguard delivered to your door in less than half an hour, you got it, buddy. But without an app, ain't no bodyguard getting delivered nowhere. So, where are we with that?
The app is almost ready. We just need 3 more days?
We need it ASAP.
Okay, team, what's the status on the app?
We're good to go, except our login experience is a disaster.
We need something to keep our users' data private.
And to keep the hackers out.
And it needs to work flawlessly because...
Because I don't want to lose one single customer.
I hear you, so let's use Auth0.
Auth what now?
Auth0, it's an identity platform. Fast, easy logins, just what the boss wants.
Can we make our own authentication service?
Come on, the Ultimate Keymaster, you know we don't have that kind of time.
We need to confirm identities with passwords, fingerprint scans, whatever the users like to use.
Auth0 can do that.
Yeah, but it needs to be secure. We can't have our app compromised by breaches.
Not a problem.
And it needs to scale if we get hit with a ton of traffic. And if it stalls or freezes up, I will get fired.
We can do this.
Could you guys stop? That's really distracting. We did it.
It's done.
Already?
Yep.
I think our customers are gonna love it.
I got a real app now, folks.
You know what? I want a bodyguard.
Hey, we got a customer.
Cool app. My name's Steven.
What's up, Steven?
We can do this.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay, you can see me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office. This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. We're looking at
God, this is like my dream come true. I always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's group.
What do you want?
Ambition is a fearless hunger for success. It drives us to challenge the way things are, to pursue what seems insurmountable, to keep going when others would stop. Ambition is how a global manufacturer is using AI to empower employees with disabilities. Ambition is how a company managed an overnight transition to remote work for 100,000 teammates. Ambition is how a children's hospital built an app to reduce stress for families. Ambition is how a law firm rallied against a malware attack to reclaim control and prevent a devastating breach of client confidence. At Insight, we know the power of ambition. We've grown from a small technology provider founded by two young brothers to a Fortune 500 company offering IT services and solutions for all. For more than 30 years, people have trusted us to turn ambitious projects into meaningful outcomes. What will your ambitious story be? Now is the time to do big things together. Now is the time to be ambitious.
My name is Carol. I'm a test engineer. My call sign is Special K. You might be familiar with it. You see it in cereal boxes. It's my call sign because I like eating. I eat a lot. When people see me, they always see me eating, and they always ask me, Carol, why are you eating? And I think that just when they see the cereal box, they say, okay, that's Carol.
Hi, I'm Joshni. I'm a test engineer. They call me Jester because I always have a smile on my face, whatever situation I'm in.
My name is Jaden. I'm an automation engineer here at Planet. My call sign is Digit because I'm a huge maths nerd. It is my primary major, but I often get called out on how I never, ever stop talking about maths. I just love maths.
I am Cassandra. I am a test automation specialist. Pink beret. As you can tell by the accent, I am French. Very prominent accent. So the beret completely makes sense. As for the pink, no matter the client, no matter where I was working, it always was a pink background with Hello Kitty riding a unicorn. It does not reflect who I am outside, clearly, but I think it brings a little bit of sparks and joy, and so yeah, so pink beret it is.
My name is Kong. I'm a consultant here at Planet. When people ask me how to pronounce my name, I always say, I'm not the king, but the Kong. But after joining Planet, I am the king and I'm the Kong.
Work to inspire is very something that we live by, I believe. We definitely see how much passion we have for quality and how much we want to convey this as a client. We don't just go for target, we always try to go a little bit further, and we try to inspire each other by learning new skills, having new challenges and taking them, and I think it's very inspiring.
Be better, build better. Personally, I always try to be better than yesterday. That's always been me, so I'm better than yesterday and I'll be better tomorrow.
I also get a lot of training opportunities on Planet because there's a vast library of training courses available that I can just access anytime. Before I joined Planet, like when you want to learn something, Google first, right? And then when you Google something, you always have to pay for something, and that's not what I want to do. So it's really good that Planet offers these free courses for me, and I don't have to feel pressured about buying something just so I can improve my skills and use them for work. Planet always encourages learning, and learning is a good way to just accelerate your career growth.
Top Gun of testing is it's awesome. It's really cool to be around people who are so passionate, so driven to do what they do, and who always want to learn and get better. I think that's really important, and I think it's going to be a driving factor going forward in the IT industry in general.
Top Gun is the best of the best, and for me, it's if you want to grow up in your career, you are at the right place because we have got all the training materials, right people, and right opportunities. Yeah, whatever you need to progress in your career, you have got everything in here to boost your experience and boost your personality, everything in a compact pack. That's what Planet is for me.
Welcome everyone. We're ready to kick off our next session. It's my great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Derek Bingham. He's a speaker veteran, but it's his first time actually speaking at DDD Perth, so we're very excited to have him up on the stage today. Derek is a developer with a passion for building software of all shapes and sizes on any conceivable platform. And he's here to talk about 5 design patterns to build more resilient applications.
Thank you. Hello. Come in, take a seat. Yes, thank you, Carol. My name is Derek. I am a developer advocate at AWS, and today I'm going to talk to you about resiliency and building resilient applications. Now, a little side story about resiliency. I have done every role it's possible to do at DDD. I have been a room coordinator, I have been on the committee, I have been a floor coordinator. I have just ran around helping these awesome folks who organize this conference. And today is the first time after 7 attempts I actually made it as a speaker. Resiliency. Yes! So, in today's talk, you'll fall into one of 3 camps. You'll either be in camp 1, where you'll think, oh, that's an interesting pattern, never heard of that before. Or you'll fall in camp 2, and you go, well, I know that pattern, I've implemented it before, but maybe not in .NET, so that's interesting. Or you'll fall into camp 3, and you'll go like this, oh, flip, not another one. More on that later. So for those of you who do not know me, and my flicker is not working, get closer, get closer, get closer. It's a big stage. Reset the clicker. It's a good start. There we go. No, there we go. So the resilient clicker, this is not. So for those of you who don't know me, I have been building software for 20 years. I am that old, yes. Majority in cloud. So for the last 7 or 8 years, I've been building software in a number of different clouds. What we call cloud native. So some people call cloud native, others close. And for nearly 5 of those years, I have been working at AWS, and for the last 2 as developer advocate. You may notice a slight accent. I am originally from Ireland, hence the green shoes that I am wearing today. But I am very much a Perth native and have been living in this beautiful city for 15 years. And I've probably worked with quite a few of you in the audience, so I'm sorry. Clicker is, yes, okay. So a lot of people, I usually start talks with a quote. And it's usually a quote by somebody else. So I thought, first ever DDD talk, let's have a quote from me. So a lot of people ask me, Derek, what do you do? What is a developer advocate? And so this is what I say a developer advocate is. I show people what I used to do for a living, Think about it. So that's my quote. And so today, I'm going to show you patterns that I used to implement for a living. And I'm going to have to stay. I love walking the stage, but my clicker's not working. Oh, no, it's okay. Thanks, Sarah. So I'm going to start with another quote. This is from a person a lot more famous than I am. This is the CTO of Amazon, Dr. Werner Vogels. So failures are a given, and everything will eventually fail over time. So when people hear this, they're like, what? Everything fails? Nonsense. Everything always works in my machine. Or they say, oh, okay. And that's the acceptance that you need. Failure is a thing. When we build modern software applications that are distributed, we build them on different platforms. We go across networks that may go across boundaries of regions, countries, all sorts of latency introduced, and they may also work on different hardware. So nothing's ever going to work all the time. That's ridiculous. So what we need to do is when we're building software, we need to take this in mind. And we need to build our applications to be more resilient. It's terrible. Click. So today I'm going to say 5 patterns. Timeouts, graceful degradations, retries, exponential backoffs, and circuit breakers. And you'll see it's a progression as I build these out. And then we're going to dive into one practice, the practice of chaos engineering. And that will become clear why we're diving into chaos engineering when we get to it. So the first thing to do is meet the traditional distributed application that we're going to build today. Before I get into it, anybody who doesn't like bad jokes, you may as well leave now, because there's a lot. A lot. So I'm sorry, I apologize, but not really. So this is our distributed application. It is a random joke generator. And here's a joke. What do computers eat for a snack? Microchips, of course. And if it has a punchline and a punchline, and if I hit tell me another, it's going to get another joke. 2 hard things in computer science: cache invalidation, naming things, and off by 1 errors. Okay? And then if I hit the back end of this front end, I've got a setup, a punchline, and a source, all in JSON. And if I refresh, it'll hit an API that will give me a result, and that's the application. So if we look at the code itself, I have a client app. So the client app is a React app, which is basically just one app.js. And inside app.js, I have a fetch job component. And inside fetch job, I have got basically 2 functions. I have got a render joke data, which renders the beautiful UI that you saw earlier. And I also have a fetch populate joke data. Now this fetches the JSON object from the backend API, or from the controller. Now, what it does, it renders a response in JSON and displays it for your viewing pleasure. So that is the UI. Then into the backend, it's a .NET controller. So what I'm doing here, I'm implementing what is an iJoke client interface. This is all in .NET, but don't worry, you should be able to understand it. And what I do, I instantiate HTTP client, I grab an endpoint, and I call out to it, and I serialize, deserialize the JSON object, and return it back to the front end as a joke. So what I'm doing, I'm calling out to a third-party API from this controller. The joke object itself that I'm serializing, deserializing, is that setup, punchline, and source. And it's got accessors and mutators, as you'd expect. And then So then that's what you get. So you get tell me another, calls the third-party joke API. Third-party joke API returns, and why are monkeys great at sports? Because they're born champions. Got a few groans. So that's our application. Now, like any good thing, we need an architecture. So the architecture is like this. So we have a React web application. I'd love to move over the other edge of the stage, but I'm frightened that my clicker won't work. React web application calls the .NET microservice, so the controller I showed you. That then proxies into a third-party joke API, which returns a joke to the controller and then back to the React web application. But what happens if the third-party joke API that I do not control, that is a third party, has load, runs into errors, and fails? Well, what happens then is the React client doesn't know that it's failed. The .NET microservice still proxies the request to the third-party joke API, and it just waits. It'll wait for, because I'm using the .NET HTTP client, the default wait is 100 seconds. So it'll wait for 100 seconds. And that will mean the React web application will also be waiting for a result from the .NET microservice. And another client might come along and do a request for a new joke, because we all need bad jokes. And it will proxy it through the third-party joke API, which is still broken. And again, we'll get into this problem of waiting for the default timeout of the client request. And what will happen after time is the .NET microservice will be just full of these waiting requests, and it will start to fail. And it'll keep cascading the failures back to the React web application, which will just keep waiting until, nothing. So this is all very bad for our users and a very bad experience for them. So let's go about fixing that and seeing how we can apply patterns to make it more resilient. The first pattern I'm going to define is timeouts. So at the minute, we're using default timeouts for everything, which is 100 seconds. Let's go about making the timeouts more determinate. So here we are back in the code. So if we look at the HTTP client object in .NET, we can actually add a property to that directly. Now, the property is called timeout. Imagine it's really titled, I must say. And it is from seconds, so I'm going to give it 5. So that's going to override the default behavior of 100 seconds and at least make things more determinate. So what's going to happen if I implement that is my application is going to change its behavior somewhat. So if I refresh the client, and you get another awesome joke. If you hit tell me another, it will keep returning jokes as the third-party API is still up. And so if I hit tell me another, it'll keep returning until we get a failure in the third-party joke API, which we probably will when this is spinning for more than 5 seconds. So at the minute, it's spinning. So that means something is wrong. So if we then go to the back-end controller and do the refresh, you'll see, boom, we've got an unhandled exception, which is actually, if you look down, a timeout exception. So what's happened is the 5 seconds has actually expired, and it's bubbled up a timeout exception of 5 seconds. So that is a very rudimentary use of a timeout. We're just making the request more determinate. But that's only the start. The next phase of the refactoring of this application is by using a resilience library called Poly. Has anybody used Poly in .NET? Excellent. It is an excellent library. If you are not a .NET developer, don't worry. There are equivalent equivalent resilience libraries for Java. There's one inside Spring. If you're using the AWS SDKs, all of these patterns are all actually built into them. And there's also, I've seen, a resilience library for TypeScript as well. So Poly is just the one for .NET. So let's start using Poly and really expand in our timeout. So let's get rid of that. That was our default .NET HTTP client timeout. The first thing we need to do in Poly is define a policy. So what we do is define a policy that wraps our timeout. So we say policy, timeout async, and then we need to give it a value, which again we'll set as 5 seconds. So the policy object comes from the poly library, just for so you know. And then once we have defined the policy, we need to then put it in an execute. So we're wrapping it in an async executor. And then we'll pull, once we've defined the async method with a timeout token, we will then wrap our entire call to the HTTP client up, push it in to our execute async anonymous inner function, and define a cancellation token. Thank you. So why define the cancellation token? So the cancellation token is now giving us greater granularity into the calls. So we've got 2 async calls in here. We've got a HTTP client get async and a content.read async. So the cancellation token will actually allow us to cancel whatever task is running. So we then finish and make that a return await, and then we F5 it and see what's going to happen now to our application. Again, back in the front end, we'll have similar behavior where the UI will keep refreshing for more than 5 seconds. And then if we go into the controller and we hit refresh, we'll see different behavior. So what's happening now, the third-party API has again failed, but we've got a task cancelled exception because the cancellation token is invoked, and that has meant that the task has bubbled up that exception. So as you can see, we're on a bit of a journey here. So we've got our timeout, we've then wrapped it in poly, we've got a greater granularity into the call stack, but we're still getting exceptions, we're still bubbling up to the controller. What's the next stage in refactoring this? Well, the next stage, the next pattern is called graceful degradation. So like the name suggests, it's going to degrade gracefully, i.e. we're going to have that client or our beautiful users who are using our beautiful joke creation or joke rendering application actually get a result when things go wrong. So that's the whole concept around graceful degradation. The application gracefully degrades. Now, how do we implement a graceful degradation? So again, we need to define what's called a fallback. So a fallback is a thing that you can present to your users when all other things have failed. So in Poly, I create a policy that returns a joke list, enumerable in .NET as list, and then on any exception, it will do something. So what we want our fallback to do is to return a joke. So I am executing a fallback async that returns a list of jokes, but for this demonstration, I'm simply going to return one joke. And I'm going to do that inside another async anonymous function that has a cancellation token, just like we had in our initial request. So define it as a new list. Once I've defined it as a new list, I then need to define my joke. So the joke object, if you remember, has basically 3 fields. It has a source, a setup first. It has a punchline, the all-important punchline, and it has a source. So once I've defined that source, I'm going to give it a name of fallback. So you know that when this renders, you'll see source equals fallback on the UI. So we can see that our fallback has been returned. Now we're going to implement what's called a policy wrapper. This is where we can actually chain policies together using Poly. So the general fallback policy that I've defined, I'm wrapping the original policy in, which is our timeout, if you remember. So now I'm going to change and execute the policy wrap. Okay, so what's going to happen now is we're going to return this joke if a 5-second. timeout occurs. I'm in a band called 1023 megabits, or megabytes, sorry. We haven't had any gigs yet. Kaboom tish. Thank you, thank you. Claps are good, thank you. So that's our fallback. Now, if we go back into our UI, let's have a look and see what happens. So let's refresh, let's wait for F5 to work and the application to come up. So here we go. So UI, controller, third-party API. So we went straight to the fallback. You see source equals fallback. You can see that we've hit the fallback right away. If I go tell me another, there we are. The third-party joke API is recovered. I tell you UDP joke, but you might not get it. Nice. There's even networking jokes in here. Come on. Refresh again, and you've got I'm in a band called 1024. So a fallback again has been invoked. Then refresh that, and why don't werewolves ever know the time? Because they're not when wolves. Third-party joke API. Sorry, they can't read that. That was bad. So that is our fallback. We are invoking it when the timeout of 5 seconds happens, and it returns a joke. You can return a list or a random entry in that list if you wanted to, but for brevity, I'm returning one joke only with the source of fallback. And that's how you do gracefully degrade our API. Cool. So that's great. You say the third-party joke API fails. Times out after 5 seconds. Users always get a joke that we can determine. Well, not really, because we need to give the third-party joke API more time to, if it's under load, to recover. And we need to be able to not just try once to get that joke from our controller to the third-party API. We need to try it a few times. And that's what a retry is. So let's push a retry pattern into our application. So again, we're just going to refactor the general fallback into a method called general fallback, because I'm very imaginative. And then once you, then the next thing we're going to do is define that retry policy. So the retry policy it's fairly straightforward. Again, type policy on the handle of exception. Now, you could be more generic. I'm very generic in this exception, again, for brevity, but you can be quite specific if you want. And then once an exception happens, I want to retry async a number of times. So this time, I'm going to retry 5 times. I'm then going to build that retry policy into my policy wrapper. So the first policy I want to do is the retry policy. So I want to do the initial request. If that hits the exception, I'm going to retry 5 times. If that hits the exception 5 times, then I'll handle my fallback. And I'm going to change the timeout to 2 seconds because 5 times 5 is a long time. So 5 times 2 is a bit quicker. So F5 that, and let's see what happens to your application. Front end first. Loading. So third-party API, there are only 2 hard things in computer science. We've had that before. Come on, joke API. Tell me another, refreshing. So we'll know that if it's go over 2 seconds, so our timeout's set to 2 seconds. So if this is loading more than 2 seconds, we know we're retrying. And now it's retried 5 times. Hasn't worked. So we're back to our fallback because we've always got our fallback. And then tell me another 10 types of people in the world, those who understand binary and those don't. And then refresh again on our back end. Let's see what's happening there from our controller's perspective. So it's taking more than 2 seconds, so we're retrying. And then, well actually, a third-party API has come back again inside the 5 retry window. So we're getting a real joke. If I retry that again, it's pretty happy at the minute. Why did Bilbo Baggins always eat his lunch at noon? He was a creature of Hobbit. No? Come on, very topical. And this third-party joke API, as always, is very happy. Refresh again. Here we go. So we're retrying. Can we hit 5? Yes, there we go. So we're back to our fallback because we've retried 5 times, 2-second increments, and it's fell back to our fallback. And we'll just go over the code. So 2-second timeout. If the exception occurs over our retry count of 5, then we will hit our fallback exception. It's retries. So that's retries, and retries are really, really, really nice. But what happens when you just implement retries? So just say I had this controller just implementing the retry pattern. And I had many of these controllers all hitting my third-party API at 2-second intervals. Well, what I've just created is a distributed denial of service application that's hitting that third-party API and probably putting it under more load than it can probably handle because everybody in the world wants bad jokes. So what we need to do is improve that retry pattern and implement an exponential backoff. I think I got a slide about this as well. So what's an exponential backoff? It's simply backing off between retries. So as always, our React web application goes through and proxies through our .NET microservice, and then will time out after 2 seconds. After that 2 seconds, it will then retry. But with an exponential backoff, instead of retrying after 2 seconds again, you actually wait for 4 seconds for the next retry, and then 8 seconds, because the timeout, the time between retries is increasing exponentially, hence the name. And then finally, we'll have wait for 16 seconds, and hopefully after 16 seconds, our third-party joke API will recover and return a result to our React web application. So let's implement a exponential backoff in our code. So it's a pretty simple thing to do. So what we need to do is add a little bit of maths to our retry logic. So luckily in Poly, there's a wait and retry async method that I'm going to use. And I'm going to give it a duration of 3 and a retry attempt number. And I'm going to time span between retry attempts this is where we want to exponentially increase. So I used math.pow. I put in 2 because we want to do the power of 2 by the number of retry attempts that we have. So it's 2, 4, 8, 16. Well, I'll render as. So that's me exponentially adding. That's me adding exponential backoff to the code. Pretty simple. So when I do F5 and run the application, we'll then have, again, different behavior. Because what we're doing now is we're giving that third-party API time to actually get working again. So here's our, what do you call developer from Finland? Nerdic. That's a new one. Tell me another. So as it's over 2 seconds, I can tell now that we're retrying. So in this case, we want it to go 2, 4, 8, 16. So if this spins for 16 seconds, which I could tell you when you're standing up here is a very long time, then we should get our fallback. And there we go. Yes, right on cue. I'm a band. Tell me another. And there we go. What's happened is our third-party API has come back, and we're now getting jokes again because we give it time. We haven't hit it every 2 seconds. We've actually hit it 2, 4, 8, 16. Now, I've chose 2 seconds because it's arbitrary. You can choose the number that actually fits your use case in your what user behavior you want to see in your application. But for this little demonstration, I've chose 2 seconds because you really don't want to sit there and watch that spinning wheel for a minute or whatever. But there's more. So that's exponential backoff. But exponential backoff is not enough because it's a very popular pattern. Everybody, if they're implementing retries, is also doing exponential backoff with retries. Now, what happens is, yes, we have a broader distribution of retries, but what happens is everybody does it exponentially, and so our retries actually end up clustering anyway. So the whole problem that we're trying to fix, i.e. hitting that, trying to give that server or API, third-party API, chance to recover, or actually, we're not doing it because we're still hitting it all at once. As you can see on the left-hand diagram, those requests are all clustering as they come in. So what we want to do is actually flatten, make those requests actually random. We don't want to get spikes of requests all coming at once to our third-party API because it's going to crash again. We need it to recover. So what we do is we add jitter. Now, there's a link there in the slide. So we have what's called a builder's library in Amazon, AWS, Amazon.com. Gives you a list of all these patterns and how to implement them. Jitter is just one of the patterns. There's a whole lot of different patterns that you need when you're building cloud-native applications. So let's see how we'd implement exponential backoff with jitter in our application. So what we need to do is define a bit of randomness to this retry. And so luckily in .NET, there is a math.random, which we can define inside a time span. So what I'm doing here, I define a time span of milliseconds. And inside, I'm going to define that as a new random number. So I'm adding a random amount of time between each retry. So that, in effect, flattens the retry curve. And that's it. That's all you have to do to implement jitter in a retry. So you should do it, basically. So let's exponential backoff with jitter. Now we're going to get into the fun one, circuit breaker. So what is a circuit breaker? So if we have a React web application, proxying, third-party joke API, it's breaking randomly. And we keep retrying, and we're using exponential backoff with jitter, retrying, hopefully it'll come back. But what if we wanted to reduce the load completely of the third-party joke API for a period of time? You know, at the minute we're just implementing retries with jitter and exponential backoff, but ultimately it's hitting that third-party joke API. Well, this is where a circuit breaker comes in. So a circuit breaker is something that you can implement that will actually stop requests going through to the third-party API or other service that you choose for a number of minutes. Why would you implement a circuit breaker? Because it's giving, ultimately, this third-party API no requests, so it can spin up, it can fix itself, and hopefully come back. So with a circuit breaker, the request, when it comes back from the circuit breaker itself and returns to the React web application. So now, any other subsequent request in that time span of the circuit breaker will be quick, responsive, and the users will be happy. They won't be waiting for a retry or an exponential retry or anything like that. They will get a more responsive response for their request. So let's implement a circuit breaker. With a circuit breaker, you need some state. So you have to store state inside where you're calling it or where you're implementing it. So I'm just going to refactor this a little bit and refactor what we've got into a global field. So policy wrap will become a global inside the controller. And then I'm just going to pull what I've got already and refactor that into a method because that's not going to change. What we need to do is add to it. So extract the method and call it init policies. So there we go. So what we've basically got is the init policies called, and then we call the API with the right policies. So inside init policies itself, let's jump into it after I've tidied it up. So nothing's changed. We've got our retry, general fallback, and an initial policy. Now we need to define what is our circuit breaker. Now, a circuit breaker itself is a policy. You define it as a policy, just like the rest. Now, again, I'm catching a very high-level generic exception. But in Poly, we have actually got a circuit breaker async method. What we're doing, we're saying, circuit breaker, if you stay active for a time span after a number of exceptions. So what that's defining is the circuit breaker itself saying, if I catch 5 exceptions, go implement myself and stay active for 1 minute. Once I've defined the circuit breaker policy, I need to then define what to return from the circuit breaker for that 1 minute when it's in operation. And this is another fallback, so I'm going to call this one a circuit breaker fallback. Now, I could have used my existing fallback if I wanted to, but I need to handle this circuit broke exception. So this is why I'm implementing a specific fallback for the circuit breaker, and also to demonstrate when it's invoked. So on broken circuit exception, I need to return another fantastic joke. And that's what I'll do here. So again, fallback async, which will have an enumerable of type joke. Again, I'm only returning a single joke for brevity. Async, defined, cancellation token, and let's define the joke. So the joke this time, I'm going to have to come up with something even better than a band of 1023 megabytes. So again, this is, we've got our object. So our object that the joke is, so a setup, punchline, and source. But this time, the source is going to be a circuit breaker. So we can tell that the actual circuit breaker has been invoked. Cool. And then we add it to our policy wrapper. So we want to make sure that this is called after 5 exceptions. So we need 5 exceptions. So we put it after the retry. We say invoke circuit breaker fallback when the circuit breaker policy happens, i.e. 5 exceptions. Cool. And that's our initial policy at the bottom. So what's going to happen is we're going to set up. Let's go. So why did the developer go broke? Because they used up all their cache. Thank you. Oh. So F5 that, and let's see how our application behaves. This is the application you're coming to know and love. So let's go to the UI first. So what we're doing, we've got into our circuit breaker right away. So we'll refresh that. Again, so as our circuit breaker is invoked, we're always going to get our circuit breaker fallback for the next minute. So we can refresh, you see how responsive the application is getting, and it's always returning the same joke, i.e. our circuit breaker fallback, which is great. But if we wait a minute, we should then see the state change, and actually we'll call again our third-party API after the circuit breaker has went away for the minute. So that's circuit breaker. Sometimes we implement it to just improve the responsiveness of our application. So we'll give it in a minute. Still active, refresh, should be a minute by now. How many programmers take to change a light bulb? It's a hardware problem, none. Third-party API, thank you very much for that gem. So it's back. So a third-party API is back, and now we'll be hitting it again. And if we have a number of retries that fall and hit our 5 that hit our circuit breaker, the circuit breaker will be invoked again. But now our third-party Joke API is behaving for now. But we've got that circuit breaker fallback if we need it. Cool. So that's implementing the 5 practices. Now, I want to end on the practice of chaos engineering, because what you've just witnessed today is the practice of chaos engineering. You may not have known it. So chaos engineering is the process of stressing an application by creating disruptive events, observing how the system responds, and implementing improvements. So what have we done? We've stressed our application. Our application is the third-party joke API. We've been requesting new jokes, and sometimes we've been getting some absolute cracking jokes, I think you'll agree. And other times, you know, it's broken. So but when it breaks, we've been observing how our system responds. It has a little spinny wheel, it throws exceptions, and with that in mind, we've started implementing improvements. So we've implemented retries, exponential backoffs with jitter, and then finally circuit breakers. But think of chaos engineering as this lovely little wheel. Where we start with steady state, our application is happy. We then come up with a hypothesis, I can nearly speak, and we think, well, what will happen to our application if we do X? So let's do that using the AWS Fault Injection Simulator. This is what I've been using to kill the third-party Joke API. So what I do, I create an experiment. And I create an experiment using an experiment template where I go description, stop instances. I then give it a role, so it allows me to stop those instances. I then give it an action. So again, I just want to stop the instances, please. A brief description, and then an action type. So the action type is you choose a service that you want to invoke this action on. In this case, EC2. And then you give it a duration. So I'm stopping my EC2 instances that are running the third-party Joke API for a minute, and that's my hypothesis that I'm defining here. I define what I'm going to target by using tags. So all of the EC2 instances that are running my third-party Joke API are all tagged with the value of API. So I set that up here. And then I create my experiment. It gives you all these warnings because you actually are going to stop real instances. And there they are. They're running at the minute, they're happy, and I can then run my experiment. Another warning, because even though it's called the Fault Injection Simulator, it actually does stop the things. So that's why there's all these warnings. So what's happening now is my experiment is starting to run. And currently, if I keep refreshing, you'll see that although my APIs are starting to run, I just give it some time for this experiment to invoke. Now it's running. I refresh my third-party Joke APIs, and they're all stopping. And so now, my application that's calling this third-party Joke API needs to deal with these things stopping. And this is where we go to the next phase in this cycle. After we've run our experiment, we then verify. So verification is what we were doing earlier. We were running our application and verifying what was happening. Then, after a minute, and we've ran our application, and our API is not working, we've built our resilient applications and built our patterns, the APIs actually come back because the Fault Injection Simulator experiment defined a minute. And so our APIs are now working as they should. So that is how we defined chaos engineering. We have verified what happens when the third-party APIs are down for a minute, and then we start improving them, and we improve them using the patterns that I defined earlier. As well as stopping instances, we can do other things in EC2s, ECS, container systems, RDS, database service. So a lot of different services in AWS support fault injection. And this is what we've done today. So I'd like to thank our sponsors. Without them, we would be nothing. If you want to ask more questions, because we're running out of time, about this and anything else about AWS, I'll be at the booth for the rest of the day, looking fatigued, but please don't let that put you off. Please come and speak to me. Always good for a chat. All the code today is on my GitHub repo as well, which is dcob, as well as my Twitter handle. Thanks everybody for listening and helping me get through all of these bad jokes. Thanks to the clap over there, a few groans over there, and then there's a few. I already know all this stuff over there. So that is the three areas that everybody fell into. So thank you very much.
Time for questions?
No.
Excellent.
Thank you, Derek. That was some truly awful, awful jokes. But I will give bonus points for the werewolf joke because it is a full moon today. So we're doing well. We do have changeover now, everyone. So you've got 10 minutes to either hang out here or head to another room if you're moving to another talk. And in 10 minutes, we'll have Amy talking here about ducks.
Tell me the best thing that's happened while I was gone.
I made sure Dad ate healthy like you said. He even tried the broccoli. Eat it. Then I helped him make his work much better. And we found the perfect outfit to wear to my party. But I really needed to wind down before bed, so I turned my hand into a starfish.
My best thing is you being back.
By applying market-leading technology solutions through our lifecycle services, we help clients realize business outcomes through our advice, integration, and operational services. MOQ Digital helps clients to fully understand their IT needs, adopt the right solution, and provide ongoing support to maximize their investment.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay, you can see me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office. This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. We're looking
God,
at
this is like my dream come true. I always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's troop.
What do you want?
Go.
We got a little problem. As you know, our motto is, you need a professional bodyguard delivered to your door in less than half an hour, you got it, buddy. But without an app, ain't no bodyguard getting delivered nowhere. So, where are we with that?
The app is almost ready. We just need 3 more days?
We need it ASAP.
Okay, team, what's the status on the app?
We're good to go, except our login experience is a disaster.
We need something to keep our users' data private.
And to keep the hackers out.
And it needs to work flawlessly because...
Because I don't want to lose one single customer.
I hear you, so let's use Auth0.
Auth what now?
Auth0, it's an identity platform. Fast, easy logins, just what the boss wants.
Can we make our own authentication service?
Come on, the Ultimate Keymaster, you know we don't have that kind of time.
We need to confirm identities with passwords, fingerprint scans, whatever the users like to use.
Auth0 can do that.
Yeah, but it needs to be secure. We can't have our app compromised by breaches.
Not a problem.
And it needs to scale if we get hit with a ton of traffic. And if it stalls or freezes up, I will get fired.
We can do this.
Could you guys stop? That's really distracting. We did it.
It's done.
Already?
Yep.
And I think our customers are gonna love it.
I got a real app now, folks.
You know what? I want a bodyguard.
Hey, we got a customer.
Huh. Cool app. My name's Steven.
What's up, Steven?
We can do this.
Welcome everyone. It is my great pleasure to introduce our next speaker. Try not to knock things over. So next up we have Amy Kaepernick, giving her talk entitled How to Manage Ducks. Amy's a conference addict, front-end accessibility enthusiast and dog lover. She's been a Microsoft MVP and Twilio champion since 2019 and believes that mental health and managing your ducks is an important and ongoing responsibility. You may have seen her on the stage earlier today, so we're very excited to welcome her back. Thank you, Amy.
Thanks. Okay, I do have my slides. Yeah. So the reason you saw me on stage this morning is because I was like, well, I really want to present on the big stage at DDD, and the only way I'm going to get to do that is by emceeing. So I started emceeing last year. And then this year I get to be on the stage. So that's really exciting. Thank you, everybody, for coming along to my session. I know we've got a whole bunch of amazing sessions to choose from at the moment, so I feel very special that out of 9 people, you thought I was the most interesting. I would like to start off by acknowledging the traditional custodians of this land, the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation. I would also like to give a big shout out to our sponsors, without whom we couldn't do this event. Thank you very much to our amazing sponsors. And today, I'm here to talk to you about ducks, which was originally titled Being a More Sustainable You, but I feel the ducks part is the most important part of it. So when I first wrote this talk, I was talking about being more sustainable, but rather than the, get rid of plastic straws and containers environmental kind of sustainability, I looked at our own sustainability and had a look at the things that I learnt over the years, the mistakes that I've made, the mistakes that I've kept making, and thought I'd put together a bit of a presentation to share what I've learnt. So, usually when things are busy, like when I'm running a conference, I also don't listen to my own advice as well. So if you feel like I sound like I know what I'm talking about, I'm still learning just as much as the rest of you. So, hi, my name is Amy, as Cairo has said. I'm a front-end developer. I run a business and work part-time for another company. I'm also a conference addict and have spent as much time as possible traveling the world, speaking at and running workshops at conferences. In my free time, all the time I have left, I love taking part in the Perth community. I'm an organizer for the Perth Azure user group and vice chair and director of conference content for DDD Perth, if you've heard of it. Now, as you could probably imagine, or if you saw me this morning actually witnessed in person, I'm often busy. I'm often juggling multiple things, and I'm often overloaded, usually my fault, and therefore stressed because of it. But there are things that I've learnt, things that I can help do to make it easier and to manage my mental health so that I don't burn out. As I said, I often don't learn from my mistakes, and I'll often end up making the same mistakes over and over, even though I know better. So don't feel like I've got a secret that you don't. Now, first off, I want to talk about burnout. It's a word that we hear a lot of in the industry. A few years ago, I went through a bit of a month. I started a new job, I interviewed and hired a bunch of staff, I trained staff, I started a new degree, all while trying to replace my car after I had just been physically assaulted and I was looking for and moving into a new rental property. Oh, it was also my birthday and I was planning 2 parties. So, oddly enough, at the end of all this, I burnt out. But I didn't understand that I'd burnt out, I didn't learn, and I didn't actually take time to have a break for myself. So although I recovered, it took me a really long time to get there. Several years after this, I was working at a digital agency working 60 to 70 hour weeks. I was having trouble sleeping. I got to the point where I was constantly dizzy and nauseous, and I recognized that I'd experienced these symptoms before. Thankfully, since then, I had been to a local meetup that talked about mental health, and I realized I was experiencing burnout. And this time, I decided to actually do something about it. So I went to my local GP, I got a referral to see a psychologist, and my GP made me take a week off work. While I had my week off work, I got a phone call from my boss who said, look, I know you're off sick. Can you come in anyway and have a chat? This is clearly going to be a promotion, right? I got made redundant with a week's notice at a time when no one was hiring for my role right before Christmas. The next day, I had a meeting with the psychologist I'd been referred to, and because he had the referral, he said, you're here for work stress, how's that going? And I laughed. I had no job, wasn't entirely sure how I was going to pay my rent, and yet somehow I felt better than I had in months. Now, I'm a bit of a worrier, so this situation where I didn't have a job and I didn't really know what I was going to do really should have been more concerning. But although I was worried, I'd realized that there is actually there's different kinds of worry. There's good worry and bad worry. Now, the good worry is worry that is useful. This is worry that you can actually do something about. So in my situation, it's worry where I can apply for jobs and pick up some extra work and maybe stop Uber Eating dinner every night and steal somebody else's Netflix password. There were things that I could do to make the situation better. From there wasn't anything that I was able to do to make the situation better. The worry wasn't useful and it was turning into bad worry. So I attempted to teach myself to stop the worry when it's not useful. Once again, this isn't something that I can just do. I don't have a switch that says, okay, the good worry is done, I'm gonna stop worrying now. If anyone happens to manage to do that, that would be great if you could let us know the secret. But there is often things that you can do when you find yourself starting to worry. So work out whether is there anything you can do to change the situation, or is this not useful worry? This was then really useful when I gave my first conference talk. Oddly enough, I was a little bit worried. So I practiced, I prepared, I thought of absolutely everything that could possibly go wrong. And I worked out what I could do in each situation. I worried, and then I worked out how I could combat my worries. After I had done everything I could do, there wasn't anything I could do to make it better, so there was no point in me worrying. Once again, this isn't a switch that I can turn off. Thankfully, at that point in time, the worry helped me to give a really good talk. I was prepared for the fact that there were AV issues and a bunch of things didn't work, but there's still a whole lot of worry that I didn't need to have afterwards. And if you think that I've clearly learnt by now to just stop the worrying, I invite you to organise a conference when there's a lot of things to worry about. So if anyone thinks that I've managed to nail this whole, not worrying thing, try finding a backup speaker 2 hours before a session starts, in case anyone didn't catch some of our last-minute agenda changes after we announced that there had been last-minute agenda changes. Next, I want to talk about being productive. Has anyone here spent a weekend where you get to the end of Sunday and you kind of feel like you've absolutely done nothing at all? Who here feels bad because they've done nothing at all? Cool, I've done that. Have you ever realized that generally when you've had these weekends, it's usually after you've had a really full-on week and you're a bit knackered and you kind of need the break? So I reframed my thinking. Instead of I wasn't productive, I just watched Netflix for 2 days, it was actually I've been really tired, I've been really worn out, I need the break and my body needs a chance to recharge. So I made sure that I was actually finding the time to prioritize me and stopped feeling like I was lazy or unproductive. Instead, prioritizing me and giving me the chance to recharge was something that I actually had to do. Now, this went a step further after I then saw a meetup event where someone talked about time boxing. And the speaker actually talked about how they time box their own personal time. These are calendar events that cannot be moved, they cannot be overwritten, and this is time that is set aside for me. This is me time. By making sure that I have make a conscious effort, I don't feel like I'm being unproductive anymore, and I'm able to look after myself a bit better. Now, this doesn't have to be, an hour blocked out. It could be 5 minutes before you go to bed to read a book and have a cup of tea. Work out what it is that helps you recharge and find the time for it. I like to think of our energy in terms of the Zelda stamina bar, if anybody is familiar. As long as you don't reach the end, if you keep resting, it comes back fairly quickly. So as long as you take short, regular breaks, it doesn't take long to recharge. But if you go all the way to the end and run out of stamina, it takes a really long time before you can get back into the swing of things. Now, this might be something different for each of you. It might be some time alone. If you're an extrovert, you might like to have some time with friends. If you're very special like me, it might be spending time at a conference with 1,000 other people. So find what helps you recharge and schedule that in. This will also change as well. I talked about how I like to travel, so it's a little bit tricky for me to sit down and have a cup of tea and read a book when I'm spending a lot of time at conferences. So I've worked out my own ways that I can recharge when I'm on the road, whether that's, oddly enough, staying up until 3 a.m. catching up with friends, or watching a trashy movie on the plane, working out what helps me recharge wherever I am. Boundaries are a word that we love and hate. When I first started my business, I prided myself on the fact that wherever I was at whatever time, my clients could call me and I could help them out. But as my business grew, I discovered that this isn't super scalable. I mean, it's okay when I have 1 or 2 clients, but when I have 20, I was constantly context switching between phone calls and emails and actually getting the work done. I wasn't getting anything done. But I saw at a meetup event, they talked about the employer-employee relationship, the same as we think of romantic or personal relationships. And so I had to think, if you have a friend or a partner who's constantly calling you day and night, even when you say you can't talk, who keeps hassling you and won't leave you alone, and doesn't like you spending time with your other friends, does this sound like a healthy relationship? Not really. So I implemented boundaries. I let my clients know that I would only be taking phone calls if it was urgent. I let them know I would be answering emails twice a day. And for the most part, my clients respected this choice. They followed the boundaries that I had set, and the working relationship continued well. The other clients, It's not to say they didn't agree to the boundaries, because they never said they didn't like them. They just ignored them completely, kept doing the exact same thing, to the point that one of them asked me to come in and work at 8 p.m. on a Monday night in exchange for beer. I don't drink beer. Beer doesn't pay my rent. And I know it's a Monday night, but I've got better things to do. So oddly enough, they're not clients anymore. As I expanded, I was then able to be a little bit pickier and apply these boundaries and these choices to future clients. A friend wrote a really amazing flowchart, which I know you can't properly read on the screen, but if anyone wants it, I can share it afterwards. And I was able to step through each decision and actually work out whether or not I wanted this work. Is this client going to be a pain to deal with? Should I actually do this? Are they going to object to my boundaries? The last lesson, and my favorite lesson of all, is I read a book that we've probably seen in airport bookstores quite a few times. The Subtle Art of Not Giving an F. And while it talked about a lot of obvious stuff, it did make some really good points, including I liked one of the points, which was, whether you realize it or not, you're always choosing what to give a fuck about. And so I started thinking about how I allocate my ducks. There might be a situation that you care a moderate level about, like maybe what computer your employer buys you or what lunch option you have at DDD. You might choose to give this situation 3 ducks. You've got 10 ducks per situation, give this 3 ducks. Maybe there's something that you care about a lot more, like whether you get a ticket to DDD. You might give that situation 9 ducks, 9 out of 10 ducks. It's a pretty important situation. Maybe there's a decision that you just don't really care about the outcome as much. You just have no ducks left to give it all. So I started thinking about how I'm allocating my ducks. Am I giving too many ducks? Am I giving too little ducks? Am I giving ducks in places that I shouldn't, or to people who don't deserve them? Because we need to be careful about how we're allocating our ducks. If you give too many ducks or in the wrong places, we may end up with very few ducks left. We may end up with no ducks left to give at all. But if we're really stingy with our ducks, we may find that we have a lot of ducks to give and nothing left to give them on. And so on that note, I want to come back to sustainability, which is defined as the avoidance of the depletion of natural resources in order to maintain ecological balance. And now a couple of those keywords: avoidance of the depletion of resources to maintain balance. Have a think about whether or not you're being sustainable with yourself. Is the worry good or bad? Are you prioritizing yourself effectively and spending time with you? Are you maintaining boundaries? And most importantly, if you have boundaries, are you sticking to them and making clear that this is not a choice? These are boundaries that are going to happen. And most importantly, have a think about how you're managing your ducks. Are you giving too many ducks? Are you giving too little ducks? Are you giving them in the wrong places or to the wrong people? Because we always need to make sure that we're effectively allocating our ducks. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't think there'd be questions. Amy will be around for the rest of the day if you want to talk to her about her ducks. Otherwise, we've got 10 minutes for changeover before our next talk begins.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay, you can see me. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office. This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. We're looking at
God, this is like my dream come true. I always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's group.
What do you want?
Ambition is a fearless hunger for success. It drives us to challenge the way things are, to pursue what seems insurmountable, to keep going when others would stop. Ambition is how a global manufacturer is using AI to empower employees with disabilities. Ambition is how a company managed an overnight transition to remote work for 100,000 teammates. Ambition is how a children's hospital built an app to reduce stress for families. Ambition is how a law firm rallied against a malware attack to reclaim control and prevent a devastating breach of client confidence. At Insight, we know the power of ambition. We've grown from a small technology provider founded by two young brothers to a Fortune 500 company offering IT services and solutions for all. For more than 30 years, people have trusted us to turn ambitious projects into meaningful outcomes. What will your ambitious story be? Now is the time to do big things together. Now is the time to be ambitious.
My name is Carol. I'm a test engineer. My call sign is Special K. You might be familiar with it. You see it in cereal boxes. It's my call sign because I like eating. I eat a lot. When people see me, they always see me eating, and they always ask me, Carol, why are you eating? And I think that just when they see the cereal box, they say, okay, that's Carol.
Hi, I'm Joshni. I'm a test engineer. They call me Jester because I always have a smile on my face, whatever situation I'm in.
My name is Jaden. I'm an automation engineer here at Planet. My call sign is Digit because I'm a huge maths nerd. It is my primary major, but I often get called out on how I never, ever stop talking about maths. I just love maths.
I am Cassandra. I am a test automation specialist. Pink Beret. As you can tell by the accent, I am French. Very prominent accent. So the beret completely makes sense. As for the pink, no matter the client, no matter where I was working, it always was a pink background with Hello Kitty riding a unicorn. It does not reflect who I am outside, clearly, but I think it brings a little bit of sparks and joy, and so yeah, so pink beret it is.
My name is Kong. I'm a consultant here at Planet. When people ask me how to pronounce my name, I always say, I'm not the king, but the Kong. But after joining Planet, I am the king and I'm the Kong.
Work to inspire is very something that we live by, I believe. we definitely see how much passion we have for quality and how much we want to convey this as a client. We don't just go for target, we always try to go a little bit further, and we try to inspire each other by learning new skills, having new challenges and taking them, and I think it's very inspiring.
Be better, build better. Personally, I always try to be better than yesterday. That's always been me, so I'm better than yesterday and I'll be better tomorrow.
I also got a lot of training opportunities on Planet because there's a vast library of training courses available that I can just access anytime. Before I joined Planet, like when you want to learn something, Google first, right? And then when you Google something, you always have to pay for something, and that's not what I want to do. So it's really good that Planet offers these free courses for me, and I don't have to feel pressured about buying something just so I can improve my skills and use them for work. Planet always encourages learning, and learning is a good way to just accelerate your career growth.
Top Gun of testing is it's awesome. It's really cool to be around people who are so passionate, so driven to do what they do, and who always want to learn and get better. I think that's really important, and I think it's going to be a driving factor going forward in the IT industry in general.
Top Gun is the best of the best, and for me, it's if you want to grow up in your career, you are at the right place because we have got all the training materials, right people, and right opportunities. Whatever you need to progress in your career, you have got everything in here to boost your experience and boost your personality, everything in a compact pack. That's what Planet is for me.
Hi everyone, welcome back. We are ready to kick off here in Quokka for our next speaker. We've got Ben Lowry talking about offline first, not offline mode.
Hey everybody. Hearing to talk about offline first, not offline mode, like Kara just said. If you don't have any idea what that might be related to, it's basically talking about applications that work offline. Now, it can be difficult to build an app that works offline. There are a bunch of challenges and stuff that we'll talk about as we go on, and obviously a lot of benefits that come with it, otherwise why would you bother? Right off the bat, I want to thank whichever DDD volunteer made this slide. It's really nice. The rest of the talk is more like this. Good old clicker fun. There we go. So, nice, plain. Don't expect the flashy stuff you just saw. So, I'll talk a little bit about me. I'm Ben Lowry, lead consultant at Telstra Purple. I've spoken at DDD a few times before. You may have seen me up there. Or if you're in Karen's talk just before this, I've featured pretty heavily in that. So you may recognize me there too. I want to thank the other sponsors. I know I thank one particular volunteer. I don't actually know who it was, but everyone who's volunteered and all the sponsors who have gone into making today happen. It's a big deal, and the event doesn't happen without them. Cool. So an offline application. What is an offline application? Well, it's an application that works offline. That much is clear. We're going to talk about, why you'd want to build one, what benefits you get from doing it, and some of the challenges that come from that. In terms of how you'd actually do that, I'm not really going to get too much into specific libraries or frameworks. It's more general advice, mostly because there are a bunch of people here. You might all be using different tech, and a lot of this stuff is transferable, and if I went specific, it'd only work for 3 of you, let's say. So why might you want to build an offline app? A big one is if you have an app that needs to be used in remote areas. This is a map of 4G and 5G. If you look at the little purple bits, those are 5G. What coverage, basically, from Telstra. So I assume that's bigger than all the other ones, but I don't know. But there's still a lot of areas in Australia, particularly in WA, where you don't get any internet. So if you're working, building an app that needs to work, say, on a mine site or an oil rig or a remote community, like maybe you're building something for Water Corp or something and they need to go out in the field and use it, then there are a whole bunch of places where being offline but still being able to do your job is really important. Another one might be if you have internet outages. So this graph is basically a Cloudflare outage that happened in June. Basically, you can see for about an hour the internet traffic they were serving halved. Now, given that Cloudflare serve about 20% of the internet in general, that all of a sudden dropped to about 10. So 10% of the internet just didn't work. If you want to be resilient to that, and resilience is something we'll talk about quite a bit today, if you went to Derek's talk in here earlier, you probably have some useful tips already. I might give you a few more or a few slightly different views of that. But what the resiliency gives you is actually more than just when the whole internet goes down. You also get resiliency for things like if you don't have zero downtime deployments, or if you just have a bug in your code where you start returning 500s or a configuration error or something like that. It means that users can keep doing their work without worrying that it's not going anywhere. So you've had to build the app in a way that is resilient, but by doing that, you get a lot of benefits. The other one is just kind of situational lack of internet. So if anyone got the train here this morning, you may have gone through a tunnel and maybe your internet dropped out. Or I know for me personally, most of the days I go to work, as I'm leaving my house, I'll start scrolling through Spotify or something to find something to listen to. And then as I leave my house Wi-Fi, get into the world, I guess the 4G or whatever, then my internet cuts out and it always says, you're offline. And it's a little bit annoying that things don't work in that period. Other times, you want to go for hiking or something, you just find yourself in a situation where you don't have internet. And it's not really your fault, it's only going to be for a short time, but you just want to keep doing your job. Another reason you might want to have an offline app is for security or privacy reasons. So to use an example of something that's been in the news a little bit recently, in the US they changed some laws around abortions, and there were recommendations going around to like delete period tracking apps and that kind of thing because the data gets stored in the cloud, and maybe they can go and, I don't know, not petition, like subpoena or whatever, one of those apps to get all that data, find out whatever they want to find out, I don't know, nefarious things. If the data never leaves the device, then you don't have to worry about it so much. I mean, they could still get your device, but it's more a targeted attack at that point. So, and then the final one that I've got here is that it's actually oftentimes a better experience for users. It might be faster because you don't have to wait for it to load all the time. You might use less battery or less network. So in like data-constrained environments, particularly in places like Africa or Southeast Asia or wherever, where data isn't cheap, that can be a benefit. You can do things on Wi-Fi and then go offline when you're not in Wi-Fi. So as an example of how much that's quicker, I have a colleague who worked on an app that has an offline mode, and they have a multi-step form. So at the top here, we've got the offline mode, and at the bottom, offline first application. Sorry, offline and then online. So the reason that it's faster is basically because when I click next, one of them goes straight to the next page, and the other one goes, cool, I'll save what you've just done, and then I'll take you to the next page. So without that spinner, things get a lot faster. And the example that this colleague gave me was that the offline mode took about 40 seconds to fill in this whole form, this multi-stage form or whatever. And the online one took 60 or 80 seconds or something like that. So you do get some benefits from having an app that works offline, just because it doesn't actually need to do as much. Now, every application is different, and there are going to be different kinds of offline applications as well. Some of them might need to go online periodically. Some of them might kind of have a fallback that works offline, and then others are going to have kind of the full functionality offline. It really does depend on what you want to build and what your kind of users' needs are. Like Spotify, for example, probably lets you download or your tracks to play offline, but you can't use the search function to go and find more stuff, for example. That's a compromise they've made, and that's just what works for them. So I like to think of it as layering up complexity. At the base level, you've kind of got an app that's only read-only. Those are really easy to make work offline because you just download the data and leave it there. The next kind of level is when you have data that only stays on the device. It never actually gets any further. And those, again, they're pretty easy. You never need to talk to the network. Everything's fine. You might have some sort of caveats to those where, for example, they sync data to online when you choose to. So you can export and import kind of stuff. One of the reasons you might want to build one of these apps is because it's really important that the data is actually always available and it's always up to date. So if you know you're not getting it from a server somewhere, then what you've got on the device is actually perfect, right? It's the source of truth. That's where everything goes. But just because you're not online doesn't mean you can't have some of the same features that are online. So if we imagine like a first aid app where you can download first aid articles or something, then you go out into the bush and you get bit by a snake. So you open up your offline first aid application and you type into the search, snake bite. And then it goes, oh, you're offline, I can't return you any results. That's not a great experience, right? So you do still need some things to work. The next one is pretty classic, like graceful degradation scenario. You have an online app that works online, everything is editable, whatever, and then when you go offline, you lose some functionality. So you can't edit anymore, but you can still read all the data. To help you make decisions and stuff, it might be appropriate for whatever you're building. Like an example could be a shopping list or something, where you can download a shared shopping list and see it, but you can't actually make changes. Maybe a bad example, but it's the kind of thing you could build. The next level would be where some data is editable. So you might only be able to create stuff, but you can't edit stuff that already exists. And then the last level of kind of complexity, and this is what we're going to focus most on for this talk, is those apps where just about everything works offline. Not everything can work offline, like you can't do video streaming or live chat or anything like that. But if you can do all of your job, you can go around editing things and deleting things and completing tasks or whatever, then that's a good step at least. So broadly speaking, you've got offline only and then mixed kind of offline and online apps. So I've got an idea. Let's add an offline mode to our app. Offline mode seems easy. So I've sold you on all the benefits, right? So let's go and do it. I've already got a to-do list app. How do I start? Well, the first thing is that you have to download your data to use when you're offline. So what does that actually mean? Downloading your data means essentially you're going to keep a local copy of that data, and then anytime you use the app, you just read from that local data. It's pretty easy. The other part of that will be that when you make changes, you need to sync them back up to the server. So there are a few ways you can do this. A lot of smart people have gone into the effort of actually deciding what that is. There's a thing called a CRDT, which is a conflict-free replicated data type. And the idea is that every kind of local copy of your database and the one on the server is actually kind of like a distributed system, and you just need to replicate changes across them. So all your cloud providers and stuff will probably handle this for you in terms of like, I've got a SQL database or a table storage or DynamoDB or something. But the way they actually do it is using these CRDTs. So there are three broad categories. One is operation-based, which is essentially like having a list of operations that you've done. So you might say, I've done a create task in my to-do list, and then you save that for later, and when you come back online, you process all of them and go from there. Another one is where you just update the local database you've got, and then have something that basically just sends that up to the server, something on the server that figures out what changed and saves it. That sounds really cool, and there are some tools that do it, but I don't actually have much experience with those specifically. And then the other one is just the saving changes. So you get kind of databases that have, rather than storing the state of the thing, you just keep a list of changes and essentially you send those up to the server when you come back online. Now the one I'm going to talk most about is the queue, because I feel like that's the easiest for people to reason about. It's probably the entry level kind of offline mode. It's just doing what you were already doing, but saving it for later. So we'll have a little bit of a look at some code. There's not a lot of code here. Hopefully it's something you can reasonably understand, even if you don't write a lot of code. Basically, we have a to-do list, and we're going to say, if I'm online, then call the API to get the to-do. Otherwise, get it from my offline data, and then return that. So, seems okay, right? If you're online, do this. If you're offline, do that. The same kind of approach for an update. If we're online, save that to the API. If we're offline, then update the local storage and queue the update, essentially. So we can kind of generalize that to say we've got an app that when you're online goes from A to B, it does X, right? If you want to talk about offline mode, that's saying if you're online, do X. If you're offline, do Y. Right, it's not impossible. It's actually not that hard. But what's the problem with it? Well, firstly, having two ways of doing things means that you have to make sure both ways work. You might forget to do one of them. Like, have you worked on an app with an offline mode where someone goes, oh, yeah, that's done. I just need to make it work in offline mode. Or, like I said, how many of you have forgotten to make a particular feature work offline? So there's got to be a better way. And that way is to build an offline first app. So rather than going from the mindset where I have an app that I want to work offline, you say, I've got an offline application, how do I make it work online? Basically, you're starting from the assumption that there is no internet and working up from there. Now, this comes with a lot of benefits. Like I've already talked about, the biggest one is that it's actually simpler to reason about when you've got one way of doing things. So rather than saving to the API or queuing it for later, you basically just always queue it for later. And then you have a background process that saves into the API later, which you would have already had anyway to handle offline mode. So probably the biggest difference between an offline first app and an offline mode app is that you're not treating being offline as an error condition. It's not a special case you need to handle, it's just how it works. Now, I mentioned the term graceful degradation before. That's basically saying, I've got an app that's good, and when it's offline, it can be almost as good. The other way to look at it, which is what offline first is saying that it's a progressive enhancement. So rather than having something that gets worse, you actually have something that gets better. So you build a good offline app, and when it's online, you enhance it with other things. That might be that when you go to edit a particular item, like in your to-do list, you go load the to-do list from the cache, and then, hey, I'm online, so I might as well go fetch it and get the new stuff. So we'll go through that little bit of code again, and we'll try and change it from offline mode to offline first. Now, I said the big problem was if this, else that. How about we get rid of the else, and we'll see what happens. It's gone, easy. So now we have an online app that fetches the data, and then we return the offline data. We've actually missed one little bit in here, so I'll make room for that. And that's basically when we get the new data, we have to update the offline cache as well. Now that's done, we can tidy up the code a little bit, get rid of some variables, because who likes variables? And the code's pretty simple. If you're online, do this, and then always return the offline data. I mentioned before that waiting for things actually makes it slower. So you can see these async and await words. If you're not familiar, async just says that you can use the await keyword, and the await keyword just actually waits for it. So the program will stop and wait for that thing to respond. If we just get rid of that, it no longer waits for that response. So we don't have that issue where it's slower because you're online. Now, whether or not you can actually do this is going to depend on probably a framework or something that you're using. In React, you might write a hook that abstracts that away. That's primarily what I write, so I don't know all the others exactly, but other reactive frameworks like Swift UI or Reactive UI or Svelte actually have similar concepts, right, where you can just update this behind the scenes and then show the new version. We can look at our update as well, and we go, now we've got that if-else, but we'll tackle it slightly differently. Instead of relying on updating this thing as it's happening, we've already built a robust solution to handle those background updates, and the robustness of that is very important. We'll talk more about that later. So why not just use that? We can get rid of this whole section entirely, and we're left with something pretty simple, right? We update the offline data, and then we schedule the update for later. This idea of updating the offline data is actually really interesting. Has anyone heard of optimistic UI or optimistic updates? A couple of people. So that's the idea basically that because it feels slow to wait all the time, let's just update this thing with the expectation that it works. Now that is something that happens in online apps as well. It's kind of essential in an offline app because otherwise you're always looking at old data. But online apps do this as well to try and feel faster. They basically want that offline experience where things just work, you know? So there are lots of tools now to go and do those optimistic updates. They get built into query libraries like Apollo Client or React Query or things like that. Again, I mainly work in React, so those are my examples. So I've painted a pretty rosy picture about how easy it is to make an offline app. And there are a bunch of challenges. We're going to talk about them a fair bit after I've had a drink. So when you talk about offline apps, one of the big challenges that people will raise is the idea of getting a merge conflict. Now, developers are pretty familiar with merge conflicts because we get them all the time when we're writing code. And you won't find many people in the room who actually enjoy that process. But it's not necessarily as big a deal as people think it is with an offline app. So I'll just run through a little bit of what a merge conflict is, because it's a complicated idea if you're not familiar. Basically, a merge conflict happens when two people change the same thing around the same time. So in this case, we've got Alice and Bob. Alice opens a thing, saves her changes, and in that in-between phase, Bob has also opened the thing, and he saves some changes. Now, when you get to the end, if they've made different changes, you need to figure out what to do, essentially. So there's kind of an important line we can draw in the sand, which is when that first person saves it, the person who goes after that will get a problem. Now I've got the lines roughly in this kind of range, but really they can be anywhere. Essentially, if you open it before that dotted blue line and you save it after that dotted blue line, then you have a problem. If you open it and save it before, the other person gets the problem. If you open it after, then you're already getting the latest updates anyway. So you're not going to get that merge conflict scenario. The thing is, for an offline app, it's not so much about when you open it and when you save it. It's more like when you were last online to get the version at the beginning, and then when you come back online at the end. So the time frame for actually getting a merge conflict when you have an offline app is quite a lot bigger. But the problem is existing no matter what. Even if you've got a thing that takes 10 seconds to fill out, there's still a 10-second window where someone might open it and hit this problem. So you already do something about merge conflicts. You probably just haven't thought about it. Common things that you might find there would be that the last update wins because they made the change last, so just overwrite whatever was in there with what they put. Hopefully, some of the changes would be the same, so it actually doesn't matter if that happened or not. But there are other approaches you can use where rather than say, hey, here's this whole thing, here's a title and a description and some tags on our to-do, go and replace whatever was there. You could actually just say, all right, you changed the description, so let's update the description. And that limits the amount of merge conflicts you'll get. And the idea behind that's kind of like a patch operation. There's a HTTP patch keyword and a RFC and all this fun stuff around that. But basically, merge conflicts are a problem, and you do need to think about them, but they're already a problem. So going offline doesn't really change it, except that you might hit it more. Another one is API versioning and backwards compatibility and those kind of concerns. Because you may have had an app that was last online 3 weeks ago, if you've changed the API in that 3-week period and done a breaking change, then anyone who comes back online from 3 weeks ago, the things they're trying to do won't work because they might be missing required fields or that kind of thing, right? So it becomes more important that you accept backwards compatible, like old versions of stuff. So I don't know, you add a new field to your to-do that's called assignee or something. And then if you make it a required field, anyone who doesn't provide an assignee, it'll fail. That's kind of a problem, right? So you still need a way for someone to do their job without that field. And a common approach to that is having API versioning. There are a bunch of other ways as well, but again, that's going to depend on what you, how your app works. You'll notice a common theme around these, that they're all related to handling errors, because when everything works and everything's easy. The problem is when there are problems. So another one is things like field validation. You know, if you have a required field that you've added, whether it existed before or existed later, essentially, if you rely on the server to validate these requests that you're making before, like, rather than letting the client do it, that means your offline user has to wait potentially weeks until they actually try and do the thing, and then it fails. So that's a problem, because to go and add a required field when you press submit is pretty easy, right? But if you're revisiting it weeks, days, hours even later, it's a lot harder to know what the right thing to put in there is. So I talked about the offline queue, or the queue of changes to make. So we've got a little animation thing that I'm pretty proud of that I made here, basically showing that process. So this little box is going to be our magical processor, and all the little rectangles are the things we're going to do with them. So we start by processing one, and we take the next one, process that, take the next one, and it's failed. So if you went to Derek's talk earlier, he talked a lot about, you know, retries and timeouts and exponential backoff and those kind of things. And yeah, you probably do want to retry these requests, because they might just be intermittent errors. If they're not intermittent errors, then you retry it and it will always fail. So what do? If you talk about a queue, then there's this idea that you process them in the order they came in, but this one is now stuck. So you need something to essentially put that aside and then you can continue processing the rest of them. Now, you're not done yet. That one that you didn't process is still valid. It's still something that someone tried to do and it didn't work. So you need a way for them to resume that. It'll depend on, again, what the app is and what you expect it to do. But basically, we need to try and reprocess it again in a different way. So that might be saying you can go back in and edit and try again, or you save it to some API and get an admin team to process them, or you just roll it back and say, hey, sorry, we couldn't do that, throw it away. Again, depends on what your data is. But the kind of robustness of this process is really important, because it's core to your app now. So whereas before in offline mode, it may have been there and you didn't spend all of your effort building it, you know, maybe you get some problems and it's sort of okay because when they're online it works. But for an offline first app, this is the only way you get those updates happening. So again, make it robust. You need to think about things like having an item potency on your requests. For example, if this was a delete that failed because the thing was already deleted, you could go, well, you're trying to delete it and it's deleted, so it's fine. And just mark it as successful, basically. And you might also have dependent requests in here. So let's say this was a create, and then later I had an update. That update would also fail because it's got nothing to update now. So you might find that you get a few of these things happening. Another problem is when you have a patchy internet connection or an unreliable connection rather than being just offline. That's actually kind of worse. You could look at the things like on your device, they often have indicators that say whether you're online or offline. But how reliable are they actually? You might want to put in something like a health check endpoint on your API where you can call that to see, like the device says I'm online, but can I actually call the APIs that I need to call? And then, you know, base it on that. You might want to consider having the app like manually try and sync up rather than doing it automatically, so the user can say, yeah, I want to sync now. But again, that doesn't work for everyone, but it's an approach that you could take to handle this problem. So rather than just responding to being online, you can wait until the person is like, yeah, I'm back in the office now, so I can do this thing and it should work. Another thing is when you have an offline app, you probably need to tell your users that it's offline, and you could say something like, you're offline. But do they know what that actually means? So rather than just say, you're offline, you might want to change it up a little and say something like, you're offline. Changes will be saved when you're back online. That kind of hints that, oh, I'm not done just because I think I'm done. There's something else I'll need to do. Again, you talk to whoever about the exact wording there, but there's that kind of idea where telling them what the state is doesn't help. Tell them what they can do about it. And then as you go through, you might say, we've got 3 changes pending upload, or we've uploaded 5 of 8 of your changes, or, you know, all changes are saved at the end. Just to help the users understand that, yes, you're offline, and what does it mean for you now? You know, are you done yet? When you get this kind of message, it's like, oh, cool, everything I've saved, everything I've changed has been saved, so I can go about my day. Everything's normal. Another one that will be affected by having an offline app is that the security posture of your app changes. Because you're getting all this data onto your device, it's potential that someone else could get that data off the device. So you might want to think about things like encryption, if that's important. If you do have encryption, then where do you store the encryption keys? If they're also on the device, then it might be a little, I don't know, pointless to have the keys stored with the data. So you think about how that's going to work for you. Another big one is if you have shared devices, let's say in a workplace, it might be there's a kiosk thing that people use to do a job. And when someone's shift ends, they hand it over to someone else, and they'll go do their job too. So if there's kind of user data on there, you might need to think about keeping it separate from the other user's data. It's going to depend, right? Maybe it's fine for them to see it, maybe it's not really user sensitive, but if you're storing, their name or date of birth or something somewhere, then, I don't know, you might want to hide it as well. So that's where encryption would come in and all the other fun things. And then another kind of complicated issue is that most of the apps that we build, especially if you're going for, enterprise kind of clients or whatever, you'll need some kind of authorization and authentication, some like login stuff. Now, when you're online, you can log in and get refresh tokens and, have a token lifetime that lasts an hour, and then you go and get a refreshed version every hour so that you don't never run out, right? If you're offline, you can't do that anymore, so you might need to think about how you need to relax those rules or those guidelines just to handle that scenario. So you might let people in if their token is expired, and maybe only for a certain amount of time, but it's probably something you need. Otherwise, they can't go offline for more than an hour, right? So it would depend, again, I'm a consultant, so it always depends. But if you think about what it means for you, maybe you let people in, and then before you actually save anything, you do go and get that new token so that it all works. But that's the sort of thing you need to think about. Another one I've got another challenge is if you want to build an offline web app. So you could have like a mobile app which has its own challenges potentially, but a web app is probably even bigger because the convention is that you would download everything essentially every time you visit the app. You might have caching of style sheets and stuff through your CDN, but if you're going to have a fully offline app, you need to have that data saved on the device always. So there are things to help you with that now. Like if you build a progressive web app, a PWA, then you get a lot of that stuff built in. You have a service worker download all the assets, save it for later, right? It's not impossible, but it is a little bit more difficult probably than a native app, because native apps let you download all that stuff ahead of time anyway. You know, you download your app from the App Store, and it's 50 megabytes or whatever it is, and all the stuff that you need there is included. Whereas on the web, you download that every time. And then the last sort of challenge that I've got to cover, I guess, is those features that just won't work. So, you know, this is video streaming, right? That's not going to work. You can't build Teams or Zoom if you're going for an offline app. Those features just won't work. So there are limits. Now, we've talked a bunch about the benefits and the challenges that have come with this. We talked about why you might want to build one. So if you want to be used in remote areas or just in situational offline times, you know, someone's probably got a Wi-Fi only tablet or something. If you wanted to bring that here and it didn't work because you didn't connect to the venue Wi-Fi, or the venue Wi-Fi was bad, then you'd have a bad time. And the benefits, I guess, are that you get a better experience for users. They can use your app in more ways, in more places. And yeah, we had to acknowledge that there are challenges with that. So I'm not saying it's easier to build an offline app than an online one. But if you think that you're going to build an offline app, or you know you're going to build an offline app, or even if you just want to build an offline app, then it's definitely easier to adopt that offline first mindset and treat it as the normal rather than trying to handle it later. You know, it's easier to know up front what you're building and build it from the beginning. So that's all I've got today. I didn't think I'd have time for questions, but I think I actually do. So if anyone does have a couple, thank you. Anybody? If not, you can go get lunch. Yes, hello. I don't know if there's a mic, but call it out and I'll repeat. Cool. So the question was, how do you encrypt data on the client side? So there are many ways to encrypt. Let's assume you've got like a public-private key pair or something, which is a pretty standard way to do it. You would essentially probably rather than getting the data on your device, you would download it in an encrypted format, I would expect, and then have something on your device to decrypt it. So if you have a private public key, for example, the private key can stay on the server, public key on your device. The way those two things work is that anything encrypted by the private key can be decrypted by the public key, and you can verify that that's where it came from. So that does kind of give you that option to download the data. If you're going to do something like encryption, that will probably dramatically slow down the app because you'll have to decrypt it all the time, and there are going to be gaps where it's in memory and stuff. So when they talk about those kind of hacks, like I'm trying to think of the names of them, but they have all these memory overflow, like buffer overflow attacks and stuff, you're probably still going to be vulnerable to that kind of stuff. It's not a perfect solution, but there's something there, right? Cool. Another one. Yep. Yeah, so when we stopped waiting for the response and we just kind of updated it in the background, yeah, like you said, you would get your stale data first and then you'd replace it with the new data when it came in. So it wouldn't always have changed and you might see no difference. But yeah, if it did change, you'd have to handle that. So again, that's going to depend how you want to handle it. If you're okay with it being initially stale data and then getting the updated data. I guess if you don't fetch that data, then you would always get the stale one. So. Yeah, so the idea being that if you kind of do that process where you update it after the fact and there's stale data, does it always make sense to do that? So, yeah. So something like, let's say in the top right, you've got a user avatar or something, right? If that just updates randomly, it doesn't matter. If you've just clicked to open something and that updates later, like you said, it might be jarring where everything changes on them, you'll have to decide what works for you. Potentially, you could just update lists of things like that. So you see the old list first, and then the new one loads in. There are kind of balances, I guess. It depends, but I hate to say that all the time, but it generally does depend. Cool, one more maybe? Hello. Aish, sorry. I don't have any particular thoughts on that, I guess. If it's capable of being offline, which is everything, right? They've all got an airplane mode. Yeah, okay, yep. So I guess it's something I was probably meant to talk about but didn't. If you're going to download gigabytes of data, then you're probably going to have a bad time because it's all going to be on the device. So think about maybe only load the last month of data or something like that. You don't necessarily need everything from history. You might just need stuff that's relevant to do your job today while you're offline. So it could be a very small set, or it could be quite a large set of things that you actually need to download. Cool. All right, I think we're probably done. It's lunch next, so I'll wait up there, and if you have more questions, come see me. Otherwise, enjoy your food.
Thank you, Ben. As Ben mentioned, we do have lunchtime now, so you can head out into the foyer. The food is organised by the number that's on your lanyard, so have a look at the sticker and you should be able to find your queue. And we'll see you in an hour for the panel sessions.
So I did one for 56 minutes, and then that was the last question.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay, you can see me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office. This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. And we're looking at
God, this is like my dream come true. I always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's group.
What do you want?
Go.
We got a little problem. As you know, our motto is, you need a professional bodyguard delivered to your door in less than half an hour, you got it, buddy. But without an app, ain't no bodyguard getting delivered nowhere. So, where are we with that?
The app is almost ready. We just need 3 more days?
We need it ASAP.
Okay, team, what's the status on the app?
We're good to go, except our login experience is a disaster.
We need something to keep our users' data private.
And to keep the hackers out.
And it needs to work flawlessly because...
Because I don't want to lose one single customer.
I hear you, so let's use Auth0.
Auth what now?
Auth0, it's an identity platform. Fast, easy logins, just what the boss wants.
Can we make our own authentication service?
Come on, the ultimate keymaster, you know we don't have that kind of time.
We need to confirm identities with passwords, fingerprint scans, whatever the users like to use.
Auth0 can do that.
Yeah, but it needs to be secure. We can't have our app compromised by breaches.
Not a problem.
And it needs to scale if we get hit with a ton of traffic. And if it stalls or freezes up, I will get fired.
We can do this.
Could you guys stop? That's really distracting. We did it.
It's done.
Already?
Yep.
Hey, bigger customers are gonna love it.
I got a real app now, folks.
You know what? I want a bodyguard.
Hey, we got a customer.
Cool app. My name's Steven.
What's up, Steven?
We can do this.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay, you can see me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hensman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office. This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. And we're looking at
God, this is like my dream come true. I always wanted to join Scott Henselman. True.
What do you want?
Ambition is a fearless hunger for success. It drives us to challenge the way things are, to pursue what seems insurmountable, to keep going when others would stop. Ambition is how a global manufacturer is using AI to empower employees with disabilities. Ambition is how a company managed an overnight transition to remote work for 100,000 teammates. Ambition is how a children's hospital built an app to reduce stress for families. Ambition is how a law firm rallied against a malware attack to reclaim control and prevent a devastating breach of client confidence. At Insight, we know the power of ambition. We've grown from a small technology provider founded by two young brothers to a Fortune 500 company offering IT services and solutions for all. For more than 30 years, people have trusted us to turn ambitious projects into meaningful outcomes. What will your ambitious story be? Now is the time to do big things together. Now is the time to be ambitious.
My name is Carol. I'm a test engineer. My call sign is Special K. You might be familiar with it. You see it in cereal boxes. It's my call sign because I like eating. I eat a lot. When people see me, they always see me eating, and they always ask me, Carol, why are you eating? And I think that just when they see the cereal box, they say, okay, that's Carol.
Hi, I'm Joshni. I'm a test engineer. They call me Jester because I always have a smile on my face, whatever situation I'm in.
My name is Jaden. I'm an automation engineer here at Planet. My call sign is Digit because I'm a huge maths nerd. It is my primary major, but I often get called out on how I never, ever stop talking about maths. I just love maths.
I am Cassandra. I am a test automation specialist. Pink beret. As you can tell by the accent, I am French. Very prominent accent. So the beret completely makes sense. As for the pink, no matter the client, no matter where I was working, it always was a pink background with Hello Kitty riding a unicorn. It does not reflect who I am outside, clearly, but I think it brings a little bit of sparks and joy, and so yeah, so pink beret it is.
My name is Kong. I'm a consultant here at Planet. When people ask me how to pronounce my name, I always say, I'm not the king, but the Kong. But after joining Planet, I am the king and I'm the Kong.
Work to inspire is very something that we live by, I believe. We definitely see how much passion we have for quality and how much we want to convey this as a client. We don't just go for target, we always try to go a little bit further, and we try to inspire each other by learning new skills, having new challenges and taking them, and I think it's very inspiring.
Be better, build better. Personally, I always try to be better than yesterday. That's always been me, so I'm better than yesterday and I'll be better tomorrow.
I also get a lot of training opportunities in Planet because there's a vast library of training courses available that I can just access anytime. Before I joined Planet, like when you want to learn something, Google first, right? And then when you Google something, you always have to pay for something, and that's not what I want to do. So it's really good that Planet offers these free courses for me, and I don't have to feel pressured about buying something just so I can improve my skills and use them for work. Planet always encourages learning, and learning is a good way to just accelerate your career growth.
Top Gun of testing is it's awesome. It's really cool to be around people who are so passionate, so driven to do what they do, and who always want to learn and get better. I think that's really important, and I think it's going to be a driving factor going forward in the IT industry in general.
Top Gun is the best of the best, and for me, it's if you want to grow up in your career, you are at the right place because we have got all the training materials, right people, and right opportunities. Yeah, whatever you need to progress in your career, you have got everything in here to boost your experience and boost your personality, everything in a compact pack. That's what Planet is for me.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay, you can see me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office. This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. We're looking at
God, this is like my dream come true. I always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's group.
What do you want? tell me the best thing that's happened while I was gone.
I made sure Dad ate healthy like you said. He even tried the broccoli. Eat it. Then I helped him make his work much better. And we found the perfect outfit to wear to my party. But I really needed to wind down before bed, so I turned my hand into a starfish.
My best thing is you being back.
By applying market-leading technology solutions through our lifecycle services, we help clients realize business outcomes through our advice, integration, and operational services. MOQ Digital helps clients to fully understand their IT needs, adopt the right solution, and provide ongoing support to maximize their investment.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay. You can see me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office. This is it's nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. And we're looking
God,
at
this is like my dream come true. I always wanted to join Scott Henselman's troop.
What do you want?
Go.
We got a little problem. As you know, our motto is, you need a professional bodyguard delivered to your door in less than half an hour, you got it, buddy. But without an app, ain't no bodyguard getting delivered nowhere. So, where are we with that?
The app is almost ready. We just need 3 more days?
We need it ASAP.
Okay, team, what's the status on the app?
We're good to go, except our login experience is a disaster.
We need something to keep our users' data private.
And to keep the hackers out.
And it needs to work flawlessly because...
Because I don't want to lose one single customer.
I hear you, so let's use Auth0.
Auth what now?
Auth0, it's an identity platform. Fast, easy logins, just what the boss wants.
Can we make our own authentication service?
Come on, the ultimate keymaster, you know we don't have that kind of time.
We need to confirm identities with passwords, fingerprint scans, whatever the users like to use.
Auth0 can do that.
Yeah, but it needs to be secure. We can't have our app compromised by breaches.
Not a problem.
And it needs to scale if we get hit with a ton of traffic. And if it stalls or freezes up, I will get fired.
We can do this.
Could you guys stop? That's really distracting. We did it.
It's done.
Already?
Yep.
Hey, bigger customers are gonna love it.
I got a real app now, folks.
You know what? I want a bodyguard.
Hey, we got a customer.
Cool app. My name's Steven.
What's up, Steven?
We can do this.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay, you can see me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office. This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. And we're looking
God,
at
this is like my dream come true. I always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's group.
What do you want?
Ambition is a fearless hunger for success. It drives us to challenge the way things are, to pursue what seems insurmountable, to keep going when others would stop. Ambition is how a global manufacturer is using AI to empower employees with disabilities. Ambition is how a company managed an overnight transition to remote work for 100,000 teammates. Ambition is how a children's hospital built an app to reduce stress for families. Ambition is how a law firm rallied against a malware attack to reclaim control and prevent a devastating breach of client confidence. At Insight, we know the power of ambition. We've grown from a small technology provider founded by two young brothers to a Fortune 500 company offering IT services and solutions for all. For more than 30 years, people have trusted us to turn ambitious projects into meaningful outcomes. What will your ambitious story be? Now is the time to do big things together. Now is the time to be ambitious.
My name is Carol. I'm a test engineer. My call sign is Special K. You might be familiar with it. You see it in cereal boxes. It's my call sign because I like eating. I eat a lot. When people see me, they always see me eating, and they always ask me, Carol, why are you eating? And I think that just when they see the cereal box, they say, okay, that's Carol.
Hi, I'm Joshni. I'm a test engineer. They call me Jester because I always have a smile on my face, whatever situation I'm in.
My name is Jaden. I'm an automation engineer here at Planet. My call sign is Digit because I'm a huge maths nerd. It is my primary major, but I often get called out on how I never, ever stop talking about maths. I just love maths.
I am Cassandra. I am a test automation specialist. Being Beret, as you can tell by the accent, I am French. Very prominent accent. So the beret completely makes sense. As for the ping, no matter the client, no matter where I was working, it always was a pink background with Hello Kitty riding a unicorn. It does not reflect who I am outside, clearly, but I think it brings a little bit of sparks and joy, and so yeah, so pink beret it is.
My name is Kong. I'm a consultant here at Planet. When people ask me how to pronounce my name, I always say, I'm not the king, but the Kong. But after joining Planet, I am the king and I'm the Kong.
Work to inspire is very something that we live by, I believe. We definitely see how much passion we have for quality and how much we want to convey this as a client. We don't just go for target, we always try to go a little bit further, and we try to inspire each other by learning new skills, having new challenges and taking them, and I think it's very inspiring.
Be better, build better. Personally, I always try to be better than yesterday. That's always been me, so I'm better than yesterday and I'll be better tomorrow.
I also got a lot of training opportunities on Planet because there's a vast library of training courses available that I can just access anytime. Before I joined Planet, like when you want to learn something, Google first, right? And then when you Google something, you always have to pay for something, and that's not what I want to do. So it's really good that Planet offers these free courses for me, and I don't have to feel pressured about buying something just so I can improve my skills and use them for work. Planet always encourages learning, and learning is a good way to just accelerate your career growth.
Top Gun of testing is it's awesome. It's really cool to be around people who are so passionate, so driven to do what they do, and who always want to learn and get better. I think that's really important, and I think it's going to be a driving factor going forward in the IT industry in general.
Top Gun is the best of the best, and for me, it's if you want to grow up in your career, you are at the right place because we have got all the training materials, right people, and right opportunities. Yeah, whatever you need to progress in your career, you have got everything in here to boost your experience and boost your personality, everything in a compact pack. That's what Planet is for me.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay, you can see me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office. This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. And we're looking at
God, this is like my dream come true. I always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's group.
What do you want?
Tell me the best thing that's happened while I was gone.
I made sure Dad ate healthy like you said. He even tried the broccoli. Eat it. Then I helped him make his work much better. And we found the perfect outfit to wear to my party. But I really needed to wind down before bed, so I turned my hand into a starfish.
My best thing is you being back.
By applying market-leading technology solutions through our lifecycle services, we help clients realize business outcomes through our advice, integration, and operational services. MOQ Digital helps clients to fully understand their IT needs, adopt the right solution, and provide ongoing support to maximize their investment.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay. You can see me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office. This is it's nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. And we're looking at
God, this is like my dream come true. I always wanted to join Scott Henselman's troop.
What do you want?
We got a little problem. As you know, our motto is, you need a professional bodyguard delivered to your door in less than half an hour, you got it, buddy. But without an app, ain't no bodyguard getting delivered nowhere. So, where are we with that?
The app is almost ready. We just need 3 more days?
We need it ASAP.
Okay, team, what's the status on the app?
We're good to go, except our login experience is a disaster.
We need something to keep our users' data private.
And to keep the hackers out.
And it needs to work flawlessly because...
Because I don't want to lose one single customer.
I hear you, so let's use Auth0.
Auth what now?
Auth0, it's an identity platform. Fast, easy logins, just what the boss wants.
Can't we make our own authentication service?
Come on, the ultimate keymaster, you know we don't have that kind of time.
We need to confirm identities with passwords, fingerprint scans, whatever the users like to use.
Auth0 can do that.
Yeah, but it needs to be secure. We can't have our app compromised by breaches.
Not a problem.
And it needs to scale if we get hit with a ton of traffic. And if it stalls or freezes up, I will get fired.
We can do this.
Could you guys stop? That's really distracting. We did it.
It's done.
Already?
Yep.
I think our customers are gonna love it.
I got a real app now, folks.
You know what? I want a bodyguard.
Hey, we got a customer.
Cool app. My name's Steven.
What's up, Steven?
We can do this.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay, you can see me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office. This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. We're looking
God,
at
this is like my dream come true. I always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's group.
What do you want?
Ambition is a fearless hunger for success. It drives us to challenge the way things are, to pursue what seems insurmountable, to keep going when others would stop. Ambition is how a global manufacturer is using AI to empower employees with disabilities. Ambition is how a company managed an overnight transition to remote work for 100,000 teammates. Ambition is how a children's hospital built an app to reduce stress for families. Ambition is how a law firm rallied against a malware attack to reclaim control and prevent a devastating breach of client confidence. At Insight, we know the power of ambition. We've grown from a small technology provider founded by two young brothers to a Fortune 500 company offering IT services and solutions for all. For more than 30 years, people have trusted us to turn ambitious projects into meaningful outcomes. What will your ambitious story be? Now is the time to do big things together. Now is the time to be ambitious.
My name is Carol. I'm a test engineer. My call sign is Special K. You might be familiar with it. You see it in cereal boxes. It's my call sign because I like eating. I eat a lot. When people see me, they always see me eating, and they always ask me, Carol, why are you eating? And I think that just when they see the cereal box, they say, okay, that's Carol.
Hi, I'm Joshni. I'm a test engineer. They call me Jester because I always have a smile on my face, whatever situation I'm in.
My name is Jaden. I'm an automation engineer here at Planet. My call sign is Digit because I'm a huge maths nerd. It is my primary major, but I often get called out on how I never, ever stop talking about maths. I just love maths.
I am Cassandra. I am a test automation specialist. Being Beret, as you can tell by the accent, I am French. Very prominent accent. So the beret completely makes sense. As for the ping, no matter the client, no matter where I was working, it always was a pink background with Hello Kitty riding a unicorn. It does not reflect who I am outside, clearly, but I think it brings a little bit of sparks and joy, and so yeah, so pink beret it is.
My name is Kong. I'm a consultant here at Planet. When people ask me how to pronounce my name, I always say, I'm not the king, but the Kong. But after joining Planet, I am the king and I'm the Kong.
Work to inspire is very something that we live by, I believe. We definitely see how much passion we have for quality and how much we want to convey this as a client. We don't just go for target, we always try to go a little bit further, and we try to inspire each other by learning new skills, having new challenges and taking them, and I think it's very inspiring.
Be better, build better. Personally, I always try to be better than yesterday. That's always been me, so I'm better than yesterday and I'll be better tomorrow.
I also get a lot of training opportunities on Planet because there's a vast library of training courses available that I can just access anytime. Before I joined Planet, like when you want to learn something, Google first, right? And then when you Google something, you always have to pay for something, and that's not what I want to do. So it's really good that Planet offers these free courses for me, and I don't have to feel pressured about buying something just so I can improve my skills and use them for work. Planet always encourages learning, and learning is a good way to just accelerate your career growth.
Top Gun of testing is it's awesome. It's really cool to be around people who are so passionate, so driven to do what they do, and who always want to learn and get better. I think that's really important, and I think it's going to be a driving factor going forward in the IT industry in general.
Top Gun is the best of the best, and for me, it's if you want to grow up in your career, you are at the right place because we have got all the training materials, right people, and right opportunities. Yeah, whatever you need to progress in your career, you have got everything in here to boost your experience and boost your personality, everything in a compact pack. That's what Planet is for me.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay, you can see me. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office. This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. We're looking at
God, this is like my dream come true. I always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's group.
What do you want?
Oh, my chocolate!
Tell me the best thing that's happened while I was gone.
I made sure Dad ate healthy like you said. He even tried the broccoli. Eat it. Then I helped him make his work much better. And we found the perfect outfit to wear to my party. But I really needed to wind down before bed, so I turned my hand into a starfish.
My best thing is you being back.
By applying market-leading technology solutions through our lifecycle services, we help clients realize business outcomes through our advice, integration, and operational services. MOQ Digital helps clients to fully understand their IT needs, adopt the right solution, and provide ongoing support to maximize their investment.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to one of two panels we've got going today. This one is the Ask Me Anything panel. If you hadn't read that on the screen already, if you were looking for our inclusive working panel, I suggest you have a look in the Billier or River room at the other end of the building. I'd like to take a quick moment to again thank the wonderful sponsors that have helped put on DDD Perth this year. Without them, we really couldn't bring all these wonderful talks, food, everything to you here today. And with that, I would like to introduce you to today's panel. We have four wonderful speakers here today, and I will let them introduce themselves. You would have met some of them already, starting with Christina.
Oh, okay, there it is. Hi, I'm Christina Aldan. I am a brand strategy consultant based in Las Vegas. I work for Arona Software. I'm a speaker, trainer, mentor. I'm a soon-to-be author, and it's my first time in Perth, and I took a selfie with a Quokka yesterday, so, like, I'm good. Like, whatever happens from there is amazing.
And next up, we have Sam Price.
Hello, everyone. I guess at heart, I'm a bit of a techie, so I've had a lot of different roles in tech over the last 20 years. Software engineer, architect, manager. Now I'm currently a VP of engineering at Family Zone Cyber Safety. But yeah, super happy to be here today, and it's amazing to see such a turnout. So thanks everyone, and thanks to all the speakers and sponsors.
And next up we have Julie Grundy.
Hi there. Am I on? I'm on. Yeah, my name's Julie Grundy. I'm a Senior Digital Accessibility Consultant at Intopia and Head of Audit Practice. So for the last however long, I've been training people in accessibility, mostly dev teams, and auditing people, including some big corporations, art projects, everything in between. And in my copious quantities of free time, I also organise, part of organising the local Perth Web Accessibility Camp.
And finally, we have Sarada Lee.
Hi everyone, my name is Sarada, and I'm a co-founder of Perth Machine Learning Group. Our goal is to increase the capability of AI and machine learning in Perth. Our members have come from different backgrounds, from government, academia, and industry. So we so far have over 1,800 members now, so hopefully continue to grow. I used to work in consultancy, helping company to do the AI work, and now I focus on medical research using computer vision for digital pathologies.
So thank you very much to our 4 panelists. My name is David Miko. I'm your chair for this panel for the rest of the session here today. And I just briefly want to mention Slido, which is the platform that you can go to if you haven't already to interact with the panel today, ask some questions, have a look at the questions that have already been asked, upvote them, and that's the way that you can interact with these fine folks on stage today. But given that we only have half an hour, let's kick straight into it. And our first question, which I'm sure is very topical given the market at the moment. What's the software developer employment ecosystem like at the moment? If you're wanting to hire a full-time developer, do you recruit locally? Do you recruit overseas? Do you recruit remotely? Sam, you're a VP of engineering. You do a lot of recruitment. What's your take on this?
So I think it really depends on the size of the organisation and the maturity of the processes. So particularly if you were to consider at the really small end a tech startup, they're going to be very dynamic and it's going to be a very fast-paced environment. So managing a highly remote or overseas, particularly when time zones are involved, workforce is going to be extremely challenging and not really lead to the business outcomes that are required at that stage for that institution. On the other hand, if companies like Google or I don't know, any other kind of large organisation are more likely to have rigorous process in place and better support for people. So I think it's sort of a bit of a balancing act. So I think the larger organisations are going to be more readily able to remotely hire. And then I think, in the middle, there's probably a bit of a mix and a bit of a balance.
Thank you very much. On to an extremely popular question next. Should I add NFTs or crypto to my software project? Julie.
If you do it accessibly, I guess that's acceptable.
So Christina, I believe we talked about this last night. What's your thoughts on this matter?
I do a lot of startup advising, and I'm going to say what advice I usually give them. So, if you have something attached to somebody who's really popular, it's a celebrity, it's something like that, you can trade it, you can sell it, you can quickly turn it over while it still holds its value, then yes, absolutely. If not, then it's just too risky, especially for, like I said, startups who are starting these new projects or people who maybe don't even quite understand how data are transferred along the way and the lifetime and the sustainability of it. I have somebody that I worked with, in fact, he's like chairman of the board. They formed a NFT commission now in Las Vegas, and he's like chairman. And I put this art in here. Well, okay, but you put art for a famous artist that has significant value already. A lot of people that are coming to him are having issues because after people pass, they can't access their NFT, they can't access their stuff, and there's not a system in place for that, and that's a lot of money that's been lost. We also, in that same ecosystem, had a basketball player who took in like $2.5 million on their Discord server, and then one day he said, you know what? This is just really stressful. I'm shutting everything down. Anybody who put in $1,500, I'm just going to give you a signed jersey, and thanks for playing. And he took their $2.3 million and left. And there's no repercussions for that. And all of the kids that had looked up to him, who didn't have the money to invest in what he was offering, they invested it anyway because he's like their cool idol. he took their money and left, and those kids, you know, they can't get that money back. So I think that if you can turn it over quickly, and if it's attached to something that's high value, and you can get that value and extract it, you know, within 12 months or so, then it'd be worth it. Otherwise, I don't see the use for that. We have another startup who's trying to attach grades in schools to follow the child and their progression through to college, and I just don't think that's sustainable. The amount of energy and effort that's required to track all of that, it's not there. And I think it's environmentally irresponsible.
Awesome answer. Okay, another really big question. Where will machine learning have the biggest impact in the next 10 years? Sarada.
It's a very tough question. Even when we look back in the last couple of months, we have such a big breakthrough in generative area. So I even can't imagine how the world going to be in the next few months. So looking into, you can just type in a simple text message to describe the scene, and the computer can completely generate for you. And also recently just have an art competition, and the machine already beaten the human. So all these changes can be scary, and I think one of the speakers also talking about the deepfake. So I think we needed to worry about the social impacts, what is real or what is not real. And for the longer horizons, I really want to see the medical research continue to improve and have a big impact for our health. I think it's more the regulatory to catch up the technology rather than the diagnosis on its own. But I really want to see that have a better improvement in our health system.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to throw this next one to Julie. So what's the first thing that you look for when doing an accessibility audit? What do you do when you're building something new?
So if I'm just starting out a fresh audit, the first thing that I always look at is I open up DevTools and the Elements panel, and I look at the quality of the HTML. That tells you a lot about where to pitch the rest of the testing and the verification, because good quality HTML is the basis of what goes into our accessibility API and then gets passed on to assistive technology. So you can learn so much from that part. If I'm testing, I generally test heading structure first, because that has a benefit for so many people. If I'm building something fresh, I do again start with that HTML. We sort of sometimes talk about the accessibility stack being HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and ARIA. It's a purely front-end stack. And it's less of a stack and more of a pyramid, with HTML giving you so much accessibility for free that if you get that right, then everything else that you're doing is just enhancing and making more usable and extending to a wider range of people. But that bedrock, if I could give one piece of accessibility advice to people who don't have time to learn accessibility, learn HTML, really get into those MDN definitions and really get to know it really well.
Okay, thank you very much. I think this next one is a great question, and I might actually throw it open to the panel to see maybe if there's multiple insights on it. But how do you convince your company to care about privacy? And I assume from this perspective we're talking about the privacy of its customers.
I'm actually going to jump in here and say, without being a privacy expert, I have had experience with trying to get organisations to care about accessibility, which, along with security, is one of those things that seems a bit nebulous and fuzzy. And how do you know when you're doing it well? But everybody puts it off to care about later after they've shipped. We tend to go for, you kind of need a grassroots kind of level of support. And often that comes from one person taking it on and becoming a champion, but not telling other people off for doing it wrong, but more praising them when they get it right. And being a bit pesty in meetings about like, oh, yes, this is an accessibility issue. I assume you could do the same with privacy. This is a privacy issue. We should absolutely be thinking about this now. And then buttonhole the people in charge and harass them into caring because you will not leave them alone until they do. This sounds very informal, but it's been a winning formula for many, many large organisations. This is being recorded and being sent out, so sorry to my clients.
I can chip in a little bit as well because I deal with medical data, so it's inbuilt in the organization level. They're already aware the importance of the privacy. But from the development side, we also concerned about, we put it on the cloud service, where's the location, we share the responsibility, make sure we have the right access. So, and also reminding them, your boss, if they fail to do it, they will have a big fine from the GDPR, so yeah, they will make the decision.
Yeah, that's great. I think it's a great, oh, Sam?
Oh, thanks, yeah. This is a kind of funny one, but I think, as Julie said, if you can hire someone whose responsibility it is to really focus on privacy and keep up to date, particularly from a legal perspective, and what that means to your organisation, then that's sort of a huge win. But then obviously getting executive support in that and really creating a culture. So privacy really is a cultural issue. So it's making everyone understand what it means to customers and what it means, like what's stored in data, and then rather than, I guess, to use a perhaps poor term, but rather than to bore people with legal jargon, it's really great if you've got that champion or sort of, I guess, ambassador to sort of relay what it means to individual teams and how that, like, provide simple patterns for how that they can approach privacy in their day-to-day work.
Yeah. Great input from all of our panellists there. I'm going to change gears slightly here and move more to individual development and the way that that's aligned in the market right now. What's the best thing that I can invest in outside of work to make myself attractive to an employer?
I do a lot of career mentorship for developers specifically and about how to lead from within. And so an investment really is in yourself and making yourself look attractive. And the way that we do that is by helping other people and lifting them up. You build a community around you. You build a tribe of advocates for yourself. And so they're going to be allies, they're going to be supporters, they're going to be sponsors, and you become this brand that is essentially somebody who is a leader. Now, you already have a brand, whether you want to admit it or not, right? So as you're sitting in your team, you already are representing certain values, you are representing how you present, how you are showing up with your dress, your appearance, your attitudes. You already have a brand. The difference, of course, is that you're just going to be more intentional about that brand. So I would advise everybody to go home and think about your top 3 to 5 core values that make you tick, and then start making your choices, your decisions, start living your life around those core values. What's going to happen is you start to attract other people who share those core values. Those people like what you have. They want to start doing what you do. And in fact, they're going to lift you up when they recognize somebody else doing those things. Oh, you should go talk to Joe because, Joe does that. He loves that. You should go talk to Susie. Susie loves doing that. And so suddenly you start to create this brand for yourself. And then, decide to pick 2 different platforms to put that content out that represent your brand. Maybe it's TikTok, maybe it's Facebook, maybe it's just one-on-one speaking with people because that's what works for you. Maybe you send out some press releases, I don't know. But you can create yourself as a brand, and you can lead from within. You don't have to be a leader. You don't have to have a title, because at the end of the day, you already have a reputation. So it's up to you to kind of guide those conversations and around that reputation.
Yeah, thank you very much, Christina. So let's say I've built my brand and I've got my job. So in Perth right now, salaries are, growing. There's a bit of certainly been a lot of heat in the market, so to speak. So I might throw this to Sam first, but is this just a bubble? Like, is this just a temporary thing? Should I be concerned if I'm an engineer in the market right now?
It's a good question. I don't have the crystal ball. I think there might be a tiny bit of a bubble, but realistically, my own personal take is that we don't really need to worry too much about that, but just rather focus on ourselves and focus on our work and really make sure that we're being our best me's, and I think we'll be okay.
Okay. On a somewhat related note, so if you're a graduate and you're entering the market right now, it's obviously a bit different than how it would be a few years ago, even given COVID and remote work and things like that. Does the panel think that we're able to give grads enough support in their early years in the industry at the moment? Christina, what do you think?
I think that if your communication processes and the way that you're organizing in your teams is done well with diversity, equity, and inclusion, then that's not really an issue. People can still feel connected as long as we are creating systems that allow them to be connected in multiple different ways. And so having diverse voices that feel like they're being heard, if you have that already, then you don't have to worry about it. That's not really an issue. I have many friends who lead remote teams all over the world that have never even met in person, and they're very successful and they're very connected, and sometimes when they do meet up at conferences, they're besties, and it's awesome because they already are very familiar with what's going on in each other's lives. They have multiple ways for communicating, and the nuance in that has to be prioritized. The nuance of communication has to be prioritized through documentation, through multiple ways of communicating, and through respect.
Okay, great answer. I might throw the next one to Sarada. If I'm an application developer but I want to move into working with AI or ML, how best is it to make that move? How do I start?
Now the accessibility actually really low. You don't need to pay for anything. From the resources you want to learn from to the compute power, there is no excuse not to learn. And I can point you to a Perth Machine Learning group, and I follow Fast AI as well. I did it myself, and I continue following. I just enjoy every moment, all the new technology, what I can apply for. It's just so exciting. The world is changing so fast, but in a good way. So come and join us or chat with me afterwards so I can point you to some resources. And Fast AI is fantastic community, and there's a lot of opportunity to contribute to open source environment, so it also can help you to prepare yourself for your next move.
Okay, I think the next one is probably a good one to throw over to, well, anyone on the panel really, but I might start with Julie because we were talking about flying around the place last night. A number of the panelists here have, flown around the world and talked in various cities. Jacob asks, is the Perth technology sector lacking anything in particular compared to the eastern states or overseas right now? Or is, in the era of remote work, is that not really an issue?
Yeah, we were talking about this last night. I'm incredibly biased on this, though, in that I don't think that the Perth sector, if there are gaps, and I'm sure people can identify them, I don't think that there's anything lacking in our capability or our capacity to grow and fill those gaps. In terms of working remotely, Intopia is a fully distributed organisation, so I'm the only employee in Perth, but we have people all around Australia, in New Zealand, in America and in Canada. And in general, we've found the quality of people that we find to be pretty similar all around. So again, I'm the only one in Perth until Loren came to visit us. So yeah, I might be incredibly biased on that, but I do think that there is a lot of strength and a lot of resilience and creativity in Perth. So if there's any particular language sets or skill sets that are missing, I think that's just a case of, okay, fine, we identify them and we fill those gaps. But I'll pass over to people who are possibly less biased.
Yeah, I think it's sort of just a function of our population, really. So I think we've got everything, just in smaller amounts. And so, like, I don't know, DDD for me is one of those little sparks in the Perth sort of tech scene. I'd love to see more investment in tech and more startups and growth here and more conferences like this one. But yeah, I don't think there's any fundamental lack of skills. I just think it's a function of us being comparatively small and in a relatively isolated part of the world.
Okay, so we've got about 5 minutes left. I'm going to jump around to a few fun ones here that I've got on the list. What's a boring technology that people or companies should use more? Forget about Web3 and blockchain for a moment. What's something boring we should look at?
I'm raising my mic to my mouth to get in first. HTML. It's the handy dandy, go anywhere, do anything kind of Swiss Army knife. As far as boring tech goes, HTML is actually pretty bloody great.
Okay, I'll throw out one. Any of the languages that are used for infrastructure as code, so CloudFormation, does anyone like YAML? HCL for Terraform. I don't know, I'm probably going to get murdered by a few people after this, by the way. Those kinds of things, but we need to do more infrastructure as code.
For me, I don't like SQL. So I know people will disagree with me, but for me, when I have an interview and people ask me my skill or SQL, I can do other things using other language, and I don't like SQL. And also it's an indicator for me that will be a very boring and very dirty job. I am more doing the cleaning more than doing the machine learning, so SQL for me is the dirty word.
Okay, has anyone got a fun war story to share from the last year?
In what context?
Not any that my clients would be happy for me to have recorded.
Many war stories, but none that are fun.
I think we've all been there. Okay. Well, here's something that's a little bit different. What is the meaning of life as a developer in your eyes? And bearing in mind that we all know that the answer is 42, what else do you think the meaning of life as a developer is? Christina?
Yes, I'm super excited to answer this. I work really, really hard with my mentees to teach them creative problem solving, because it's all about critical thinking and solving problems. A lot of times, the people that I work with just enjoy working on things and chewing on things, and a lot of times they like the accolades as well. And for me, I try to help shift them to the empathetic side, right? I'm the emotional intelligence woman, and so I'm always looking at how we connect our products and services with empathy, with kindness, and with innovation to the people that are using them. And I try to impart into people that those creative problem-solving skills, those thinking skills that often come so naturally to people in our industry, They're very, very valuable, and you can sometimes just take that for granted because you're surrounded with other people who are doing that. But if you think about those problem-solving skills that you have and how you can use the tools to really work on solving some of these difficult, challenging problems of the world, that has a deep and greater purpose.
That's a fantastic answer. So I'm gonna end on one. I'm gonna ask each of our panelists this question because it is the most popular question left on the app right now. We've covered a little bit already, so I'm gonna riff on it a little bit. So the original question asks, what's the hype with Web3? It feels like it's a waste of time and money and has no value. I'll extend that a little bit. One of the things we get criticized about as technologists is we get distracted by the next sort of shiny thing. How do we distinguish the next shiny thing from something that actually has value? How do we actually dig in and understand whether that has value? Sam, I'll start with you and then we'll go around the panel.
It's a very good question. I'd like to believe that everything has value and that the current form is likely to change over time, but there are some underlying principles, and so it's really just finding that sort of almost like product market fit where there's an evolution. And so what we see now might be hard to really understand what it's going to look like in the future, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see something that resembles not the Web3 of today, but a particular application going forward. But certainly right now I can understand why people would be feeling a bit dubious about it.
I definitely agree with Sam about the product and market fit and then adding value to the problem. But that means we really need the domain expert to understand the problem and apply the technology. Technology should be a secondary rather than the primary. We should more always focus on solving the problem and add value to the situation. The tech is shiny, and next day they will gone. So even the language we learn today may be not applicable in a couple of years. So don't hang on to the technology, focus on the problem and solving it.
I think there is a small part of the community that is going to enjoy spending time with their goggles on, right? There are already people in the metaverse who really like certain things, and that's where they find connection, and that's great. And it's a certain subset of the population. And so I think for that, it does have value, right? For people who it's valuable if you have skins, if you can buy certain things, if you can have, okay, yeah, we want to put some effort. I can understand how companies want to do marketing within the metaverse and stuff like that. I get it, but the reality is that it's like 10,000 people own a third of the crypto, and I mean at that point, and there's something like 50% of the wallet keys are lost. Like you never will ever see them again, and so with that level, there's really it's not really practical for like me. What's the motivation for me to get into that when there's 10,000 people who are already going to hold it? There's a small percentage of the population that's holding it, and then what happens is we end up having all of these other kids again who can't afford it. This is and they're spending a lot of money and they're doing it wrong. You can do it right though. I have mentees who paid off their mom's entire house. It was, they had a $65,000 mortgage loan, and these kids paid it off playing esports games. They're amazing. I have other people who are using it to their advantage for testing things or for training during remote teams. That's a good use of it. Will it take over our future and oh my gosh, everybody's going to be into this and we all have to jump to the next shiny thing? No, I don't think so, no.
I tend to agree with everybody here. My own thinking on this is very much about how when I first started learning to make websites, it was very much like I can make a thing and put it out in the world and other people can just show up and look at it, and we don't need Rupert Murdoch's permission to do so. A lot of the extra hype comes from people inserting themselves as a middleman in a process so that they can extract a profit. I think the real longevity and promise of computing and software and the internet comes from those underlying patterns and principles of openness, transparency, interoperability. And so if those are the patterns and principles that you're working with, and then you learn a language that lets you work with that to solve the problem that you have. And then some business people can come along and think about market propositions or something. Maybe that's just, I'm just too much of a nerd to care about that. I'm lucky to have one of my bosses cares about that very much, and he thinks about that, and I don't have to worry about it. But I think if anyone is thinking about getting back to that question about how do you decide between what's worth your time learning versus what's going to be a flash in the pan, I think I will recommend a talk given here in Perth a few years back at Mix-In called Full Stack Anxiety by Joel Khalifa. And I found that talk really useful to me in mapping out where I am now, the goals I want to have, the kinds of things I want to build, and what skills do I need to learn to reach that goal. So if that's for anyone, it is on YouTube, and you should be able to get a hold of it. So maybe if that's a concern for you, give that talk a whirl.
Thank you very much. Well, with that, we have run a couple of minutes over, so it's time to break and find our next sessions. But I would ask first that the audience gives our panelists a big round of applause. So thank you, everyone. That concludes our panel, and our next sessions will be starting at 3:15.
That's not what I want to do. So it's really good that Planet offers these free courses for me, and I don't have to feel pressured about buying something just so I can improve my skills and use them for work. Planet always encourages learning, and learning is a good way to just accelerate your career growth.
Top Gun of testing is it's awesome. It's really cool to be around people who are so passionate, so driven to do what they do, and who always want to learn and get better. I think that's really important, and I think it's going to be a driving factor going forward in the IT industry in general.
Top Gun is the best of the best, and for me, it's if you want to grow up in your career, you are at the right place because we have got all the training materials, right people, and right opportunities. Yeah, whatever you need to progress in your career, you have got everything in here to boost your experience and boost your personality, everything in a compact pack. That's what Planet is for me.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay, you can see me.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office. This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. And we're looking
God,
at
this is like my dream come true. I always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's group.
What do you want?
Tell me the best thing that's happened while I was gone.
I made sure Dad ate healthy, like you said. He even tried the broccoli. Eat it. Then I helped him make his work much better. And we found the perfect outfit to wear to my party. But I really needed to wind down before bed, so I turned my hand into a starfish.
My best thing is you being back.
Hi everyone, thank you for joining us. We are heading into our last session before afternoon tea and keynote, so it's very exciting. Our next speaker is Megan Pusey. She's here to talk about what video games have taught me about designing for motivation. Megan is a PhD candidate at Murdoch University, researching video games, motivation and resilience. And she's here to tell us about what video games have taught her about designing for motivation. So please give her a hand.
Thank you all for coming. Obviously, a quick thank you to our sponsors, without which DDD couldn't happen. I'm also working at IBM, so I have to do the obligatory, this is my personal views, not that representing where I work, because I have now just finished up at Murdoch, which is exciting. So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Megan. Just finished a PhD in games user research, now doing user research at IBM for enterprise software. Previously worked as a physics teacher and a science communicator for places like SciTech. And so I have a bit of a varied background, hence that is why my Twitter handle is the way it is. I wanted to start the talk with a little thought experiment. If I had a very thickly slathered piece of Vegemite toast, not my ideal ratio of Vegemite to bread or toast. Hands up, just a show of hands, how many people would be quite happy to come and eat this lovely piece of Vegemite toast? Quite a few. Keep your hands up. What about if I now offered you $5 to come and eat this piece of Vegemite toast? Anyone willing for $5? What about $50? Anyone? Okay, a few more, 200? There's a few people still with their hands down, but I'm sure you have a price in mind to, withstand the very polarizing taste of Vegemite. I wanted to use this as an example because it's a really good love-hate relationship. And some people are more than happy to eat Vegemite for fun. Others need a bit of a different type of motivation. So things we do for fun, we have internal or intrinsic motivation. Things that we might not do for fun, maybe we need a bit of reward, like money, that we call external or extrinsic motivation, and we'll come back to those shortly. So video games as a product or an industry is made for leisure and as a hobby, so they have to be designed around intrinsic motivation and for fun. So good UX or a good player experience is really core to the game as a product and doing well. However, coming into enterprise software or websites or apps, sometimes good UX is a nice to have that's added on at the end and not the primary core of the experience. But also, to be fair, we use them differently. They're more like a tool we use to get a job done. They're not necessarily there for leisure. So, comparing the two, one being mostly intrinsic motivation and one being mostly extrinsic motivation, how could we learn some lessons from the world of video games and apply them to enterprise software or websites or apps? And I will just pause here to say I'm not going to be talking about gamification in turning these tools into games, but more about how could we tweak them to be more intrinsically motivating. So one of the theories that I've done a lot of work in, and I won't bore you with it, but basically the theory says that intrinsic motivation is made of 3 elements. So there's autonomy, which is a fancy way of saying you have choice and control over things. Competence, which means you feel skilled at doing a particular activity or your skill is improving. You don't have to be a master at the activity. And relatedness, which is feeling a connection to other people or a community of people. So these 3 things combining together help make stuff really intrinsically motivating and fun to do. You know, working in design, love a good how might we statement. So having worked at IBM for a bit now, I thought, oh, well, how might we, as a fun challenge, design enterprise software to be more intrinsically motivating to use? Again, without turning it into a game, because it is meant to be a tool. Starting with our first element of autonomy, games usually do this really well. One good example of this is from competitive first-person shooter games usually. This is a screenshot from a Fortnite menu where the game is allowing you to completely remap your controller. You have complete control over which button does what. So you can make it to your liking. Not all games do this, but the competitive games usually do this a bit better than others. And a good example from other software that give you good choice and control is the Adobe Suite. You can completely move the menus around, change which icons are in your menu. I'm left-handed, so if I was to do any drawing on a touch screen, I'd move all the menus to the right-hand side, and it enables me to do that. Not all software does. So that's one good example of offering choice and control in a non-game scenario. Another great one is Slack, and a lot of other software has a light and a dark mode. Slack goes a little bit further with the different color modes, and if you actually scroll all the way to the bottom, Dawn mentioned this in her accessibility talk this morning as well, but there are actually a few color schemes specifically designed for people with different types of color blindness. And offering choice and control over things that might seem like a really small deal to you can have a really great added benefit of improving accessibility for some of your other users that you might not even recognize when you first add this feature in. Moving on to our second strand, which is competence. Lots of video games do this really well as well, because they essentially have to teach you how to use the game while you're in the game. One of my favorite games that I've used in my research, which was really fun, is called Untitled Goose Game. The premise is that you are a mischievous goose running around an English village causing mayhem. So in each section of the village, you get a to-do list, and as you complete the to-do list, it crosses off that action, and different tasks are more difficult than others. So when you go shopping, if you put the toothbrush in the basket, it will cross off just the word toothbrush. And if the toothbrush somehow comes out of the basket, it uncrosses off as well, so it's like reactive. So games do quest logs, missions, and checklists like this really, really, really well. And you feel a sense of progress, like you've achieved something. Also really handy, like me, if you haven't played the game, you forget about it and you come back 6 months later and you can't remember what you're up to. These quest logs and checklists can help you go, oh, that's right, I was trying to steal shopping items from this poor shopkeeper. And one online course I was doing recently through the Interaction Design Foundation. I thought did this really well. In their website, all their courses follow this sort of layout. So on the left here, we've got their clear progression of chapters or lessons. Within each lesson, we've got sub-parts, and as you complete them, you get a nice green tick. And as you earn points by answering questions throughout the course, the blue points sort of float up to the progress bar up the top there, so you can clearly see how much you've got left to go until you get the little course certificate. So it's a nice visual reminder of the progress you've made so far. And as you get closer and closer to the end, it becomes even more and more motivating because you're like, oh, just a few more points and I'm finished. And so yeah, there on the left. Other places do this really well. I liked the Salonis example, but I noticed Udemy also does this really well. They'll have a time indicator next to each step or segment, especially if it's video-based. And that gives you a good indication of how difficult or how long the task is going to take. So I know for me, if I only have a half hour or so, I'm not going to start anything too complicated because I'm not going to get it finished. And by offering these sort of indicators of difficulty or time, you can make a good judgment about whether you want to start that activity now or not. A bad example, as a researcher, I like doing other people's surveys to see what they've done at a professional interest. I had an Etsy survey pop up as I was browsing. You can see I was browsing Pokemon plush toy thingos. So I pressed, sure, I'll do your annoying pop-up survey. And this was the first question, but immediately I kind of noticed, well, I was in the middle of doing something. I'm doing you a favor, and you're not telling me how long this is going to take. No indication of progress. And I've used Qualtrics before, same with Microsoft Forms, and I'm sure many of the other ones. There is always an option there to enable the progress bar, which just puts a little bar at the top or the bottom to show you a percentage of how far through the survey you are. Just a small thing like that can help motivate people to complete the task. Same with retail websites and shopping checkout baskets. You often see the steps listed or how close you are to finishing that purchase. So about 2 or 3 questions in my head I'm going, I want to get back to what I was doing. How much longer have I got left to go? I want to quit this and just keep doing what I was doing. I was just curious, so I kept going, and it was about 5 quick questions, but I could see, I imagine on the back end there'd be quite a lot of churn or a lot of people dropping out after that second question because there's no indication of how long this thing is going for. And our third stream, which is an interesting one because we're talking about connection to other people and building community, and immediately people think about that as being real-time or multiplayer in the game sense, but it doesn't have to be. So I will start with a multiplayer game because that's the obvious, I guess, friendship building or breaking activity in video games. One of my favorite genres is called couch co-op. This is one example called Overcooked, where you're working as a team of 4 to finish these orders in this level where they're making burgers. And usually the levels are set out in such a way that only certain people can do certain steps of the process. So like a team where you've got a dev and a designer and you can only, no one person can do everything, so you're having to yell at one another, cook the steak, what are you doing, hurry up, and pass me the tomatoes, where's this, where's it? Yeah, so there's a lot of yelling, but it's really fun, and you're working, in this game you're working to a clock, so you have to do as many as possible in the time limit to pass the level. So I find them really fun, other people find them really stressful, but that designing the levels in such a way that one person cannot do the level alone helps build that teamwork. And one tool I've been using a lot of recently that I think has a lot of features to make real-time collaboration online really good, and there's lots of tools like this one, this isn't the only one, is Mural. It's like an online whiteboard where you can put fake digital sticky notes on there. Some of the features I like is that when you're all on the same mural, you can see everyone's pointers. It has their name next to it, so you can clearly see where everyone is and what they're doing. If you're a facilitator, you have facilitator superpowers. You can summon everyone to view what you're viewing on the screen. You can lock things down so other people can't move and mess with your templates when you're doing brainstorming. And so it has a lot of really, really nice features to enable you to do that real-time stuff together really, really well. And again, linking back to choice and control, a lot of these features you can turn on and off if you made the mural yourself. So often a lot of clients I'm working with have never used this tool before, so we lock down a lot of things so they can't mess with it, and get them to follow our screen and guide them through the process. So those features are really good for that. Another example of communication in games, again, this is a competitive first-person sort of game, but it's a team game. So you're working on a team of 5 or 6, and a few other games also do this really well, but I just couldn't find a good screenshot to show it. So Apex Legends probably does this the best. It's called a ping system, where very quickly you have to communicate information, very important information to your team. So on your controller or keyboard, you can press a button, and there's just a standard menu of things, and you can customize this menu as well, but these are the most common messages you want to share with your team, and you can ping a particular location on the map, and your whole team can then see that piece of information very quickly. It's quicker than trying to type or say it over voice often, and if you've watched any esports, they will use the ping system quite a lot, and they'll be very short and sharp with their verbal communication. The closest I could think of like this, but not in games, was probably the whole reaction thing in social media and in places like LinkedIn. It allows you to show support or show a sense of community quickly without having to put effort into it. So you're like, hey, yeah, well done, yay, DDD, I'm excited, without having to spend the time typing that message in. One interesting example that I like bringing up a lot from video games, as it's more asynchronous, is Sky, which is a great game you can get on tablets in the Switch. You run around, it's single player, and the Dark Souls games do this as well. You can leave a particular item in the world and attach a message to that item, and other players can then go and discover that item and read your message. Sometimes in Dark Souls, players will leave clues about how to defeat the next boss or watch out for a particular trap. Sometimes it's jokes, sometimes it's fake information to make you go and die in a particular place. Sky's a bit more nice as a game. It's not, Dark Souls is pretty punishing. But it's this way that they build a sense of community and connection without it being real time. And it's a single player game. Often we think of single player experiences as not being social, whereas this is a very, very social single player game. I couldn't really, it took me a while to think of an example from non-games, but I do remember in having done some writing for a website called Particle, they used a service called Gather Content, and essentially, but I mean, shared documents do this as well. It was really easy for people to leave comments on my article asynchronously. I could log in and then see what they had written and then go and make the relevant edits or changes that were requested. Same with shared Google Docs or online, Office 365 documents. I think this one is, I see it being used more and more. It's a great way to asynchronously work together on something without doing the track changes in Word, which I find very painful. So Gather Content's a great example of that, as well as just general shared collaborative documents. I did want to spend 2 seconds quickly talking about competitive elements, which often come up when people start talking about gamification. So back to the Interaction Design Foundation screen, they do have a ranking of your score, and I think if you get the max score for the course, you can have multiple people sitting at first. And it goes up as you get more points. And the best I've seen competitive done, I guess, in a gamey kind of sense is, in a non-game game, is Duolingo, which is for learning languages. What I liked about Duolingo is that competitive things can be really demotivating if you're losing, especially if you have no way to get back to the top, to get back to winning. So the way that Duolingo combat this is you get a lot of points just by participating, number one, great, just for trying. And you can see that there's a limit on the leaderboard. So I don't know what the refresh time is. Maybe it's every week. Every week they'll refresh and restart the leaderboards from scratch. So even if you were losing 1 week, next week you're in with a whole nother shot. So it's a lot more motivating to have that refreshing leaderboard and that ability to get back to be potentially winning. So I think use competitive, or look at competitive elements with a real grain of salt, because I think you always need to consider the losers. How is it going to feel to be the loser? If there's low stakes, that's better. If there's high stakes, it really sucks to be the loser. Is there any way for them to come back from losing? Or think about those things as well, not just the winners. Motivation's really tricky when you start making it competitive versus collaborative. That was all I had time for today. Thank you so much for choosing to come to my session. I know there was many amazing talks on at this same time. I don't have any time for questions now, but I'm happy to answer any questions at afternoon tea, or you can just tweet me and I'll hopefully respond. And yeah, happy to chat, but thank you for coming.
Thank you so much, Megan. As she mentioned, it is afternoon tea at the moment. It'll be our last coffee break for the day, so make sure you're fully caffeinated before our lock note coming up afterwards. Thank you.
Tell me the best thing that's happened while I was gone.
I made sure Dad ate healthy like you said. He even tried the broccoli. Eat it. Then I helped him make his work much better. And we found the perfect outfit to wear to my party. But I really needed to wind down before bed, so I turned my hand into a starfish.
My best thing is you being back.
By applying market-leading technology solutions through our lifecycle services, we help clients realize business outcomes through our advice, integration, and operational services. MOQ Digital helps clients to fully understand their IT needs, adopt the right solution, and provide ongoing support to maximize their investment.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay, you can see me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office. This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. And we're looking at
God, this is like my dream come true. I always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's group.
What do you want?
Go.
We got a little problem. As you know, our motto is, you need a professional bodyguard delivered to your door in less than half an hour, you got it, buddy. But without an app, ain't no bodyguard getting delivered nowhere. So, where are we with that?
The app is almost ready. We just need 3 more days?
We need it ASAP.
Okay, team, what's the status on the app?
We're good to go, except our login experience is a disaster.
We need something to keep our users' data private.
And to keep the hackers out.
And it needs to work flawlessly because...
Because I don't want to lose one single customer.
I hear you, so let's use Auth0.
Auth what now?
Auth0. It's an identity platform. Fast, easy logins, just what the boss wants.
Can't we make our own authentication service?
Come on, the Ultimate Keymaster, you know we don't have that kind of time.
We need to confirm identities with passwords, fingerprint scans, whatever the users like to use.
Auth0 can do that.
Yeah, but it needs to be secure. We can't have our app compromised by breaches.
Not a problem.
And it needs to scale if we get hit with a ton of traffic. And if it stalls or freezes up, I will get fired.
We can do this.
Could you guys stop? That's really distracting. We did it.
It's done.
Already?
Yep.
I think our customers are gonna love it.
I got a real app now, folks.
You know what? I want a bodyguard.
Hey, we got a customer.
Cool app. My name's Steven.
What's up, Steven?
We can do this.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay, you can see me. Okay.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office. This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. And we're looking at
God, this is like my dream come true. I always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's group.
What do you want?
Ambition is a fearless hunger for success. It drives us to challenge the way things are, to pursue what seems insurmountable, to keep going when others would stop. Ambition is how a global manufacturer is using AI to empower employees with disabilities. Ambition is how a company managed an overnight transition to remote work for 100,000 teammates. Ambition is how a children's hospital built an app to reduce stress for families. Ambition is how a law firm rallied against a malware attack to reclaim control and prevent a devastating breach of client confidence. At Insight, we know the power of ambition. We've grown from a small technology provider founded by two young brothers to a Fortune 500 company offering IT services and solutions for all. For more than 30 years, people have trusted us to turn ambitious projects into meaningful outcomes. What will your ambitious story be? Now is the time to do big things together. Now is the time to be ambitious.
My name is Carol. I'm a test engineer. My call sign is Special K. You might be familiar with it. You see it in cereal boxes. It's my call sign because I like eating. I eat a lot. When people see me, they always see me eating, and they always ask me, Carol, why are you eating? And I think that just when they see the cereal box, they say, okay, that's Carol.
Hi, I'm Joshni. I'm a test engineer. They call me Jester because I always have a smile on my face, whatever situation I'm in.
My name is Jaden. I'm an automation engineer here at Planet. My call sign is Digit because I'm a huge maths nerd. It is my primary major, but I often get called out on how I never, ever stop talking about maths. I just love maths.
I am Cassandra. I am a test automation specialist. Being Beret, as you can tell by the accent, I am French. Very prominent accent. So the beret completely makes sense. As for the ping, no matter the client, no matter where I was working, it always was a ping background with Hello Kitty riding a unicorn. It does not reflect who I am outside, clearly, but I think it brings a little bit of sparks and joy, and so yeah, so ping beret it is.
My name is Kong. I'm a consultant here at Planet. When people ask me how to pronounce my name, I always say, I'm not the king, but the Kong. But after joining Planet, I am the king and I'm the Kong.
Work to inspire is very something that we live by, I believe. We definitely see how much passion we have for quality and how much we want to convey this as a client. We don't just go for target, we always try to go a little bit further, and we try to inspire each other by learning new skills, having new challenges and taking them, and I think it's very inspiring.
Be better, build better. Personally, I always try to be better than yesterday. That's always been me, so I'm better than yesterday and I'll be better tomorrow.
I also get a lot of training opportunities on Planet because there's a vast library of training courses available that I can just access anytime. Before I joined Planet, like when you want to learn something, Google first, right? And then when you Google something, you always have to pay for something, and that's not what I want to do. So it's really good that Planet offers these free courses for me, and I don't have to feel pressured about buying something just so I can improve my skills and use them for work. Planet always encourages learning, and learning is a good way to just accelerate your career growth.
Top Gun of testing is it's awesome. It's really cool to be around people who are so passionate, so driven to do what they do, and who always want to learn and get better. I think that's really important, and I think it's going to be a driving factor going forward in the IT industry in general.
Top Gun is the best of the best, and for me, it's if you want to grow up in your career, you are at the right place because we have got all the training materials, right people, and right opportunities. Whatever you need to progress in your career, you have got everything in here to boost your experience and boost your personality, everything in a compact pack. That's what Planet is for me.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay, you can see me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office. This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. We're looking
God, this is like my dream come true. I always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's group.
What do you want?
Tell me the best thing that's happened while I was gone.
I made sure Dad ate healthy like you said. He even tried the broccoli. Eat it. Then I helped him make his work much better. And we found the perfect outfit to wear to my party. But I really needed to wind down before bed, so I turned my hand into a starfish.
My best thing is you being back.
By applying market-leading technology solutions through our lifecycle services, we help clients realize business outcomes through our advice, integration, and operational services. MOQ Digital helps clients to fully understand their IT needs, adopt the right solution, and provide ongoing support to maximize their investment.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay, you can see me.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office. This is nerds nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. And we're looking at
God, this is like my dream come true. I always wanted to join Scott Henselman's group.
What do you want?
Go.
We got a little problem. As you know, our motto is, you need a professional bodyguard delivered to your door in less than half an hour, you got it, buddy. But without an app, ain't no bodyguard getting delivered nowhere. So, where are we with that?
The app is almost ready. We just need 3 more days?
We need it ASAP.
Okay, team, what's the status on the app?
We're good to go, except our login experience is a disaster.
We need something to keep our users' data private.
And to keep the hackers out.
And it needs to work flawlessly because...
Because I don't want to lose one single customer.
I hear you, so let's use Auth0.
Auth what now?
Auth0, it's an identity platform. Fast, easy logins, just what the boss wants.
Can't we make our own authentication service?
Come on, the ultimate keymaster, you know we don't have that kind of time.
We need to confirm identities with passwords, fingerprint scans, whatever the users like to use.
Auth0 can do that.
Yeah, but it needs to be secure. We can't have our app compromised by breaches.
Not a problem.
And it needs to scale if we get hit with a ton of traffic. And if it stalls or freezes up, I will get fired.
We can do this.
Could you guys stop? That's really distracting. We did it.
It's done.
Already?
Yep.
And I think our customers are gonna love it.
I got a real app now, folks.
You know what? I want a bodyguard.
Hey, we got a customer.
Cool app. My name's Steven.
What's up, Steven?
We can do this.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay, you can see me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office. This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. We're looking at
God, this is like my dream come true. I've always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's group.
What do you want?
Ambition is a fearless hunger for success. It drives us to challenge the way things are, to pursue what seems insurmountable, to keep going when others would stop. Ambition is how a global manufacturer is using AI to empower employees with disabilities. Ambition is how a company managed an overnight transition to remote work for 100,000 teammates. Ambition is how a children's hospital built an app to reduce stress for families. Ambition is how a law firm rallied against a malware attack to reclaim control and prevent a devastating breach of client confidence. At Insight, we know the power of ambition. We've grown from a small technology provider founded by two young brothers to a Fortune 500 company offering IT services and solutions for all. For more than 30 years, people have trusted us to turn ambitious projects into meaningful outcomes. What will your ambitious story be? Now is the time to do big things together. Now is the time to be ambitious.
My name is Carol. I'm a test engineer. My call sign is Special K. You might be familiar with it. You see it in cereal boxes. It's my call sign because I like eating. I eat a lot. When people see me, they always see me eating, and they always ask me, Carol, why are you eating? And I think that just when they see the cereal box, they say, okay, that's Carol.
Hi, I'm Joshni. I'm a test engineer. They call me Jester because I always have a smile on my face, whatever situation I'm in.
My name is Jaden. I'm an automation engineer here at Planet. My call sign is Digit because I'm a huge maths nerd. It is my primary major, but I often get called out on how I never, ever stop talking about maths. I just love maths.
I am Cassandra. I am a test automation specialist. Being beret, as you can tell by the accent, I am French. Very prominent accent. So the beret completely makes sense. As for the ping, no matter the client, no matter where I was working, it always was a pink background with Hello Kitty riding a unicorn. It does not reflect who I am outside, clearly, but I think it brings a little bit of sparks and joy, and so yeah, so pink beret it is.
My name is Kong. I'm a consultant here at Planet. When people ask me how to pronounce my name, I always say, I'm not the king, but the Kong. But after joining Planet, I am the king and I'm the Kong.
Work to inspire is very something that we live by, I believe. We definitely see how much passion we have for quality and how much we want to convey this as a client. We don't just go for target, we always try to go a little bit further, and we try to inspire each other by learning new skills, having new challenges and taking them, and I think
Hello.
Be better, build better. Personally, I always
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Just all of a sudden got very quiet. Welcome back, everybody. We are on to our last session for today, which is our lock note. So very shortly, I'm going to hand over to Chris Ferry So Chris has a PhD and does a lot of work in the science field. However, he also writes children's books. Now, I had an opportunity to see Chris speak at DDD Brisbane, a similar event on the other side of the country a few years ago, and I was actually super impressed with the books and thought it was really amazing. I got one of the books on blockchain, so now I know everything about blockchain from Blockchain for Babies. And I also want to say a huge thank you to Chris, who received an email from me on Wednesday morning to see if he could come and give our keynote this afternoon today. So big thank you to Chris for saving us at the last minute when we had a few travel difficulties. So I'm going to hand over to Chris. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so thanks for the invite. Thanks for giving me lots of time to consider it. I was going to be here for the tattoo conference anyway, so I thought I might as well come by. Yeah, so I'm Chris Ferry. I'm an associate professor at the Center for Quantum Software and Information at the University of Technology, Sydney, and that's obviously in Sydney. And I lead a research group, and we do research in quantum machine learning and quantum control. So we do like low-level stuff with quantum hardware and high-level kind of blue sky thinking about what we'll do with quantum computers in the future. But I thought since I have you all here, I'll just read you a story. It's going to be a bit awkward for me to try to do this with the book, so I'll just show you the book on screen. I think I'll do that. Here we go. Okay, here we go. The Cat in the Box. It did not sit well. It was far too confusing. So we sat at the blackboard, the two of us musing. I sat with Schrödinger, dreaming of quantum theory, but the math of it all made both of us dreary. What was it about? We were not content. The trouble came down to the entanglement, and then a knock at the door, a box. But who was it for? We looked in and saw a cat in a box. We looked in and saw a cat that talks. And it said to us, "Get me out of this box." I was happy to see it, an extra mind. Right now we needed all the help we could find. And then an idea. With the cat's great sight, it could see a single quantum, a quantum of light. An excited atom will decay. A random condition, the cat might see a superposition. Schrödinger went on. Next, we closed the lid. To look in the box is what I forbid. The cat will see and not see an odd condition. The cat will be in superposition. Schrödinger used this cat in the box to dream up the first quantum paradox. A paradox is something that doesn't make sense. There must be an assumption that is causing offense. The theory has failed, Schrödinger cried. We must start all over and swallow our pride. But then I smiled. To our own merriment, we have the cat, box, and atom to do the experiment. The scientific method is to test hypotheses so our knowledge can grow beyond just the ABCs. Through all of this, shaking its head, the cat quietly listened to all that was said. A quantum superposition, the cat said with a sigh, a silly idea, and I'll tell you why, but I must teach you some physics and where it applies. The lesson began. I see your intent, but the most important thing is the measurement. When I look at the atom to see if it's spent, I create in the world a quantum event. When measurement acts, the atom itself is forced to collapse. It might stay excited, it might decay, but which it will be, no one can say. But all is not lost. We are not throwing dice. We can calculate some things when science gives us advice. Though nothing is certain, one thing is key. Physics can tell us the probability. Quantum probability, a tricky concept. To use it, one needs to be quite adept. But study the math, and before long, the quantum tune you'll be singing along. Algebra, calculus, and geometry, the more math you know, the happier you'll be. The cat was not done. There was more quantum physics. Such a rich theory can't be taught in mere minutes. The next lesson I have is where the name comes from. I'll tell you why we call it quantum. You see, said the cat, when you measure my size, any number at all is due to arise. But measure an atom and what will come out? A single quantum of energy will be brought about. A photon of light will be let go. The atom's energy from high to low. The photon's energy must be exact. One quantum of light from the atom subtract. So you see now, said the box cat, no superposition, no doubt about that. When I measure, I break the quantum effect. No paradox at all that you should suspect. I know all of this, Schrödinger quickly replied. I invented this theory, a fact none deny. I am afraid it is you who is missing a fact. The best part of the theory is due for its act. Of course I am talking of entanglement, the source that is giving me such bafflement. The box will be closed, just the atom and you. A large quantum thing becomes of the two. You and the atom, entanglement. A curious state, it's no accident. We'll open the box and ask just one question. What did it look like, the quantum connection? I wish to resolve this deep mystery so future scientists have less misery. The cat disagreed. It's not mysterious. You have simply mixed up our experience. Outside the box lies uncertainty, but for me in the box I will know what I see. The light from the atom will come or will not, and not superposed, as you have thought. But the cat could see without doubt we were not ready to let it get out. So the cat agreed to stay in and wait for the atom inside to change its state. So the trial began, the atom and cat inside the box, it quietly sat. We waited too. The tension was rife. We decided to wait for the atom's half-life. That is the time for the atom's decay to reach the point of half what it may. The point of half-life was shown on the clock. Schrödinger knew what went on in the box. Two possibilities at the same time, but open the box and only one we shall find. But what had gone on before the box opened? From the cat in the box, it will be spoken. So we opened the box, and what was in there? The cat sitting quietly, licking its hair. Cat, shouted Schrödinger, what do you say? What did you see? Do not delay. It is as I said, I saw the photon, nothing strange at all in the box has gone on. The atom collapsed a short time ago. I measured its light as it will now show. For science to work, repetition is key. To correct errors, we need at least 3. But more is better. Data is gold. So valuable, it's bought and it's sold. So the cat went back in again and again. The cat was amused and did not complain. The results were in, and we had to agree. There was no quantum magic for the cat to see. The light from the atom came or did not, but never them both, as Schrödinger thought. Now we are happy with no paradox, thanks to the cat in the box. The end. Okay, so there was lots of words in there. They upset Schrödinger. I don't know if you know who Erwin Schrödinger is. He was a German scientist, Austrian scientist. I can't remember. Back then, it didn't matter. But this is what he wrote. It's like this obscure paper that he became famous for. And this was, this isn't exactly what he wrote because he wrote it in German. But this is the translation. So we can read that. So one can even set up quite ridiculous cases. A cat is penned up in a steel chamber along with the following device, which must be secured against direct interference by the cat. In a Geiger counter, that is the thing that tests radioactivity, there's a little bit of radioactive substance, so small that perhaps in the course of an hour, one of the atoms decays, but also with equal probability, perhaps none. If it happens, the counter tube discharges and through a relay releases a hammer that shatters a small flask of hydrocyanic acid. If one has left this entire system to itself for an hour, one would say that the cat still lives if meanwhile no atom has decayed. But the first atomic decay would have poisoned it. The psi function, which I'll tell you about in a minute, of the entire system would express this by having in the living and dead cat mixed or smeared out in equal parts. this is like early 20th century Germany. That's probably not uncommon. So I changed it for the modern times, so we have this cool cat that doesn't die. But that, that was the one paragraph, and that's one of the most famous things that Schrödinger, it's what he's most famous for. Although he did invent the Schrödinger equation, which is still the equation that we use in quantum physics to explain the behavior of the microscopic world. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about that, because today, at the Center for Quantum Software and places all around the world, we're trying to build a new kind of computing technology that's built from these things that Schrödinger is talking about. And he was really frustrated about quantum theory. In fact, he left quantum theory to become an Irish botanist, which is also true. And he wrote a book called What is Life, and that became very influential to people like Francis Crick, who went on to discover DNA after he stole photos from someone. So, he's an odd character, and I think had he stayed in quantum physics, he probably would have figured out some of the things that I'm going to tell you in a little bit. Okay, so what's all this stuff about atoms? So you've probably seen a picture like that. Maybe you remember it from your high school chemistry or science class. You have this thing in the middle, and then the electrons go around the outside. And the further away they're away from the center, the more energy they have. So the lowest energy state is called the ground state, and the highest energy state is called the excited state. Okay, so there's imagine two states, ground state, excited state. If the electron goes from the excited state to the ground state, we call that decay. And when that happens, energy has to be given off. There's conservation of energy. If you have high energy, then low energy, then that energy has to go somewhere. And that energy is always the same amount. And that's where the word quantum in quantum physics comes from. And we usually associate things in quantum physics at the fundamental level with particles. And so it's a photon. Okay, so energy from the electron gets turned into electromagnetic energy that we can detect and see. We'll move closer to abstraction. We'll get rid of this picture that we draw for students. And in science, we think of like a ladder of energy, and you can step up and step down, and you need to drop down, you have to give away energy. That's the decay. But you can also have the opposite, which is absorption. And so for something to gain energy, to step up, then it has to accept a photon. And that amount of energy has to be exact. Okay, so the picture in the book was like this, artistic between ground state and excited state. In physics, we draw this energy level diagram. And since we're all comfortable with binary numbers here, let's label them 1 and 0. So you can see now that this atom can encode a bit of information in its energy levels. And it can do more than that. And the secret to quantum physics is to do this. You put little symbols around it. And now it becomes what Schrödinger called a psi function. And I'll tell you why we do that in a second. Okay, so in the book, if the atom is excited, then it hasn't decayed and it hasn't given off this photon, so the cat can't see anything. If it decayed, then the cat sees the photon that was given off, and the electron is in the lower state. But what about in the middle? That's interesting. Can we do that? Sure, why not? It's quantum physics. And we say that it's in a superposition. So it's in both 0 and 1 at the same time. And that's the sort of secret to quantum physics. So it's, even though I've labeled it 0 and 1, it doesn't encode a bit of information anymore. Technically, it's a new mathematical object. It's a vector. And if you know anything about vectors, then you can add them together. So in addition to 0 and 1, I can have any sort of combination of 0 and 1 as well. So this is a new kind of information that is much richer than our conventional notion of bits. The rule is that either when you try to go and look at this information, you'll see the lower state or the higher state. And what happens is determined by the rules of probability in quantum mechanics. Okay? But you never get to see superpositions. So that's the sort of trick. Quantum information is richer in some sense, but it's limiting in another sense. And trying to find the balance between those is part of the trick of the quantum programmer. So the other thing that was mentioned in the book was these correlations. So I have the atom being in its lower state and the cat seeing, and I have the atom staying in its excited state and the cat not seeing. So those two events are correlated. And those correlated events can be put in superposition as well. Why not? They're vectors, let's just add them together. And that's what's called quantum entanglement. It's a superposition of these correlations. So Schrödinger, he was sitting outside the box, and that's what he had in his mind. Okay, according to quantum mechanics, these things are correlated, and I have to describe them in this way. But I only ever see this or this. So what does that other thing mean? Right? What are these things inside this angle bracket and straight bracket mean? Basically, his question was, what is this psi function? So when we write out arbitrary states of quantum information, we usually use Greek letters. And we start with psi, and then we run through them all until we run out, and then we start putting subscripts and superscripts and all sorts of stuff that scares people away, probably on purpose. Okay, so the answer to the question, there's two answers to the question. One is, this object is in one-to-one correspondence with what's really happening. It's what describes reality. That's one way to look at it. If you follow that path, it'll lead you towards like parallel universes, many worlds, the multiverse, Marvel movies, that sort of thing. A lot of philosophers and physicists like this. But in the 90s, well, maybe like in the 80s, people started to think about this. What if this object is really just information? And if we think about it in that way, then we have this, we're not constrained by our physical intuition that we require when we practice physics. And so in the 80s, people started to think about what we could do with this information. It seems to be richer than bits. Could we just simulate it? So I saw a talk just earlier today where someone mentioned a Turing machine. So there's the famous Church Turing thesis that basically the physical version is a Turing computer can efficiently simulate any physical process in the universe. But that doesn't seem to be true of quantum physics. So in the 80s, they invented the notion of a quantum Turing machine, and there's a new thesis, the quantum Church Turing thesis, by the way. If you're ever get into quantum physics, it's just an exercise in putting the word quantum in front of everything that everyone else has already worked out. The quantum Church Turing thesis says that a universal quantum computer could efficiently simulate any physical process in the universe. And we don't know, we don't have an answer to that question of if there's a gap. Is a quantum computer actually more powerful than a classical computer? You'll win $1 million if you can answer that question. It's related to the famous P versus NP complete question. but you probably win a lot more stuff if you figure that out. So we don't know, but we highly suspect that a quantum computer is, in some sense, more powerful than a classical computer. And in 1995, a guy named Peter Shor figured out that if you could build a quantum computer, there's an algorithm you can run on it, called Shor's algorithm now. I don't think he called it Shor's algorithm, but people after him called it Shor's algorithm, that would crack RSA. And so 1995 was really the cusp when people started to get interested in this, because there was money, and people tend to follow money. And we didn't have any device at the time. Now we have many commercial available quantum computers. So at the University of Perth, I think the only commercially available quantum computer in Australia, it runs on 2 quantum bits called qubits, so not very impressive. And the largest device is around 150 quantum bits, also called qubits. And you can access that for free over the cloud, or you can pay. And those devices have been sold to governments around the world as well. So we've seen slow progress, but in some sense, that's the kind of progress you want to see for new technology. You don't want to see stuff like Web3 or blockchain or whatever, where it's just hype and then disappears. This is really new transformative technology that requires a slow pace because it's very difficult. So it's going to require a lot of effort. And now is really the time when I think people like you in the audience might consider getting involved, because there are devices available and they're currently being programmed by physicists. And if you've ever seen physicists code, you can see that this is going to lead to a huge disaster. There's a thriving open source community in quantum development. A few of my colleagues live stream on Twitch quantum development. So it's definitely something that's happening now, and you can get in early and into this new, nascent, exciting field. So that's all I wanted to tell you today, and I'm happy to take any questions about quantum technology or children's books. Thank you. I think there's some microphones. Yeah. There's one way up there, the furthest away. Go over there next.
Hi, thank you very much. That was a great talk. Do you have any recommendations on where to get started with quantum development, how to get involved in the community, anything like that? Because it does sound interesting.
Yeah, so I would suggest starting with, there's this non-for-profit called the Unitary Fund, and it's probably the largest open source quantum community. So if you look up Unitary Fund, and they'll give small grants and stuff to people who are interested in adding small components to existing open source projects. Yeah, and I would say the majority of people don't have a background, they're not PhD quantum physicists in that community. Like, they're people coming from outside of the more traditional quantum computing community. So it's a very welcoming community. Any other questions? I think there's one down here.
How many qubits are we looking at before RSA becomes completely useless?
Millions?
Okay.
Yeah, it depends on, so the problem today is that qubits are very fragile. So a bit, you know, a transistor has an error like 1 in a billion, right? But if now that you have a billion in your device, they happen quite often. So active error correction is important, but it's far more important for qubits. We're not at the stage where we have error-corrected qubits. We don't have perfectly operating devices. The better we make the physical qubits, the fewer we need, like the less overhead we need, the less redundancy we need. So the estimates now are 1 million, but it could be less. And so it's like that's the worst case scenario. And if you look at the trend, it looks to be like a Moore's law of qubits. That's maybe 30 to 50 years from now. So the US government, for example, has moved to post-quantum cryptography already because they have 30-year secrets, probably. So if you have a secret you need to keep for 30 years, then maybe it's time to think about post-quantum cryptography. Yeah. I have 30-year-old secrets. Is there a question over here? Oh, over here, sorry.
In your opinion, did Google truly achieve quantum supremacy?
Yeah, so there's this idea that there's nothing a quantum computer can do today that my mobile phone can't do. But as quantum computers get bigger, every time you add a qubit, the complexity doubles, so it grows exponentially. So at some point, quantum technology will overtake conventional digital technology. And Google claimed to had done that probably 3 or 4 years ago at this point. But it's not something that's easy to prove, right? And I think with hindsight, we would say no, that isn't the case because people have improved upon existing ways to simulate quantum computers that can easily replicate what Google did on their devices. So it's a sort of, at the moment, we're at this sort of cusp where increasing the capacity of quantum technology provides a challenge for conventional technology that may be easy to overcome because, you know, this isn't something that people think about all the time. So not a lot of effort has been put into simulating circuits that are built of superconductors, for example. But, you know, when smart people go and try to figure it out, it turns out that it can be done. But eventually, it'll just be impossible. There will be, if you think about it this way, if you could build a device with 300 qubits, then the number of possible states in that superposition that I showed you would be more than the number of particles in the universe. So we won't be able to do it with bits of information at some point. Where that point is, I don't know. It's, you know, it could be now, it could have been 2 years ago, but yeah. I'll also point out that they're just trying to demonstrate that their device can do something that conventional technology can't simulate. Like I can't use a conventional computer to simulate what that device did. That thing that the device did wasn't useful for anything other than to demonstrate that one thing. So it's not like it was solving actual real-world problems or anything. We're not there yet. That's going to require thousands to millions of qubits. Is there any other questions? Oh, hi. Oh, we need a microphone. There's one coming from behind you. Oh,
hi.
No, that's okay. Next
Can a quantum computer handle memory leakages?
Sorry, can you say it again?
Can a quantum computer handle memory leakages? Like we face a lot of memory leakage issues in classical computers. So can a quantum computer handle that?
There's a website. It's called the Quantum Algorithm Zoo, and it has a couple dozen problems that quantum algorithms exist for that are better than known classical algorithms. But standard things like representing data, adding numbers, things like that, the overhead actually makes it worse. So a quantum computer won't be better than a classical computer at everything. There are a few special problems for which that kind of new data is a more natural or better representation. Yeah.
Thank you.
I think that was up here.
Hi, thanks for the talk. That was really fascinating. So I have a question. Realistically, in the future, how do you see quantum computers are being used? Will they replace all traditional alternatives that we use now? And if so, what are the top 3 problems that humanity needs to solve in order to achieve that? Thank you.
Right. So I think the way that it will progress is, first we'll see a cloud-based devices, because there will be a very few of them. And they also require, if we don't make, basically Nobel Prize winning improvements in materials, these things require extreme environments. So ultra high vacuum, like fewer particles than you would find in outer space, or cooled with liquid helium, which makes these sort of refrigerators that they're housed in the coldest places in the universe. You don't want your average consumer, I think, to have to handle that. So there'll be cloud-based devices initially, but even if we end up finding a way to miniaturize it and make it work at room temperature, there'll still be special purpose components. It'll be like, you have your GPU and maybe you have your TPU and you'll have your QPU, all handled by your existing computer. Your existing CPU will just outsource particular calculations that it knows will be more efficiently run on the quantum processor. Oh, and you had the other question. So I don't think it'll ever be used to break RSA, because we'll move beyond that. The most promising application is using quantum systems to simulate other quantum systems. So right now, it's very difficult to simulate chemical interactions, just because, again, as I said, a chemical might have more than 300 atoms in it, and so the number of states it can be in is more than the number of particles in the universe. So conventional technology has a real hard time representing that rich data with bits. And so when you're designing vaccines and drugs and stuff, you can do some heuristic things, and you can do really coarse-grained simulations, but ultimately you have to make a guess, build the drug, stick it in mice, find out what happens, right? In the future, if we're able to simulate the interaction between biological molecules in a virtual environment, then that will be truly transformational. We'll be able to design new drugs, new vaccines, new materials, all in a virtual environment before we have to go out and spend the money to build the actual thing. So I think that'll be the number one, the number one application. Where's the microphone? I can't see. Oh, here.
How come you didn't say study physics as a prerequisite to getting into quantum computing?
So,
as in quantum mechanics, so have a physics background, have a physics degree. It's like studying computer science to do programming, etc.
So
fundamentals.
I think, that's just a historical quirk, that the people who invented the field were physicists, and so the language and jargon is all physics jargon, but that's changing. So at the University of Technology, Sydney, you can get a Bachelor of Computer Science and major in quantum computation. So I teach Introduction to Quantum Computation to people who've never taken a physics course at all. There's no physics jargon in it, and we start with programming. We build a quantum tic-tac-toe game, and we run it on a quantum computer. And they don't need to, I mean, I could do it without even using the word superposition and entanglement. You know, once you just specify the rules and the grammar and the syntax of the quantum programming language, then it's just like any other computer science. Did the microphone go up?
Hi, I'm up here. Hello. So Schrodinger's cat represented an era of quantum computing where we had leaps and bounds in discovery and understanding, but that was like the 20s, like 1920s and 1930s. What do you think is next for quantum theory, like the next big thing?
Oh, that's a good question. So the questions that Schrodinger raised are unresolved. We don't really know what the nature of reality is. We know that quantum mechanics is wrong in some sense. We have two main theories in physics: Einstein's theory of general relativity, which works for large-scale things, and quantum mechanics, which works for small-scale things. And they're completely incompatible. So one of them's wrong, or they're both wrong, which is the more likely scenario. And that's kind of what most theoretical physicists think about, at least the ones that have tenure. They they think about, how do you bring these two things together? You know, it's what Einstein spent the most of his life trying to figure out. He kind of invented both of the theories, and then spent the rest of his life trying to put them together. So doing that, or coming up with a completely new theory that supersedes both general relativity and quantum mechanics. And you can get some pretty wild speculations, like the universe is a hologram, or a black hole is really a quantum computer. These sorts of things are what people talk about at theoretical physics conferences. I guess I'm not old and cranky enough to think about that sort of stuff. I still write, I just write research grants and children's books. Are there any other questions? There's one down here. Oh, and there's one over there.
Thanks for your talk. I was going to change tack and talk about your, being an author for children. Can you describe a bit of your creative process from being a scientist to then communicating what are quite, obscure or perhaps esoteric concepts to such a junior audience? I mean, how do you even start that process?
Yeah, so I think the motivation obviously was to read to my own kids. So I have 4 children, and I wanted to read science books to them. And this was maybe 8 years ago. It didn't really exist. So I thought, well, I'll just try to do it myself, and what better thing to write about for children than quantum physics? And so I wrote I wrote Quantum Physics for Babies, and I kind of approached it as I would my own sort of teaching. So I don't really distinguish between an audience of physicists and an audience of children. Just keep it simple and use bright diagrams. And so I did that, and it seemed to work out. And some of the other, like the book here was kind of modeled loosely on, the cat in the hat. Although this isn't going to go live. Is it live? Oh, it is live. So if the Dr. Seuss Foundation is listening, you didn't hear that part. So as a physicist or as a scientist, you're just naturally attuned to taking things that people have built and simplifying them, or looking at them in a different way, or building upon them, usually to make them better. Now, I don't want to say that I made something better than Dr. Seuss, but the point is, it's much easier to take something that exists and then put your own spin or improvement upon it. And that's kind of what scientists do all the time. Nobody just invents a theory in vacuum, right? They build upon the previous thing. It's all incremental. And so for me, it seems really like it's just a natural thing for me to do, to say, take something that exists and I know that works well, and then add my own flavor to it.
Hey, mate. So like we see like say AI in the last 10 years, there's been a lot of like debates about ethical problems and the such. Is there any debates of that sort in the quantum world?
It is. It's very, there's not a lot of people thinking about it. So yeah, I think there was a white paper about quantum ethics. And you know, it's largely inspired by the debate in AI. The argument is, let's get on top of this now, or we're going to end up like AI with a whole bunch of things to fix in the future. But, you know, without, I think really we're watching an experiment, right? And a hypothesis is, does money talk? And yes, it does. So there's no money being put into that effort, and there's money being put into just going and moving forward as fast as possible. So it's going to be a challenge. My suspicion is, like most things, we're going to forge ahead with a lot of stuff to clean up afterward. But there is. So one of the differences is that the promise of quantum technology and the likely path forward is that at some point in the future, there'll be only a handful of these devices, and they'll be extremely powerful. Like, they can break RSA. So there won't be democratic access to these things because of the way things are structured. And so that's sort of the major difference in the debate between like quantum ethics and AI ethics. But it's certainly something that people think about. It's just not enough. Any more questions? I see one.
Just kind of following up from that, what you were just talking about. So what does a career look like in quantum computing for, let's say, a student going through one of your classes right now? What is let's just say they're in their 20s and they're going to spend an entire career. What do you think it would look like?
Yeah, so the quantum industry is large enough at this point that the majority of people that are in it don't really know anything about quantum computing at all. So, you know, a quantum computing company, say a quantum startup company, needs to have a website. So it needs web designers, right? And I work closely with a couple quantum startups, and you would need remarkably little knowledge about quantum computing. If you're a talented developer, then you can learn all you need to know on the job. So in our degree program, there's kind of two pathways. There's sort of the honors higher education pathway. So if you want to be like a research scientist at a quantum company, then you still need some higher degree, probably a PhD. But then there's sort of the technology pathway where you will be a computer scientist, but the quantum company won't have to spend 8 months on some special induction about quantum computing for you. So you'll already be kind of well-versed in all of the language and lingo and nuances that you would otherwise have to learn on the job. But I speak to people who work at quantum startup companies, and they're like, yeah, I don't know what, like someone told me to program this thing and I did it, but I have no idea what it means. Yeah. probably like devs. Have you seen devs? Yeah. If you haven't, yeah. Devs is probably the, if you really want to figure out what a quantum startup is like, watch the, I think it's on FX in the US, and then it's, I don't remember what streaming service it's on here, but yeah, it's a series about a quantum computing startup company.
All right, thank
All
you
right.
very much, Chris. Thank you again for joining us today. It's exciting to know that I could be I could work in quantum computing, because I find stuff on Stack Overflow and have no idea what any of it means. So thank you very much for joining us. I believe you're going to be sticking around for a little bit. If people had any more questions, Chris will be hanging around a bit afterwards. So now we're on to everybody's favorite part of the day, the prize draw. Well, we get set up. Who here has filled in their treasure map? Who here has given us their filled in treasure map? Now is your last chance to bring treasure maps down to the front. We have a lovely silver bowl somewhere. Bring your treasure maps down and put them in there. Who here has submitted feedback? Who here thinks the talks were amazing and would like to still submit their feedback? Now is your chance to submit feedback while we get the prizes set up.
Just over here, there is a lovely big silver chalice. Treasure maps over here. Oh yeah. If you have written your name on it, you probably have a better chance of winning. So, wooden spoon, fantastic. Yeah, it's a prize. Okie dokie.
So while it's up. While people is putting them in, Beck, do we want to tell people a little bit about what they're going in the draw to win? I think we've got a slide to go up now. Yes.
Yes, we do. So if you can't see what's down here on the stage, you have a picture. And we have a number of interesting prizes here. Amy, what have we got? We've got a lot of Lego. What else do we have? We have some books by Chris Ferry.
Yes.
We have some
I
Nanoleaf.
Sorry, Beck, I do believe those books are going to be autographed afterwards, so the winner will get them signed directly to them afterwards.
Yes. We have a wooden spoon. We have...
Do we have a wooden spoon, Beck?
We have a wooden spoon.
What's that for?
Yeah, this is if you put in poor feedback. No, it is the Cooking Professor, $300.
Yes, that looks pretty good. I think we've got some kids' toys here as well. This one, anybody a fan of lions? This is 2 adult memberships for the Perth Zoo.
Ooh. What's this? What's this? A little seal? Perth Wildlife Encounters, $300.
You can go swimming with the seals with them, I think, or down with the penguins.
And is this Buzz?
I think so.
Buzz Lightyear. We have $200 for the Perth Observatory. Wow, this is great. This is great, Amy.
And this one here, I see we have the Matagarup Bridge Climb and Zip Line, $300.
Fantastic. So heaps of prizes, prize buffet. There is still time because we are doing the feedback draw last. So if you are going, I need to submit some feedback and tell Chris how wonderful his talk was or how wonderful another speaker's talk was, do it now. We won't be offended if we see you looking at your phone.
Yes.
Okay.
Is it just the sessions as well, Beck, or can they give us feedback on our
we love
MC
feedback.
capabilities?
We love feedback. Yes, so if you have enjoyed the conference today and think that it could be improved, please tell us how. Again, same website, conference feedback. Please do so. That is how we grow and grow up.
Yes. Before we do that, Beck, I've just realised we've missed a couple of these really lovely looking golden tickets here.
Golden? Yeah, golden tickets. We have a Web Directions in Sydney Summit ticket. And
I have a Yao Perth ticket, and I believe that's in a couple of weeks.
Yes, it is. Fantastic. Okay. Let's do it.
What have we got first?
If you are unaware, there has been a few prizes by sponsors as well. Yeah, you might have seen that out there on so many booths. There have been so many awesome prizes available today, and there is still time for the majority of them for you to submit. So if you thought, oh wait, I really wanted to enter that prize, please do make sure you go and visit that sponsor's website or their social media accounts, find the links and enter those prize draws. We do have 2 that have already been drawn, however. Now the Maker X draw for a fantastic hot rod is for Beth Cooper. Do we have Beth here?
Beth.
Yeah?
So,
fantastic.
Beth, if you want to make your way down here, I believe there is a representative to hand out the prize.
We will have probably a Maker X employee meet you to give you your wonderful Lego Atari. And now we also have one more, which is the AWS draw.
Oh, I have that one as well.
Oh yeah, is it in your pocket?
It's in my pocket.
Yeah. I can't quite remember who won this one.
Well, I can't quite read their handwriting.
Anton Ball. Wonderful segue. Sponsors, volunteers, all
I think,
able to win.
So Anton Ball, is he in the room?
He's already got it.
Okay, he's got it.
We're
So he
good.
has received it.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we're able to keep on going.
I was disappointed people were stealing prizes, our prizes down the front.
Okay,
All right.
Speaker Pose Bingo Draw is our first one up. So we got a heap of entries.
Yeah. Do you want to draw it back?
Yeah, I'd love to draw it.
Yeah.
You might need to hold my mic.
Okay, I'll hold your mic while you hold the box.
So we had one entry, and it was a fantastic entry, okay? Haley went to so much effort. We have fantastic Speaker Pose gifts going on. Everything's available. If you're on Twitter, you need to follow Haley and check them out. Yes. So congratulations, Haley. You get the first choice.
So you get to make your way down here and choose which prize you would like.
All right, let's keep going.
I'm sure this is a good call out as well for when we do this next year, that the odds for this one are pretty good.
Love it.
Next up, we have the Treasure Map prize draw. Now, Beck, how many draws do we have for this one? I think there's a couple.
Yeah, I'd say until about half the prizes are gone.
Sounds good.
Okay, all right.
Do you want? I'll draw the first one.
Yeah, from our transparent box. It's great.
We're developers. You can't read our handwriting anyway.
We can't read anyway. It's fine.
I actually can't really read this one very well. Justin Bradshaw, are you in the room?
Okay, fantastic.
Come on down.
So I'm just going to say we don't need to clap for everyone. No, you can. You can definitely clap for everybody. If you don't want to come down to the stage, you're going to have to get yourself or someone next to you to yell out which prize you want so we can put it aside. Yes. Alrighty? Awesome. So, am I doing the next one?
Yes, do you want it here? I'll hold the box for you so you can do the next one.
Even better. Okay. Do we have a swastik in the...
I believe so.
Yes. Fantastic. Go again, Amy. Yeah, this is going to be easier if we just crouch.
I liked the invisible box better.
It's really bright to stare up into the sky. It's blinding lights. Okay, how'd you go?
Do you want to read mine and I'll read yours?
I think that is Radu. Do we have a Radu in here? Yes.
And we have Alex Vetalago.
We've still got 9.
No one wants our wooden spoon back.
No one wants the wooden spoon. Goodness. Okay. See, now you're on a time schedule because we're going to call the next one. And
Yes. And if they get down here first, they get to choose before you. Daryl Mamaril. Is Daryl in the room?
yeah, it's coming.
Coming down.
Julianne Spark. So now, some of you who have been here before might remember that we have a little spinner, prize draw spinner. Yeah, and if you're lucky to be the first person to be called, then you are also called second and third. Yeah, okay. So hopefully we have fixed that glaring bug this year. That kind of still remains to be seen. If you see your name, please come on down or wave or get someone next to you to wave so that we know you're here. Okay.
We're ready to get started?
I think so.
there's some indecision going on down here.
Yeah, decisions are being made.
First up, Pravin. Come on down.
Fantastic. Now is the real moment of truth. And it's also a great segue for us to make sure that we do a big call out to our amazing volunteers. Without our volunteers, Pravin's going to win again. And without our volunteers, we really wouldn't be here today. We are an entirely volunteer-run conference. Words are starting to fail me. You can see it's been a long day. We're entirely volunteer-run. We're entirely community-run. And the only reason that we are able to host this wonderful day is because of everyone here who has contributed. Can I please get a round of applause, however you wish to do it, for our wonderful volunteers?
I think, Beck, we should actually probably also acknowledge that there are not only the amazing volunteers in the room here in our beautiful berry shirts, but there are a whole bunch of volunteers who are outside, having missed our wonderful lock note, having missed the prize draw, because they are helping to set up for what is happening next. So perhaps we need to have a super loud round of applause for all the volunteers who are still out there working.
Raise this roof. Now, the benefit of us doing that now is they'll all think that we're coming out, which means that they'll go extra fast. Okay,
Yes. Now we see if
We're
our
good.
lovely volunteers have fixed it.
Yes.
It works. Cameron.
Do we have a Cameron?
Do we have Cameron in the room?
All right, so
oh, I think have we got someone coming down?
do we have someone? Yes.
We've got someone coming
that
down.
Was close. That was close. I was about to give it up. Okay, shall we do this again?
I think so. Yeah, this is when it breaks again.
Yeah. Ross.
Ross.
Now, when is Yao, Amy?
It's in a couple of weeks, I think. Anybody
Couple of
know
weeks?
when the Yao conference is on? The 19th.
19th and the 20th of September, coming up very, very soon. And the Web Direction Summit in Sydney is in December.
Does anybody know what dates that is? The
1st and 2nd of December.
And do you know what,
Awesome.
Beck, I think there's some Perth people who are going to be at Web Directions in Sydney as well.
Oh, are there?
So that would actually probably be an amazing experience, because we've seen here today that there are a bunch of amazing speakers in the Perth community. So you get to go all the way to Sydney and see someone present that you could have right here in Perth without being on a plane for 6 hours.
All right, let's do this again. Emmanuel. Now, fun fact, Emmanuel, you spoke last year, didn't you? Yes, at DDD Perth. If you want to see Emmanuel's talk, you can go to our YouTube channel, because it should be there. I think it's there. That's a big call out, actually, of me. I'm not entirely sure that it's there. Please choose a way, Emmanuel.
Yes.
Today, all of our talks have been live streamed, and over the coming days and coming weeks, our volunteers will get new batteries, and they will start back up to make sure that those videos are all published in their own rights, instead of just as one long stream.
And now, Beck, I've had this question a lot. How long are the talks going to be on YouTube for? Once they're there, like you've got a month to watch them, or 2 months? How long do they stay there?
Yeah, forever. I mean, maybe not forever. Who knows if Google's going to be around next year? No, they're going to be
Maybe
there
they'll
for
kill
quite
YouTube.
a while, Amy. Yeah. Awesome. Chris. Do we have a Chris?
Is Chris in the building?
See, there is a lot of pressure, right?
Yeah. To choose the prize in front of everybody.
Yeah, well, coming down. Maria. Okay, so I'm going to do another shout out on the volunteers, but I'm not going to make you clap. Thank you. Did I mention we're volunteer run? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I said that. If you would love to make this conference come to life again next year, then we need you. And we need all the help that we can get to make this conference come to life. So if you are keen, please get in touch with us. We have many mediums. We have Twitter, we're DDD Perth. We have Insta, we're DDD Perth. We have Facebook, where
I think we're DDD Perth.
Cool. And LinkedIn, I'm pretty sure.
DDD Adelaide?
Yeah, maybe. That probably comes to us.
Probably.
Let's face it. Yeah, so you can get in touch with us through a variety of social channels, or info@dddperth.com. We absolutely do want you on board. If you have the capacity to volunteer with us, we would love to chat.
Now, Beck, in those volunteering roles, while you're walking over there, what are some of the roles that people could be helping in to give them an idea of what they could do?
Cool. So we need designers, because this neon sign was not my doing. We need web developers to fix bugs that last for years.
Or make last-minute changes to the agenda.
We need photographers on the day. We need people who are adept at communications and social media because half the tweets come from me and that's why they're very short. What else?
Well, I think we've had some people who've done some literally very heavy lifting today.
Oh yes, we've definitely
so
had that.
if anybody would like to save money on the gym, I think bumping in and bumping out of DDD Perth is considered an excellent workout. And then we've got a whole bunch of people who've just been amazing, walking back and forward across our very, very large venue this year, fetching things and chasing things up and checking things out. So I think there is definitely a lot of roles available if people are interested in volunteering.
Absolutely. We also have a very dedicated but very exhausted committee. And so if you think, you know what, I would love to see Rebecca and Amy's face every month for a committee meeting, then you should definitely get in touch. If you're good with numbers, get in touch. If you like directing things, get in touch. We absolutely value everybody's contribution. Okay,
You're gonna press the button.
I didn't even look. Razel, are you here? Uh-oh. Okay, all right, that's fine.
No, I think...
Yes, fantastic, please. Okay, and the final prize goes to Michelle Wilkins.
Michelle.
Fantastic, okay.
So I think we've said, unless we want to say thank you to volunteers again.
We've said a lot of thank yous tonight. We've also been given a directive that we need to keep you here for as long as possible.
Yes.
Did you work that out?
Yes. So I suppose that's a good way to segue into, if everybody has had an amazing time at DDD Perth today, did you know that we're not the only DDD conference in Australia? Coming up in December 3rd, DDD Brisbane is happening, which I think is the only other DDD happening in Australia this year. So and CFP has opened. So if anybody saw some of the amazing presenters today and would like to give that a go themselves, CFP is open so that you could submit and present at DDD Brisbane. So keep that in mind.
I mean, we'll stay on this stage while
Yes.
you're in your seats. Absolutely. Right. No, we won't. We'll probably keep on chatting for a little bit as people, pack up their belongings and get going. I don't know what about. I'm kind of lost.
Yeah, I think I'm out of things as well.
Thank you so much for coming to DDD Perth. We
Thank
really
you for
appreciate
joining
you
us.
being here. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. We would love to see people outside afterwards if you would like to continue chatting. Otherwise, we hope to see you all next year.
Mark, where are you, Mark?
Okay, you can see me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office.
This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. And we're looking at
God, this is like my dream come true. I've always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's troop.
What do you want?
Go.
We got a little problem. As you know, our motto is, you need a professional bodyguard delivered to your door in less than half an hour, you got it, buddy. But without an app, ain't no bodyguard getting delivered nowhere. So, where are we with that?
The app is almost ready. We just need 3 more days?
We need it ASAP.
Okay, team, what's the status on the app?
We're good to go, except our login experience is a disaster.
We need something to keep our users' data private.
And to keep the hackers out.
And it needs to work flawlessly because...
Because I don't want to lose one single customer.
I hear you, so let's use Auth0.
Auth what now?
Auth0. It's an identity platform. Fast, easy logins, just what the boss wants.
Can't we make our own authentication service?
Come on, the Ultimate Keymaster, you know we don't have that kind of time.
We need to confirm identities with passwords, fingerprint scans, whatever the users like to use.
Auth0 can do that.
Yeah, but it needs to be secure. We can't have our app compromised by breaches.
Not a problem.
And it needs to scale if we get hit with a ton of traffic. And if it stalls or freezes up, I will get fired.
We can do this.
Could you guys stop? That's really distracting. We did it.
It's done.
Already?
Yep.
And I think our customers are gonna love it.
We got a real app now, folks.
You know what? I want a bodyguard.
Hey, we got a customer.
Cool app. My name's Steven.
What's up, Steven?
We can do this.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay, you can see me. Okay.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office.
This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our offices. We're looking at
God, this is like my dream come true. I've always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's group.
What do you want?
Ambition is a fearless hunger for success. It drives us to challenge the way things are, to pursue what seems insurmountable, to keep going when others would stop. Ambition is how a global manufacturer is using AI to empower employees with disabilities. Ambition is how a company managed an overnight transition to remote work for 100,000 teammates. Ambition is how a children's hospital built an app to reduce stress for families. Ambition is how a law firm rallied against a malware attack to reclaim control and prevent a devastating breach of client confidence. At Insight, we know the power of ambition. We've grown from a small technology provider founded by two young brothers to a Fortune 500 company offering IT services and solutions for all. For more than 30 years, people have trusted us to turn ambitious projects into meaningful outcomes. What will your ambitious story be? Now is the time to do big things together. Now is the time to be ambitious.
My name is Carol. I'm a test engineer. My call sign is Special K. You might be familiar with it. You see it in cereal boxes. It's my call sign because I like eating. I eat a lot. When people see me, they always see me eating, and they always ask me, Carol, why are you eating? And I think that just when they see the cereal box, they say, okay, that's Carol.
Hi, I'm Joshni. I'm a test engineer. They call me Jester because I always have a smile on my face, whatever situation I'm in.
My name is Jaden. I'm an automation engineer here at Planet. My call sign is Digit because I'm a huge maths nerd. It is my primary major, but I often get called out on how I never, ever stop talking about maths. I just love maths.
I am Cassandra. I am a test automation specialist. Pink beret. As you can tell by the accent, I am French. Very prominent accent. So the beret completely makes sense. As for the pink, no matter the client, no matter where I was working, it always was a pink background with Hello Kitty riding a unicorn. It does not reflect who I am outside, clearly, but I think it brings a little bit of sparks and joy, and so yeah, so pink beret it is.
My name is Kong. I'm a consultant here at Planet. When people ask me how to pronounce my name, I always say, I'm not the king, but the Kong. But after joining Planet, I am the king and I'm the Kong.
Work to inspire is very something that we live by, I believe. We definitely see how much passion we have for quality and how much we want to convey this as a client. We don't just go for target, we always try to go a little bit further, and we try to inspire each other by learning new skills, having new challenges and taking them, and I think it's very inspiring.
Be better, build better. Personally, I always try to be better than yesterday. That's always been me, so I'm better than yesterday and I'll be better tomorrow.
I also got a lot of training opportunities on Planet because there's a vast library of training courses available that I can just access anytime. Before I joined Planet, like when you want to learn something, Google first, right? And then when you Google something, you always have to pay for something, and that's not what I want to do. So it's really good that Planet offers these free courses for me, and I don't have to feel pressured about buying something just so I can improve my skills and use them for work. Planet always encourages learning, and learning is a good way to just accelerate your career growth.
Top Gun of testing is it's awesome. It's really cool to be around people who are so passionate, so driven to do what they